Chapter 1: A Useless Brother. The ethereal realm was truly vast and filled with wonders. Being larger than many worlds, it was a land filled with magic and fantasy. The realm was filled with city-states spread across 3 extremely vast continents, each with their own unique cultures and powerful beings that vied for hegemony. Its cities were interestingly a mixture of technology and magic, where one could find uniquely designed buildings and complexes in addition to levitating vessels that pulsed with mana. It wasn't uncommon to come across fiery birds tearing through the skies, fantastical fruits that shone with a rainbow-colored luster, or mountainous-sized fish swarming across the wide seas of this realm. Every single corner of this expansive realm had its own mysteries, with our story beginning on the Light Continent. Light Continent, Academy City. In the depths of the Academy City, a boy of about 16 to 18 years of age was lying atop an expanse of green grass, each blade of the innumerable grasses shining with an intense verdant glint as green lights could even be seen swirling around them. This mere sight of colorful dots of light swirling around lush greenery had given the boy shock when he first opened his eyes in this ethereal realm. That's right. The young boy was actually a transmigrator, a being that had died and crossed over into a completely different world. Well, in this case, a completely different realm. He was currently lazing atop the lush greenery that was behind the huge building that was one of monuments of Academy City, the Blessed Academy. It was an enormous structure that housed and taught the next generation of Blessed that would valiantly delve into the dimensional rifts present throughout the ethereal realm, and Noah had transmigrated into this new realm just 3 weeks since he began attending this academy. As for what caused his untimely demise in his old world, it was of course a speedy red truck that had truly appeared from nowhere. A moment of blankness, and in the next instant, he woke up in the body of this boy that was called Noah Eckert. He didn't know why the poor sap had died or how he had come to take his place. All he had were memories of this world and its people that he had experienced in his 18 years of life. He lived in this fantastical place called the ethereal realm, a land where powerful blessed beings that held immense might and power moved with vigor to dive into the dangerous dimensional rifts. These rifts were at the core of the ethereal realm, with nearly everything that made the organizations and powers of this realm relying on the resources and treasures that could be obtained from dimensional rifts. All the city-states spread across the 3 continents maintained a close watch on the rifts within them, the ranks of such rifts determining the power of the blessed that dwell within. To succeed and live a good life in such a place, one needed to be a truly powerful blessed that actively dived into these rifts. It wasn't enough to just be a blessed, as the abundant atmospheric mana of the ethereal realm was more than enough to cause every single being dwelling in it to awaken as an iron-ranked blessed by the time they hit puberty. It was the type of power that came with their awakening that determined whether they could become truly powerful blessed and succeed in life. This was where Noah's problem lay. The body he had transmigrated into had awoken to become an iron-rank blessed, but to the dismay of Noah and his family, he obtained no power or special ability from his awakening. Such a reality caused immense frustration to the new transmigrator as he screamed his fury to the skies. "Where's my transmigrator package? Where's my cheat that allows me to lead an easy life, huh? Where?" Alas, no matter how much he vented his frustration, nothing changed. He and his sister had begun attending the Blessed Academy that took in all newly awakened blessed who wished to dive into rifts, teaching them pertinent knowledge that would allow them to keep their lives in these dangerous dimensional rifts and hopefully hone them into capable beings that could contribute to society. Being a blessed that had awakened no power whatsoever, Noah had not been able to find any teams that would take him in, as the first weeks of his life were spent in isolation while he gathered more knowledge about the ethereal realm. Even as he lazily rolled around the lush greenery behind the academy right now, he could occasionally see flashing lights that represented wondrous magical skills from the distance, with even the shocking images of golden flaming birds crossing the blue skies of this wondrous realm. It made his heart ache when he thought of all the transmigrators he read about from the overabundance of trash stories that led easy lives with ridiculous cheats in fantasy worlds. He was in such a fantastical place such as the ethereal realm, and he had nothing. At this moment, his eyes that were staring at the blue skies blinked as a figure with pristine long legs stood above him. Her eyes glanced down with a sharp light as her voice resounded out. "Useless brother, get up and come with me." The strong voice of a girl younger than him rang out as Noah adopted a light smile. The little sister of Noah Eckert had arrived in a grand fashion. Chapter 2: A team forced to pick a slacker. Noah glanced at the peacefully swaying grass he left behind with melancholy as he followed his cute little sister into the enormous Blessed Academy. The verdant green fields behind it were sizable, but the academy was even larger as it looked like multiple enormous medieval castles stacked next to each other. Each of them held their own departments as at this moment, Noah was being led by his little sister into the armament department where Iron Rank Blessed could check out iron equipment before they set off for a dimensional rift. "Mother has constantly been crying to me about how she worries that you might off yourself, with father complaining why you haven't done it sooner and saved them from the constant shame." Truly hurtful words came out of the little sister as Noah only smiled while following behind. He knew the girl was one of the few people in this world that cared about him, and that all the words she was saying were meant to motivate him to change. "This time I'm acting personally to include you in my team against the wishes of my teammates so that you can at least have the chance to dive into a dimensional rift. Maybe then you will gain some motivation to become a serious blessed that his little sister can look up to. SHIA." The little sister, Annalise, turned her head full of red hair to lock eyes with the laid-back older brother as she made her goals clear. Her dark eyes shone with intense light as they looked lovingly towards Noah, with her young face keeping the cold expression. She looked at the boy that gradually had features of a growing adult, his dark hair and bright blue eyes being something that would have been one of his best features if he wasn't a slacker. "Keep up." "Yes, yes. My little sister knows best." There was a bustle of activity inside the Blessed Academy as many beings could be seen moving about. The uniqueness was that they were dressed in colorful-looking armors that were the Vloot drops from the dimensional rifts, with many blessed wearing the common iron rank equipment that would have been able to deflect bullets if they were back in Noah homeworld. Annalise passed the crowds of blessed as she went towards the armament department, pulling her brother behind her as he moved with a lazy expression. Some of the blessed passing them by were familiar with them as snickers, and a few laughs could be heard as they talked amongst each other. The slacker older brother with no talent and his beautiful sister that is in one of the top iron rank teams, truly a combination. Are we sure they come from the same mother? It just doesn't make sense. Ha ha. Sounds of mockery could be heard as Noah paid no attention to it, his mind as a 26-year-old having grown sufficiently to not be bothered by the words of people barely reaching their 20s. Annalise had a sharp expression as she seemed to be memorizing the faces of every blessed laughing in mockery, having something planned later for them as she didn't make a move here. The two of them arrived into a huge square hall that was the armament department. On its large walls, numerous equipment were hanged ranging from swords to flails, all the way to full body armor and helms. "You guys?" Annalise called out to a group that was on one of the counters of the armament department. They were finishing checking out their weapons as they turned towards Annalise, their smiles being wiped away when they saw the older brother she was bringing along. Each of them seemed to sigh inside as they tried their best not to let their feelings show. Come. We have to hurry before the lines get too long at the Burning Domains rift." From the party, a girl with ponytails covered with a red full body armor came out with a smile to hug Annalise. There were 4 other members in the party, 3 guys in their 20s and 1 other girl that had vibrant purple hair. It was a balanced party of 6 blestas. From their equipment, Noah could see it was 2 tanks, a healer, and 3 damage dealers. His eyes shined brightly as he stared at the colorful equipment that had lights bouncing off of it, reminding him once more of the fantastical things he could have had in this world if he wasn't cheated out of his transmigrator system. HAAA. His eyes dimmed again as he saw his little sister mingle with her team, their eyes turning towards him every now and then as each of them unwillingly nodded. Annalise came towards him again as she asked, "Which weapon and armor do you want?" Noah gave a light smile at this ferocious little sister of his as he spoke calmly. "Just a sword and light armor. I'll just be watching my great sister and her teammates carry me to victory after all." Annalise let out a harumph as Noah's equipment was prepared, his figure looking more like a blessed when he put the armor on and wielded the sword. His eyes lit up as his body filled with energy, feeling like he could run multiple marathons as the sharp sword made him feel like he could cut anything. Such were the boosts of iron rank equipment that could be dropped from dimensional rifts. Such equipment could be checked out from the armament department. But they required payment as Noah saw his little sister pull out a glowing gem from a small bag by her side to the receptionist on the counter to pay, this payment being to simply rent the equipment for a day. This was because they rarely dropped from dimensional rifts, and the same applied to the glowing crystal gem his sister had pulled out. It was a low-rank iron core that was another loot drop from the rift that was near the Blessed Academy. It dropped with slightly more frequency as such a core was the currency used among blessed. Cores such as these had a myriad of uses, but the main one remained to increase the strength of blessed when they absorbed them. The more valuable cores could be dropped from the bosses of dimensional rifts, and of course, the higher ranking rifts gave even more abundant rewards if you could survive the dangers within. "Brother, are you ready?" When Annalise came back, she and her team were ready as the girls gave polite smiles to Noah, the guys not even talking to him as the party of 7 went out from the armament department and went towards a dimensional rift. Chapter 3, The First Dimensional Rift. The Burning Domains Rift was one of the closest rifts near the Blessed Academy, and it was one of the few iron-ranked dimensional rifts within Academy City. Many of the new blessed that were entering into the power delved into rifts like these for a year or two as they collected enough resources and upgraded their strength before they tried aiming for higher-ranked rifts. As for the ranks themselves, they went from iron to bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and the highest known rank within the ethereal realm being platinum. The Burning Domains Rift was a fairly simple one that consisted of 3 floors, or 3 domains that those delving had to clear before they could be teleported out. It was the go-to rift for all new blestas inside. They could slowly farm iron rank cores and equipment that dropped with a very low chance. Noah followed his little sister's party out of the Blessed Academy as they moved just a few miles into Academy City, their goal being something that many figures were going towards even at this moment. The grand structures and buildings of Academy City reminded Noah of the structures of the Middle Ages with the cleanliness and pristine look of the richest places back in his homeworld. Everything seemed to be so cleverly designed and working in harmony that he was lost in its beauty while following the team in front of him. Crowds of blessed could be seen going towards a particular direction where Noah could begin to make the outline of an enormous gray glowing circular portal that was over 10 meters large. Surrounding this portal, this rift was a distinct encampment that multiple blessed soldiers secured, checking the teams going into the rift in time spans. This was because those entering the portal within 1 minute of each other would all be grouped together and be sent to the same spatial area. It was one of the mysteries of the rift that was figured out a long time ago, along with the fact that many beings could enter it as they each found themselves in the same Burning Domains rift with similar monsters that everyone else tearing would come across. It was a fact that Noah marveled at as his sister's team was up next to enter after they waited for about half an hour. "Brother, watch as we move through the rift and be careful not to suddenly grow brave. As someone who is entering a rift for the first time, you'll have to be very careful." Noah smiled as he saw the protective look of Annalise hidden behind her hard exterior, nodding as he followed behind. Annalise's team went through one by one, Noah watching with shining eyes as their figures disappeared the moment they touched the glowing gray rift in front of them. Noah was the second last as Annalise nudged him from behind, breathing out calmly as his hand went towards the rift, and he disappeared. "I'd better not lose my second life too early in this damn rift." His thoughts flowed out as he felt weightlessness for a second before he felt his feet touch the ground, his eyes opening wider as he found himself in an entirely new world. Annalise appeared beside him soon after as her face was serious, moving up front to stand protectively in front of her brother as her teammates were also ready. Red skies with billowing clouds could be seen above them, a scorched earth below that occasionally had bursts of flames erupting out. There were crimson-colored trees in the distance where they heard the rustling and howling of a few beasts the moment that they entered. Noah let out a mystified breath as he entered into a dimensional rift for the first time, the environment really being something unique he never expected. He breathed in the feeling of magic and wonder as at this moment, he truly felt he was in a grand fantasy. Roar! The roar of dimensional beasts could be heard in the distance as the tanks of Annalise's team got into position. The healer and 3 damage dealers were behind the tanks that began moving forward like a sturdy wall, Annalise pulling out the bow strapped on her as she knocked an arrow that shimmered with blue ice. The dimensional beasts in the Burning Domain's rift aren't overly complicated, where each of the 3 domains will hold a variety of land beasts of the fire element. Annalise began to loudly narrate as she expanded Noah's mind, the teammates glancing towards her with exasperated smiles as they saw the level of care she was giving to her brother. It is only the last domain where you will come across flying dimensional beasts, and even they aren't too dangerous if you have a long-distance damage dealer. MOOO! The thickets of trees broke as the first dimensional beast appeared. Curved horns by the side and letting out a huge moo, a flaming cow entered the scene as it charged towards them. Ho! The tank to the right was the first to move as his thick shield glowed with light while he rushed to confront the flaming cow, the beast being thrown into the air gloriously as Noah watched with an agape expression while his sister shot the arrow towards the beast. Thuck! The arrow hit the mark on the head as beside it, 2 balls of sparkling ice also smashed into its head and ruptured its muscles. MOOO! It let out a loud bellow as when the flaming cow landed on the ground again, yet another arrow smashed into its disfigured head as it stopped moving entirely. Noah gripped the sword he was renting tighter as he breathed in and out, excitement flowing through his body as he looked at the fantastical and magical skills the blessed in front of him had used. His heart eager to have something like that himself. Nice work everyone. The next beast should be coming out soon. The lead tank shouted out while glancing towards Annalise with eyes that shone with intense light, the arrows of this genius girl simply being too powerful as they helped them take down a dimensional beast in seconds. Yet when his eyes landed on the surprised older brother not too far from her, disappointment overflowed as the party delved deeper into the Burning Domain's rift. Chapter 4, I have a system. As Noah followed the party of Iron Rank blessed through the dimensional rifts, he expanded his sight while tightly holding on to his sword. His shining eyes saw the blessed of this new realm. He found himself move with vigor as they took down dimensional beasts. It was truly more than enough to make his heart that read novels day and night about such things be satiated. If only I wasn't a talentless blessed. His sorrows remained in his heart as he watched his little sister work with her team to clear the flaming cows of the first floor. When all of them were cleared, only a bit over 20 minutes had passed as the team counted their loot before moving forward. Only 3 low-rank iron cores from all those dimensional beasts. We better hope for more luck on the 2nd and 3rd floor or we'll barely have enough for renting equipment next time. The team leaders sighed dejectedly while cursing their luck, bringing to light the plight of many blessed that delved into dimensional rifts, the very low drop rate. Equipment had an even lower drop rate than items as the Blessed Academy rented it out a full day for a single low-rank iron core. We have our equipment for 24 hours, we can just dive again after we rest for a few hours to cover all expenses and gain profit. Noah's little sister Annalise voiced out powerfully as her teammates smiled at each other, getting themselves ready before moving on. Noah felt his heartstrings be pulled as he saw this little sister of his that must have been working hard this entire time, fighting in dimensional rifts every day to hone her skills. It made him grasp his sword harder as he wished he had the capability and sufficient strength to do the same, or even go above it. The party continued forward as they stepped on a blue runic magic circle that appeared the moment the mobs of the first domain were cleared, each of them being teleported into the 2nd domain of the dimensional rift. The monsters here were ferocious-looking flaming crows that were fiercely swarming the skies, the beasts from the skies being particularly deadly as they put that much pressure on the party. But they were veterans that had delved into this dimensional rift multiple times, their teamwork solid as they began clearing it without too much trouble. On the last dimensional beast of the floor was a flaming crow. Annalise didn't shoot her last arrow to finish it as she held her teammates back and pointed to her brother. Come, it's on its last legs and simply waiting for a finishing strike. Annalise beckoned towards Noah as he grasped his sword seriously, going towards the limping crow that was letting out its last squeaks as he trusted in the iron rank equipment he wore in his body of a blessed that was stronger than a normal man. Shulk! His sword descended down on the dimensional beast that was on its last breath as it was put out of its misery, its body shining out in a glimmer of colors as from it, loot dropped. The eyes of Annalise and her teammates opened wide as they watched with agape expressions the appearance of not a core, but a piece of equipment from the defeated beast. The thing with the lowest drop rate. Dropped from the beast killed by someone that had never even killed before. What dumb luck! The second tank whispered out incredulously as Annalise looked towards her older brother that had picked up the glimmering red armor that dropped, going towards her with a smile as he handed her the armor. My present to you, little sister. The party members shook their heads incredulously at this scene as they smiled, Annalise taking the armor as she nodded with shining eyes. Any equipment, even iron-ranked ones, could fetch for a nice price of multiple cores in the market. This was especially so for all body armors like this one. They could also choose to keep the equipment as they reduced their daily costs of renting things from the armament department. When everyone in their team was decked with gear of their own without having to rent, they could freely farm the iron-ranked dimensional rifts around Academy City until they grew strong enough to challenge bronze-ranked rifts and eventually break through the shackles of iron-ranked blessed. The emotions of the party were high as they stepped onto the margin circle leading to the last domain of the Burning Domain's rift. There was but a single monster on this floor, the boss monster that was a fearsome-looking beast Noah had heard of from legends, the Minotaur. Roar! The 4-meter-tall creature roared out gloriously towards them as the party moved together with great teamwork to surround it and begin slowly grinding it down. They were pumped from having an equipment drop on the past floor as they moved with vigor to attack the Minotaur. Noah stayed in the back as he protected his inexperienced self, only moving forward when his little sister said so to release a single strike from the beaten-down Minotaur. It took the party about 20 minutes to tear down the defenses of the boss monster as an ice arrow from Annalise incidentally took it down. Through 'em. The surroundings shook as the boss disappeared into particles of light, leaving behind 10 low iron rank cores, and nothing else. Bah! The party members released a groan of disappointment as even though boss monsters had more chances to drop equipment, the chance was still low. They found themselves turning their gaze to Noah as they wondered. Would the boss have dropped something more if he had landed the last strike? But their gazes found a surprised Noah that was blankly looking in the air, his body beginning to tremble in excitement as he screamed out indiscernible words. I have a system. Rumble. Chapter 5, I have a system. 2. When Noah watched the Minotaur fall into particles of light and release cores, he felt a sense of accomplishment for completing his first dimensional rift, and it seemed that this accomplishment was also something that was required of him for something wondrous to happen. Successfully cleared a dimensional rift. The idle gaming system is now active. Thrum. Noah felt his mind buzzing as he saw a blue text box appear in the air, disappearing a second later as he noticed the formation of a square icon in the corner of his eyes. This square icon had the image of a small golden sword, Noah focusing on it as it ballooned into a full screen in front of him. The screen was titled simply, Idle Gaming System. I have a system. He couldn't help but blurt out as the party that just defeated the boss looked towards him weirdly, Annalise coming towards him and putting her palm on his head to see if something had gone wrong with him. Did you catch a fever and become delirious? Brother? He had blanked out for a second as he nearly delved into the contents of the screen labeled, Idle Gaming System, coming back to focus as he waved it away for now and focused on his sister. He smiled bashfully as he apologized and said he just spaced out. All he got were weird looks as the party stepped on the blue shining runic magic circle that appeared with the boss's defeat, all of them being transported out of the dimensional rift as they appeared in the outside world once more. Wah! Noah's eyes were bright and filled with excitement as he appeared in the encampment that housed the portal leading to the Burning Domain's dimensional rift. We will rest for 3 hours and recuperate our energy before delving in again. Brother, will you continue diving with us? Annalise shook Noah out of his stupor again as he looked at her and the party behind her, shaking his head as he needed some time to figure out what just happened. "You guys go ahead without me. I have something to do." A hint of disappointment appeared on Annalise as she thought her slacker of a brother would change after seeing the dangers and blood-pumping adventures of Blessed delving into dimensional rifts, but it looked like she was wrong. She sighed wistfully as she saw her older brother take off his armor and sword, handing them to her as it seemed he couldn't wait to leave the entrance of the dimensional rift. "Thank you for taking me into the rift, it was more helpful than you could ever imagine." His voice rang out in his sister's ears as he literally ran out from the encampment and away from the peering gazes of many, his heart shaking as he couldn't wait to check out exactly what his system was. Annalise sighed as she watched his retreating figure, turning to her teammates and thanking them for letting her bring her brother along with them. They gave her light smiles as the party made way to one of the many establishments near the dimensional rift that held delicious foods for Blessed, many of those that had just dived in rifts choosing to recuperate in places like this before they continued their adventures. Across the bustling streets of Academy City, Noah's figure could be seen flashing across as his face was filled with excitement. He returned to the Blessed Academy right away as he went back to the place he liked being the most, in the back of the academy where there was the verdant field of verdant green grasses. He was breathing heavily as he arrived at this location and lied down in the same place he was in before his sister had come to take him. His bright eyes honed on the square icon with a sword in the corner of his eyes as the interface was pulled up once more. Had he truly gotten his transmigrator patch? Was his life about to change? Numerous questions buzzed in his mind as even though he portrayed himself laid back and without care, he was always scared that he would have no strength to protect himself. In this foreign new world, this foreign new ethereal realm, he had knowledge of the powerful blessed and dimensional beasts as he was afraid he would lead a life of mediocrity and die within a few months or years from just pissing off someone strong or being stepped on randomly like a bug. Have you ever experienced the feeling of mediocrity? Of knowing your entire life would go by unnoticed and without being able to make any significant change in the world you lived in? It was an extremely distasteful feeling. Noah had always been battling this horrible feeling and fear that was enhanced by the dangers of this ethereal realm, but at this moment, he felt like he could possibly erase it. Under the blue banner titled Idle Gaming System, Noah could see a blank blue box that seemed similar to the screen of a phone, and within the left side of this huge box, he could see a square that held the image of a minotaur in the name of Burning Domains Rift Iron. He felt his heart beating quicker as he clicked on this singular square, a bright flash shining out as information entered his mind. The host has successfully cleared the Burning Domains dimensional rift, and can access this rift in idle mode starting now. The idle mode for the Burning Domains rift is active, and will take 65 minutes to clear before loot resources can be available for collecting. Noah was absolutely incredulous when he continued to receive the bundles of information about his system, a system that seemed so ridiculous that couldn't even fathom the extent of it. If the host clears the dimensional rift at a faster speed in the real world, the time needed before collecting loot resources will be adjusted. More and more information flowed in as Noah's already shocked mind was bombarded even more. He actually had a system that activated something called idle mode on any dimensional rifts that he cleared. After he cleared a rift once, he wouldn't have to do anything as he could access his idle gaming system interface and enter idle mode for the selected rift, automatically collecting loot after however much time it took him to clear the rift in the real world. Holy shit! Chapter 6, My Idle Gaming System. Among the many systems Noah had read about in the myriad of trashy novels, he could make a case for his system being the most ridiculous. It truly fit his personality of not wanting to do any work but still getting wonderful rewards. He heart-thumped as he felt relief washing over him, thanking whoever was watching down over him for this beautiful system as he had a gleeful smile on his face when he watched the timer on the Burning Domains rift slowly go down over time. In the lush greenery behind the Blessed Academy, Noah lay among the grasses that shone with green lights as an hour very quickly passed. Ding! Loot resources are available for collecting in the Burning Domains rift. A sound similar to a notification rang in Noah's mind as he opened his eyes slowly, going into the interface of the idle gaming system and clicking on the box that represented the Burning Domains rift. Rumble. An explosion of light blinded him as graphics of 5 boxes appeared in front of his eyes. +5 idle EXP, +13 iron rank cores, +1 blazing sword, +1 iron rank minotaur shard, +30 iron rank unit upgrade crystals. All items have been placed in host's inventory. His eyes nearly bulged out at the abundant rewards of the 1 hour of idle mode, watching with incredulousness as the timer in front of the Burning Domain's Rift icon automatically reset to 65 minutes as it began to count down again. It meant that approximately every hour for the foreseeable future, Noah would be gaining stupendous loot and resources of varying amounts. If he cleared other dimensional rifts and also had them in idle mode. The mere thought nearly caused his adrenaline to shoot through the roof as he breathed out to calm down. He focused on the mentioned rewards as he viewed each of them in detail. Idle EXP, the experience gained from using the idle gaming system, can be used to level up the system and unlock new features. 5 out of 1000 EXP until the next upgrade. Iron rank cores, cores that can be used to strengthen the body up to the peak of iron rank. Blazing sword, a sharp sword of the iron rank. Has slight fire essence contained within that can burn enemies. Iron rank minotaur shard, collect 100 shards to be able to summon an iron rank minotaur to aid you in real life and in idle mode. Every equipped summon reduces rift clearing time by a certain percentage. 1 out of 100 shards until summoning. Iron rank unit upgrade crystals, crystals that can be used to upgrade the strength of the summons. When 2 iron rank summons achieve peak iron rank, evolution into the next tier is possible. He was speechless. Truly speechless. The system came with so many things that he had to read over it a few times, but a singular glaring message was shouting in his mind. Too OP. That's right. It was too damn overpowered. By doing nothing, he would receive tremendously valuable loot every hour from the single-dimensional rift he cleared with some loot that he had never even heard about. Things like unit shards capable of summoning the boss monsters of rifts as his pets or the unit upgrade crystals that increased their ranks. He hadn't come across such a thing before. It was all so ridiculous that he couldn't help but tear up. He wasn't a useless transmigrator. He wouldn't accidentally be killed by a passing blast. Maybe, just maybe with this system, he would be able to rise up and shine even brighter than any of the trash main characters he read about while protecting himself in this dangerous new world. The fear of mediocrity he had these past weeks, he would wash this fear away as fast as he could as he rose to the top. Ah! His thoughts calmed down as he came out of his soliloquy and glanced to the lower right of the huge blue screen interface where he saw multiple square boxes that had the label of Inventory above them. There were 5 rows and columns, and he could see the number of pages written as 1/1000 AR the bottom of the inventory. This was another stupidly ridiculous feature as he merely sighed in amazement. He saw that the aforementioned, +13 iron rank cores, +1 blazing sword, +1 iron rank minotaur shard, and +30 iron rank unit upgrade crystals, were all placed in the inventory, his mind merely thinking about the blazing sword as it disappeared from the inventory and appeared in his hands. It seemed as if he had one of the shocking treasures that were known as space rings which could contain things in a separate space, but he had an inventory that was just monstrous. The blazing sword disappeared from his hands as the iron rank cores appeared instead. They were all peak iron rank cores, every single one without exception, as this was another huge fact with Noah's system. The cores always had qualities of low, medium, and peak, with bosses of dimensional rifts being the only ones capable of dropping peak cores of their respective levels. Yet, Noah got all peak cores from a single run of the Burning Domain's rift in idle mode. He continued shaking his head in amazement as he barely believed it even now. I might as well put in some work and absorb the cores to go towards peak iron rank. He had a thought that would cause others to spit blood in jealousy, pulling the single glimmering peak iron rank core in his hands as he began absorbing it while lying down on the verdant grassy plains. Wisps of energy flowed into his body as his cells drank everything with fervor. His eyes closed as he continued to absorb a peak iron core that very few iron blessed would get to enjoy. He was truly working hard. But everything was made possible with a single interface that awakened the moment he cleared a dungeon rift for the first time. Idle gaming system. This thought passed through his mind over and over again as he couldn't help but form the biggest smile. This was his cheat system. This was his tool to a wondrous life in this new ethereal realm. This is my idle gaming system. Rumble. Chapter 7, Glorious Loot. The days were always infinitely brighter when you knew your future was bright. Noah was feeling this way at this moment as he had just finished absorbing 10 peak iron cores, his body feeling extremely vibrant and filled with energy, even though he felt like this wasn't the limit of the iron rank. He pulled up the idle gaming system interface and clicked on the Burning Domains Rift icon that was shining in gold, indicating that loot resources were ready for collecting whenever he wished. SHIA. A bright gold light. Glorious words then appeared in front of his eyes. Plus 5 idle EXP, plus 15 iron rank cores, plus 2 iron rank minotaur shards, plus 20 iron rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 1 flame bow. He gained 2 more cores and an extra minotaur shard for the past hour of idle mode compared to last time, also getting less unit upgrade crystals along with a wondrous equipment in the form of a bow. The things that had extremely low drop rate for Blessed were flowing to him as loot every hour as he thought he would very soon not know what to do with them. He left everything in the inventory for now as he saw the sun was going down, with night soon to descend. Annalise should be diving into the Burning Domains Rift again within the next hour? He remembered how the party planned to delve into the dimensional rift again after 3 hours, thinking about his little sister in this new ethereal realm that he would very soon be able to take care of. When he transmigrated, he had taken over the body and memories of the Noah Eckert of this ethereal realm as he felt very connected to the family he had here. Because of the memories, it didn't seem like he only knew them for 3 weeks and it felt like he had known them for years. As for what he would do to get stronger and be more capable to the family that raised him, well, he just had to wait around and be idle, his system being able to take care of everything on his behalf. He rose from the verdant green plains behind the Blessed Academy as he passed through the huge structures of this organization, heading into the bustling city as the apartment complex of the parents of Noah and Annalise was only a 10-minute walk away. They commuted to the Blessed Academy daily to attend optional and some required lectures given by experienced Blessed on dimensional rifts, with the lessons dealing in a variety of topics. Some were focused on specific roles Blessed could take, whether they wanted to be damage dealers, tanks, or healers, and how they could achieve this. They would be taught which dimensional rifts they should dive in that dropped specific equipment for the role they wanted to specialize in, and much more. Other classes dealt in finance and business when it came to the currency that was cores, as well as how Blessed could manage their money and sell their loot either to the academy or private businesses. Noah's bright eyes shone ever brighter when he thought about these things while heading home. This ethereal realm had the fantasy and feel of both the Middle Ages and his modern world, yet seemed more advanced than his homeworld and its systems as they used magic to their advantage and created wondrous things. When he moved around the city in the first few days that he transmigrated, he would occasionally wonder if he was still back on the blue planet or had really come into a fantasy world. The similarities were too many. He passed by the crowds of people as he saw the apartment complex in his memories and went in, putting a code in a gate that was reinforced by iron rancors that very few criminals would bother breaking into. Security like this meant his parents were fairly well off as they managed to live in such a protected place, his dad and mom both being bronze Blessed that risked their lives in dimensional rifts daily just like his sister. He was truly the only one in the family that was a slacker, with his mom constantly worrying that his mind was too weak and he might do something dangerous to himself. Noah sighed in melancholy as he entered their apartment that held 4 rooms, a nicely designed living room, and a kitchen that already had a meal prepared on the table. Even though his mom was out with his dad in their team diving in dimensional rifts, she always kept a meal ready for her kids when they returned from their own adventures. Noah could feel the love of this new family of his that had made him think back to his own, reminiscing for a few minutes before he broke out of his stupor. He went to grab some of the food and fill himself to the brim as he planned for many possible things in the future, his thoughts innumerable as they revolved around his idle gaming system. When he finished eating, it was already nearing 8 p.m. as nobody had returned home yet. Well, the night is night and I could sleep and wake up tomorrow to truly wondrous presents. He thought about the loot resources he would be waking up to tomorrow as over 2 hours had passed since he last collected loot from last time, entering the idle gaming system interface and clicking on the box tinged with the color of gold once more before he called it a night. Plus 10 idle EXP, plus 28 iron rank cores, plus 3 iron rank minotaur shards, plus 55 iron rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 1 blazing armor. The glorious loot that had their text boxes tinged with their own colors glowed in front of his eyes, making him extremely happy as he delved into the warm bed. He would work hard idling this entire night and wake up to a better day tomorrow. As for the surprises that waited for him, there would be too many to count. The lights went off as after obtaining his cheat system, Noah Eckert was lulled into the folds of sleep. Chapter 8, Glorious Loot. 2. When Annalise returned to their apartment at around 10 p.m. and saw her brother sleeping with a carefree smile still present on his face, anger bloomed on her cute face as she truly didn't know what to do with this brother of hers. She was out with her team this entire time diving into rifts while he. It was too frustrating to even think about as she skipped her dinner and went to rest right away. The parents of the 2 children came in 2 hours later as it was past midnight, watching as their kids slept safely with a smile. The lives of all blessed were hard, no matter their ranks. The weakest in their family returned home the earliest as he was in bed by 8, with his little sister coming in 2 hours later, and their bronze rank parents coming back past midnight as they had to work even harder to provide their children with what they had today. It was a heartwarming scene as the Eckert household spent the night peacefully in their beds. Early morning on the next day, Noah woke up with a yawn while rubbing his eyes, looking towards the clock to see that it was 6 a.m. This might seem truly early for others, but he could already hear the sounds of his parents and little sister moving outside his room as they went to sleep later than him but woke up even earlier. Such was the regiment of powerful blessed they knew in their hearts that they had to rise up early to be truly successful. Noah shook off his grogginess as his eyes honed in towards the icon of a golden sword that represented his idle gaming system. The interface came up as he saw a blinding gold light on the square box with the picture of the Minotaur. The idle mode that had been running this entire night was filled with an overabundance of loot as Noah very quickly clicked on it. Through him. Glorious golden light erupted out as his vision was filled with vibrant text boxes, things only calming down a few seconds later as Noah's eyes focused on them. Plus 50 idle EXP, plus 150 iron rank cores, plus 11 iron rank minotaur shards, plus 300 iron rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 3 blazing armor, plus 1 blazing sword, plus 2 blazing helm. Noah had no words as he stared at the bright loot that went straight to his inventory. Not even taking into account the multiple equipment that very rarely dropped in dimensional rifts, just the number of iron cores alone nearly frightened Noah. 150 peak iron rank cores. That was more than enough to bring some to the peak of iron rank 3 times over, and he had all of it to himself. He pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming as he nearly burst out laughing in delirium. His emotions were rising so high as he felt his confidence rise, bursting out of his room as he went to the kitchen where his parents and Annalise were. His face looked bright as it showed someone with grand goals and aspirations, his eyes shining brightly as he spoke. Annalise, Mom, Dad, this son has finally decided to get serious and become a capable blessed. All 3 blessed in the apartment turned towards him briefly as silence filled the room. Annalise threw him the cold shoulder after his actions yesterday as she went back to her meal, his father only nodding disbelievingly as his mom gave him a light smile while patting the seat next to her. Come have some breakfast, you little rascal. His whole family ignored his bold claim as they went about their business, Noah breathing out exasperatedly as he groaned about his past slacking behavior before he joined them for breakfast. They might not believe him now as things stood, but results would speak louder than words when the time came. And his results, well, he didn't have to think about it too much when he thought about the rewards of idle mode for a single-dimensional rift after just barely 1/2 a day. Noah ate his breakfast in silence while his parents and sister talked about the happenings of Academy City. Being blessed themselves, his parents had gone through everything that Annalise and he were doing right now, and they had already passed through the stage of the Blessed Academy years ago. The Academy was an institution established to help prepare all upcoming blessed and to reduce the deaths occurring in the dimensional rifts. There wasn't truly a grading system or any such thing, as the only grading was one's strength. When a blessed first entered the Blessed Academy, they would be given an identification badge that classified them as students. This badge could be used by the blessed to pass through the encampments of the iron rank dimensional rifts within Academy City. If they felt like they had grown strong enough and the Blessed Academy could not be of any help to them, then they would have to take a test that would grant them an official blessed license, which allows them to enter the higher ranking dimensional rifts within Academy City. Noah was thinking about this method of things at this moment as he was setting up a plan to clear the 2 remaining iron rank dimensional rifts in the Academy City before he took the assessment of the Blessed Academy that certified his identity as a qualified blessed and allowed him to delve into the more dangerous rifts. Of course, his life was the most important, so he had to be truly confident in his abilities first before he did any such things. As he saw from the first dimensional rift he cleared, as long as he was in the team clearing it, it was counted as he could utilize it in idle mode. This gave him many ideas, as he had a myriad of ways to go about when it came to clearing a rift. The family finished their breakfast as the parents were the first to leave, followed by Annalise, Noah being left alone in the house as he breathed out slowly. He went back to his room as he waved his hand and caused the appearance of a peak iron core, lying on his bed grandly, as he began to absorb it in order to pump his strength even higher. He had to work hard to absorb the cores he obtained after a hard night's work of idle mode. Other beings had to farm low, medium, and peak rank cores for months as they divided them between their party members and decked themselves out in equipment first before they began slowly absorbing them to raise their strength. It was only after they graduated from the stage of having to rent out equipment that they could begin amassing cores to increase their strength, taking another month or 2 as they worked with a team to collect and absorb enough cores they could absorb to hit peak iron rank. This was the point when they could take the assessment of the Blessed Academy to be labeled qualified blessed that obtained the license to delve into the bronze ranked rifts within Academy City. This was when the adventure truly began, and also the stage where many blessed remained their entire lives, the bronze rank. Getting into such a rank was achievable with time, but getting past it and into the silver level? Insurmountably hard. An example was Noah's parents that were still in the bronze rank after all these years. Noah thought about the plight of all blessed as he continued absorbing the peak iron cores, spending the entire morning doing so as he only regained his bearings in the afternoon. This was because as he was in the process of absorbing another core, he found out that no energy was flowing into his body anymore. Only then did he rise from the bed as he checked his body, seeing his muscles taut as they vibrated with strength, each part of his body screaming out with power. Peak iron rank achieved. Through him. He released a burst of strength from his strong body as the bed below him creaked, rising up and staring at himself in front of the mirror while he admired the grand visage of muscles. Wow! The toned body he never thought he would have in his wildest dreams could be seen in the mirror, his hands tracing over the 6-packs that he thought was a mere dream. Didn't one have to do a lot of cardio and control their diet if they ever wanted something like this? In this ethereal realm, he just had to absorb the cores his idle gaming system provided for him, as his body would be sculpted to perfection along the way. Chapter 9, A Personage Descends. Noah left his apartment complex feeling full of power and strength as he went in a different direction than usual. He wasn't going towards the direction of Blessed Academy, but further into the Academy City where one could find another iron rank dimensional rift, the Frozen Forest. After achieving peak iron rank in a day from the idle mode of a single rift, Noah planned to add as many other rifts as he could in the foreseeable future so he could enjoy even more abundant rewards. The earlier the better really was too true for him, as the rewards he could get exponentially rising whenever he was able to add another rift. He also needed to go clear the Burning Domains rift once more to get an even faster clear time that would cause his loot resources to collect even more rapidly. He walked with large strides through the bustling streets of Academy City as he felt like a giant among men, his eyes being able to see even more as every breath he took felt like powerful billowing flames. This was the feeling of power that peak iron rank gave him, his heart feeling excited when he thought about breaking through into the bronze rank. The streets around him were filled with majestic-looking animals pulling carriages, and one could even see floating vehicles that released a blue glow below as they sped past everything. It was commonplace in Academy City to observe the combination of technology and magic, as there were many large organizations researching the use of cores and incorporating them into daily lives. As Noah moved across the bustling streets, he found a congestion of beings up front, as each of them seemed to be pointing towards the skies while speaking in amazed tones. Is it really true? The fifth ethereal princess will be visiting Academy City for the next few weeks? That's the edict that high-ranking Blessed heard. It's about to be a tumultuous next few weeks in Academy City. Noah's ears caught the hushed words of Amaze's Blessed as his eyes also turned towards the skies, noticing a majestic vessel floating above the tall buildings of the Academy City. Only those with true power and status could do such a thing, and the being on the vessel had a tremendous status, as she was the fifth ethereal princess of the ethereal realm. She was the daughter of the powerful being that stood at the peak of power in the ethereal realm, the royalty that made all the rules and laws of this realm. The will of such a being was inviolable, as seeing his descendants away from the imperial city was truly a rare sight. The ethereal realm was extremely vast, as it held within it enormous clusters of land that were divided into 3 continents. There was the light continent, the dark continent, and the wild continent. The light and dark continents were connected by land, while the faraway wild continent was separated from the two by an expansive sea. The ethereal emperor's power began in the imperial city of the light continent, his influence stretching to the dark and wild continents, as when he rose to the peak of power and was crowned as the emperor of the realm, not a single person had been powerful enough to oppose him. Our story had only begun as it took place in the small city-state that was Academy City, located in the light continent, and the unexpected sight of an important personage that had left the imperial city and graced the Academy City with their presence occurred. Noah recalled all the information he could from the mind of the body he was occupying as he stared with shining eyes towards the enormous vessel that had begun descending down from its high position. Through him. It released a powerful sound, as it looked like a floating ship one would only ever see out of the wildest fantasy. The important personages within became visible as the vessel neared the ground, Noah being among the many specks of nobodies whose eyes were pulled towards a shocking image. It was the scene of a ridiculously beautiful silver-haired girl stepping out from the vessel, her left and right sides bounded by powerful-looking Blessed that released a wondrous silver color from their bodies. Silver rank. The fifth ethereal princess stepping out of the vessel was actually accompanied by numerous silver-ranked Blessed as guards, her face keeping a gorgeous smile as she stepped on the streets of Academy City and went towards the entrance of a huge skyscraper that had golden words lining it up, the Golden Phoenix Auction House. Noah felt his eyes blazing with light as he watched the scene of a singular being escorted by Blessed that were powerfully in the silver rank. Such was status. Such was the true power in this realm. Even the silver-ranked guards that flanked the fifth ethereal princess truly had no need to do so, as it was a mere formality. This was because within the ethereal realm, the power of the personage at the very top was absolute. Not a single being would dare even have an idea of lifting their hands to this personage's descendants. Ah! Noah thought wistfully about the power and prestige such beings held as he shook his head. He lived in an entirely different world than these powerful beings that had just their guards be multiple times more powerful than him. He wouldn't think about them too much at this point, as he might never even enter their playing field. If his strength happened to rise to a great degree in the coming days and months as he became confident enough to protect his little life, only then would he entertain such an idea. For now, would play with his idle gaming system as he collected loot every day and see if he could get much stronger than he currently was. His eyes lingered on the gorgeous fifth ethereal princess and her shocking escort just a bit longer as she entered the Golden Phoenix Auction House, shaking his head as he began moving away from the crowd of watching people. He had a dimensional rift to clear. Chapter 10, let's add another rift. Within the Golden Phoenix Auction House. The steps of the fifth ethereal princess were light as she was received by the chief of the auction house himself, a silver-ranked Blessed that adopted a fawning expression the moment he saw the princess. At ease, Chief Raikiel. My visit to this city will only last a week or two before I head back, and I will frequent your auction house among other places to pass the time. The voice of the fifth ethereal princess was extremely sonorous and filled with a commanding authority that made Chief Raikiel bow his head even lower. One would be shocked to see that the face of the being within looked no older than 20. I wouldn't dare be presumptuous in front of the princess. Please let this servant know if he can be of any use during your stay here. Even a silver rank expert that could make waves and own an establishment like the Golden Phoenix auction house in the center of Academy City acted subserviently towards a being with her status. The princess only gave a light smile as she walked into the auction house with slow steps. Her visit into Academy City this time was a mystery that many people would never find out about, but the consequences of her visit would be a match that would spark the birth of something that had yet to even enter the minds of the powerful beings of the ethereal realm. It was bound to be a tumultuous next few weeks as the fifth ethereal princess descended unto Academy City, undercurrents waving in the dark that very few knew about. On the streets of Academy City far away from the Golden Phoenix auction house, Noah was marveling at all the fantastical scenes around him as he hummed a tune while he neared the location of the dimensional rift after some time, his eyes wandering around the interface as he noticed yet another section, this time in the top right-hand corner. It was the square box that had the cartoon image of him. He clicked on it as a set of words appeared in front of his eyes. Noah Eckert, rank, Iron, peak. Strength, Iron. Dexterity, Iron. Intelligence, Iron. Vitality, Iron. Skills, none. Ooh. He glanced at the stat panel looking interface as he released a sharp breath, seeing the quantified attributes of his body that felt full of power. Very intuitive indeed. He gave a nod to the system that continued to surprise him as he finally neared the encampment of one of the 3 iron-rank dimensional rifts within Academy City. Surrounding it were an abundance of blessed, some with full teams waiting to go in while others had half teams while seemingly waiting for their party members or looking around for powerful blessed to join them. One didn't have to find a team to delve into rifts with just in the Blessed Academy, they could easily get into one around the encampment of a rift, if they were strong enough that is. Noah had a light smile on as he looked at his inventory that nearly had the full set of the wondrous blazing equipment from the Burning Domain's rift, his thoughts moving with a command. Equip! His intentions were received as while he moved through the crowd of blessed, a sword pulsing with flames appeared in his hands while a red full body armor and a helm came to easily fit into his body. When he passed through an unsuspecting group of blessed, he came out as a blessed fully decked out in a nearly complete blazing set as he went towards a part that only held 4 members. Their eyes drew towards him and the powerful looking set of armament he had on, the party leader at the forefront going towards him as Noah was the first to ask. Might you guys be looking for another member? My team isn't diving today, but I still want to stretch my legs. Thrum! His body tensed out as he released a powerful shockwave of strength, the blessed in front of him looking towards him with shining eyes as the leader had a big smile. This was because they could now sense his strength at the peak of iron rank. Having such a being on your team was a blessing. Haha, of course. Come meet everyone else. The party leader was jovial to gain a powerful blessed to dive with them today as Noah went to mingle with the party. It had a single tank with a healer and the rest being damage dealers. Noah joining this designation as with him in the party, they were confident enough to clear the frozen forest before them. They queued up among the teams diving as within 20 minutes they went through, Noah stepping into the frozen forest with a new team as he moved towards his goal of having multiple dimensional rifts in idle mode as he collected even more abundant rewards day and night. Chapter 11. So that's what it feels like. The frozen forest dimensional rift was exactly that, an enormous forest that spanned a few miles, frozen trees and plains of snow visible all around as within the forest, monsters of the ice attribute ran rampant. A team entering the frozen forest had to clear out all the monsters within before the boss could be summoned, and they had to be careful that they didn't stay in one place or call too much attention to themselves, otherwise they could be swarmed by all nearby beasts. The party Noah joined thought he would take the lead as he was a peak iron blessed, but he gave them a slight smile as he beckoned for the party leader to continue his role. Within the frosty environment of the frozen forest, Noah felt extremely comfortable while wrapped up on his blazing set equipment, the fiery blazing armor and helm making him fully ignore the cold environment. GRRR. The first dimensional beast appeared the moment they stepped foot in the forest, Noah's eyes shining as with his increased strength, he didn't feel any ounce of pressure from such a beast that he felt before. The beast was very similar to an Arctic wolf, its sharp canines threatening to tear into the hearts of its enemies as the tank raised his shield and got ready to defend. From behind, Noah's eyes became sharp as he felt his body moving, kicking up a flurry of snow as he found himself closing the distance of a few meters between him and the wolf rapidly as before he knew it, his blazing sword was striking down towards the head of the Arctic wolf. The party members observed the scene in shock as they saw Noah move extremely fast, their eyes widening as they saw his fiery sword smash into the ferocious head of the Arctic wolf as a horrid sound rang out. Squelch! The sword struck deep as it pierced into the head and caused brain matter to fly, the dimensional beast exploding into clusters of light soon after as Noah stood dominantly on the snowy field. One hit. One kill. Who? He breathed out slowly as he felt a sense of exhilaration fill his body, his eyes shaking as he finally felt the excitement he had hoped to feel since he transmigrated into this ethereal realm. The feeling of power that would course through your body. The feeling of taking down a fierce monster with a swing of your sword. So that's what it feels like. Rumble. Noah couldn't help but release his aura at the iron rank, the gray wave of energy throwing up the snow around them as it caused some noise in the surroundings. The party members that were amazed by his strength just before adopted surprised looks at the release of power from the blessed in front of them, but their gazes quickly changed as they began hearing the growls of beasts come towards them. They, or more aptly Noah, had made too much noise as they drew the attention of surrounding beasts. Protective formation. The tank called out quickly as the party clustered together, but Noah's eyes were still wild and filled with excitement as they landed on the figures of the three more dimensional beasts coming towards them. His body that felt like it held limitless strength rushed towards the nearest one as he released an excited bellow. Oh! He could release such a frightful bellow freely because he affirmed what he knew blessed at the peak iron rank could very easily take care of the common monsters in iron rank dimensional rifts, their power nearing the bosses of such rifts as all they needed was support from a few other blessed to easily clear iron rank rifts. He had absorbed over 60 peak iron rank cores as he reached peak iron, his strength being something that would cause the envy of many new upcoming blessed in the academy. With the support of the healer and tank that could take over to push back the monsters whenever Noah had to pull back and recuperate to regain his full strength, the party was able to clear the monsters of the frozen forest with relative ease as the two damage dealers felt like they weren't required. Rumble. The boss monster of the frozen forest rift was summoned after they spent over half an hour to clear the monsters of the few miles-long forest. A ferocious dimensional beast appeared in front of their eyes. Roar! It was a huge 5-meter mammoth, its tusks glistening with a dangerous light as it charged towards them. Warriors resolve. The tank of their past used his energy as he cast what was relatively rare to come across among blessed. It was a skill. Thrum. The body of the blessed shone with a bright green light as he stood like a fortress with his shield raised high, stopping the advancement of the mammoth as Noah and the other damage dealers immediately swooped in to land ferocious attacks. With their swift teamwork and Noah's high attack power that dug out chunks of burnt meat with every attack, the boss of the frozen forest was bound to fall in a matter of minutes. Chapter 12, A Second Rift on Idle Mode. Boom! The fall of an enormous beast caused a ruckus as the snow was blown everywhere, the beast then bursting into innumerable lights as loot came out. A wondrous frost armor floated down along with 10 cores, causing excitement to build on the faces of the party moments Noah joined with as they looked towards him with shining eyes. Since he had contributed the most during this rift run, he had the first pick when it came to loot. But his next action surprised them all as they saw him grab the armor and throw it towards the party leader. "This is thanks for letting me team up with you guys." Noah threw the Iron Ran equipment over to them as a show of goodwill, knowing he wouldn't have ventured into a dangerous rift alone at the stage of strength he was at. If he got exhausted halfway through and couldn't stop the onslaught of beasts or be able to stand against a boss 1v1, only the sweet release of death awaited him for a second time. Besides, he already had multiple iron equipment, and with the addition of this dimensional rift into his idle gaming system, equipment such as this frost armor would be flowing to him in great numbers just in the next few hours. The blessed he partied with looked towards him like he was a saint, the party leader handing Noah a communication medallion that was a common mode of communication in the ethereal realm. They could reach each other from vast distances by merely putting their energy into the medallion and speaking to let their voice travel on the other side. Brother Noah, be sure to party with us again whenever you have the time. Just send me a message through the communication medallion and we will all be there. The blessed looked towards Noah like a fat sheep as they saw him discard an equipment so easily, thinking he might be one of the blessed that came from a powerful family as they wanted to form connections. They weren't too far off as in a short period of time, Noah would become even more well-off than the rich sons and daughters of huge organizations. At these words, Noah gave a light smile as he spoke out. We can continue to party right now. Have you guys dived into the verdant plains before? His words shook the four blessed as he asked about the third iron rank dimensional rift in Academy City, a rift an hour away from their current location. But Noah spoke of it because he asked himself why he should wait before obtaining all three iron rank dimensional rifts in Academy City. What prevented him from getting the last one today as he enjoyed his next few days idling while getting an obscene amount of loot? The party leader didn't expect this as he looked at his teammates while nodding, saying that they had ventured into it a few times. Noah could only smile brightly at this as he went towards the runic magic circle that appeared after the defeat of the mammoth to leave the frozen forest rift, his voice ringing out in the ears of the blessed behind him. Then, let's go on a trip. Thrum. Energy fluctuated out as the four party members looked wryly at each other while following. This powerful blessed was eccentric. Noah and the party of blessed left the frozen forest rift as they made their way through the vibrant Academy City towards yet another iron rank dimensional rift. On the way there, he glanced at the idle gaming system interface. Next to the Burning Domains Rift Iron, a new square box had appeared as it contained the cartoonish graphic of a mammoth. Its label was Frozen Forest Rift Iron. It had already entered idle mode as Noah saw the timer counting down from 48. The clearing of this rift being much faster than his first one as the rewards would come with even more frequency. His shining eyes then clicked on the Burning Domains Rift Iron box that was shining with a golden light that indicated loot resources were ready for collection. It had been a few hours since he last collected, so the rewards were abundant. Plus 40 idle EXP, plus 120 iron rank cores, plus 9 iron rank minotaur shards, plus 130 iron rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 2 blazing lance, plus 2 blazing boots. More and more iron cores rolled in as he gained yet another weapon and armament from the blazing set, his steps light as he had a happy expression while moving with his makeshift team towards the verdant plains. If just a single dimensional rift had been able to push him to peak iron rank after a day, he wondered what would happen when had 3 in idle mode. Academy City was vast, but the large majority of dimensional rifts were clustered in the center of the city. This was of course due to planning, many of the powerful organizations bending to the will of the ruling force of the ethereal realm as they built nearly all of their complexes around the dimensional rift. The rifts were looked at as a source of tremendous wealth and possibilities, but it seemed the truly powerful were somewhat wary of them as they acted with care. But Noah didn't have to worry about any of this right now as after passing numerous conglomerates and blessed organizations, his little team arrived at the last iron rank dimensional rift in Academy City, the Verdant Plains. The truly powerful blessed didn't pay too much attention to small rifts like these as most blessed organizations could be found active on bronze ranked rifts and above. The process for this rift was as easy as the others, where the team had to simply wait in line before they could enter the gray glowing portal of the Verdant Plains. Noah's eyes were bright as their turn came and they entered, his heart filled with excitement as he was actually set to achieve his goal of having all 3 iron rank dimensional rifts in his idle system just a day after he unlocked it. Chapter 13, I've been too active lately. The Verdant Plains Rift was just as its name described. Expansive plains of green stretched throughout as the monsters were slow-moving treants. They were huge 5-meter-tall dimensional beasts that packed quite the punch, the only saving grace being their slow speed, as careful Blessed could slowly take them down until the boss spawned. Since the treats were all outstretched in the same planes, Noah could use his vigorous strength at peak iron rank to tear down the thick defenses of the treats, as his fire weapon was truly deadly against them. All that was left was for the party of Blessed to reinforce him every now and then, as he felt the vibrant skill of heal land on him when his armor got even the slightest scratch. The healer was treating him extremely well, as Noah enviously thought of the skills that she and the tank held. Unless a Blessed naturally awakened a skill or multiple naturally, obtaining skills could only be done one-way: skill books. Such things didn't even drop in iron rank dimensional rifts, the mobs in bronze rank rifts being capable of rarely dropping lower ranking skill books, or the bosses of these bronze rank rifts being capable of dropping skill books of the same rank as them. Noah would have to dive into a bronze rank rift if he wanted to get his hands on a skill book, or he could of course use his newfound wealth to buy these expensive treasures from others. His thoughts drifted away from skill books as he focused on the treats his sword was slashing apart, the last movie falling under his hands as a brilliant light shined out to announce the coming of the boss, the verdant treant. "Swarm this slow thing!" Noah shouted out to the other damage dealers of the party as they moved forward rapidly, his heart set on clearing the rift in as little time as possible for the maximum rewards on his idol system later. Roar! The treat bellowed out angrily as the tank did a good job of keeping its aggro, Noah and the other damage dealers moving in and out as the boss was brought down in less than 8 minutes. HAAA. Noah breathed out heavily at the fall of the beast, watching the explosion of light as only cores dropped from it. The Blessed went to go pick them up with a disappointed expression as the party leader thanked Noah for the smooth rift dive once more. Noah only gave them a light smile as he waved goodbye, having achieved his goal of clearing 3-dimensional rifts and having them in idle mode, as this last one was completed in less than 40 minutes. He had truly been too active lately, the past few hours all spent running around from one dimensional rift to another. He left the verdant plains rift as he enjoyed the sights of Academy City while heading towards the direction of the Blessed Academy. The beautiful grass plains behind the academy was his all-time favorite spot since his transmigration, as he wanted to collect the loot resources of 3-dimensional rifts for the first time while lying down on his old spot. He needed to go back to his slacking ways while enjoying the fruits of his hard work, as with every passing hour, his idle gaming system would be working for him. He spent his time walking around Academy City as he arrived in the Blessed Academy an hour later. He made his way across the multiple departments of this enormous organization as he also passed all the busy Blessed, his body at this moment dressed in his usual clothes, as the blazing set he had on had long since returned to his inventory. He went behind the huge academy as he returned to the swaying grass plains that looked even better than any garden he had come across before. A smile of satisfaction entered his face as he laid down on the grass, his body being covered by them as one could barely make his figure out among the waving grasses. Over an hour passed since Noah had the 3 iron rank rifts on idle mode, the earlier ones having had even more time under their belt. His eyes shone as he opened his eyes and focused on the idle gaming system, clicking on all of the rifts at once, wanting to see the results of his hard world and what he should expect for the future. Plus 15 idle EXP, plus 45 iron rank cores, plus 1 blazing sword, plus 1 frost armor, plus 1 verdant shield, plus 1 iron rank minotaur shard, plus 1 iron rank mammoth shard, plus 1 iron rank verdant treant shard, plus 90 iron rank unit upgrade crystals. The wondrous sight of loot he would have needed 3 hours to pass from a single rift to receive. He got in under an hour from the 3 rifts in total. One must also keep in mind the fact that the frozen forest had less than 50 minutes of clear time, and the verdant plains had only 38 minutes of required idle time before the cycle of loot could repeat. This shocking fact meant that when the next day came, the loot resources Noah was about to obtain would make even bronze-ranked Blessed feel like peasants in terms of wealth. Rumble. He felt his heart loudly beat in excitement as he couldn't stop thinking of a glorious future. Chapter 14, I Could Be a Wealthy Young Master. Noah had worked hard in the morning and afternoon, having idle mode set up on 3-dimensional rifts simultaneously when it was already in the evening. He relaxed among the tall verdant grasses on the field behind the Blessed Academy, very few blessed taking the time to come back here as their hearts were set of rifts and what they could do to get stronger from them. When someone did go behind the blessed academy, it was more than likely a crimson-haired girl that pushed herself to help her slacker of a brother. The wind caused the grass to sway peacefully as Noah had a bright smile while relaxing, the environment of this world being so fantastic that simply taking in the air from the surroundings felt wondrous. His eyes were following the green energies swirling on the grass around him as they soon wandered and began seeing the appearance of tall, slender legs. Those legs, he recognized those legs. Brother! Why are you always here? Annalise had appeared with a tired face as she stood above her brother, Noah rising up from the ground he lay on as he looked at her with a light smile. The dimensional rift diving today must have been particularly stressful as the girl had tired eyes that didn't seem to want to continue anymore. It's peaceful here. Away from the bustle of Academy City, away from the mad and blessed that are always busy doing something. Noah said this as he looked even further past the plains behind Academy City. Half a mile away, the plains turned into thick foliage and trees as they melded to form the start of a famous forest in the Academy City, a forest that the blessed academy itself normally had training exercises in. Annalise nodded at her brother's answer as she sat down beside him. She didn't expect her brother to ask her a question next. Why do you work so hard to dive into dimensional rifts, little sister? To change our position. Mom and Dad have been stuck in the bronze rank all their lives as they only move like clockwork for the past years, diving into rifts to get enough loot to sustain us as the process only repeats. Annalise had unexpectedly found herself talking freely, her gaze hazy as flames of ambition could be seen in this girl's eyes. This was the blessed that had awoken an inherent skill that many genius blessed held, a type of skill that propelled them to power if they utilized it and grew it well. It was something called an inherent growth skill, something that grew with the power of the holder. Annalise's growth skill was something that allowed her to be dominant in the Burning Domain's rift, the ability Noah had seen before when he observed her shooting extremely cold arrows to the flame-based monsters. Ice Queen. A growth ability with a dominant name that granted its holder the attribute of ice in all their attacks. Depending on what the blessed that held it did, the skill could be grown in something terrifying, or it could be lost in the dredges of time as it amounted to nothing. Noah was a normal blessed that had awakened without such a perk, his situation being something the large majority of blessed went through. I want to grow strong enough that bronze rank isn't the peak that I will be stuck on, so that I can tell Mom she doesn't have to risk her life every day with teams of people that all have their own goals. Anything can happen, you know? Any one of these days she could enter a rift, and we might never hear from her again. Thrum! Shocking words came out of Annalise as Noah's lazy eyes focused. The emotions of the body he took over seemed to become tumultuous as time passed. It would be helpful if my older brother picked up some of the work and helped me as well. Annalise voiced out softly as she hugged her knees while staring in the direction of the far forest with glimmering verdant trees. Noah could only sigh as he rose up, giving her a light smile as his hand reached out to help her up. Your older brother will surprise you in the next few days. I really wasn't joking when I said that. Let's go home for now. The eyes of Annalise were filled with many thoughts as she merely nodded towards her brother with a smile, the two siblings beginning to walk back to their homes. They passed through the streets of Academy City and found the complex their parents had managed to provide for them for all their lives, entering its folds as the hours quickly passed. Noah enjoyed the feeling of clicking the idle gaming system interface when 10+ hours had passed, the sight of a large collection of loot resources showing up at once having become an addicting feeling to him. Since around 5 p.m. in the evening, he didn't collect any loot resources from the three-dimensional rifts running in idle mode as he planned to give himself a surprise early in the morning. Chapter 15, I Could Be a Wealthy Young Master. 2. In the early hours of the morning at around 6 a.m., Noah found himself waking up naturally as the bustle of activity could already be heard in the apartment. He rose from his bed as his eyes shone brightly, attracted towards the glowing box that held a golden sword representing his idle gaming system. Over 13 hours had passed since he last collected, and he purposefully waited for the overabundance of loot to stack. Entering the idle gaming system interface, he saw the three-dimensional rifts that were shining with a brilliant golden light. They were screaming, "Click on us and collect." And so he did. Through 'em. An eruption of a bright gold light, and a set of shocking words appeared in front of his eyes. Plus 215 idle EXP, plus 585 iron rank cores, plus 4 blazing armor, plus 7 blazing sword, plus 8 frost armor, plus 8 frost sword, plus 5 frost helm, plus 10 verdant shield, plus 6 verdant armor, plus 7 verdant spear, plus 15 iron rank minotaur shard, plus 20 iron rank mammoth shard, plus 24 iron rank verdant treant shard, plus 1170 iron rank unit upgrade crystals. Is this allowed? Noah had a shocking thought as he stared at the information floating in front of his eyes. The significance of having cleared multiple dimensional rifts was so damn huge that it showed itself clearly after just half a day in idle mode. The idle experience that would have taken him 10 days to max and achieve the next level of his system, he received 1/5 of it in just half a day, as he would at most need 2 more days before he could upgrade the system. The iron rank cores, my goodness, the iron rank cores. He felt like he was wealthier than any young masters he had read about in the past, as the number of cores was truly extravagant. But most of all, the biggest surprises were the loot resources of the frozen forest and the verdant plains that were much shorter than the burning domain's rift. The loot from these 2 rifts had given him many resources this past night, his eyes honing in on the mammoth and variant treant unit shards that had exploded in number. One must recall that he needed 100 shards to summon a unit by his side, and he had received nearly 1/4 of the required shards from just this single night. This made for a shocking reality that stated after a day and a half, or at most 2 days passed, he would be obtaining 2 summonable units he could use in real life and also in idle mode to decrease clearing time by a certain percentage. His mind was more focused on the fact that he could have them in reality, as it meant he could delve into rifts by himself and clear them at shocking speeds with the aid of 2 iron rank boss monsters. That was 2 rift bosses. Even if they were in the iron rank, it was something he could say with surety that he had never heard about before the few times he attended the classes in the Blessed Academy. Some blessed were capable of using summoning skills, of course, with others even being able to summon the terrifying undead or humongous beasts that made them renowned in the Light Continent. But to be capable of summoning rift bosses? No one could do so. Noah's excitement was also shooting through the roof when he recalled the iron rank unit upgrade crystals. These could be used to enhance the strength of the units even more, as if he had enough of them, he could even evolve 2 iron rank units into bronze. When he thought of this idea and the possibility of him collecting bronze or silver rank rift bosses to fuse in the future. Idle gaming system, please stop. I'm already very impressed. Noah nearly screamed out as the palpitating excitement threatened to cause a heart attack, the features of this system simply being too many, as there were even more things to unlock with future upgrades. 2 summonable boss units in around 36 hours at the earliest, 48 hours at most. He made a few calculations as the reality of the wonders of having 3 iron rank rifts on idle mode dawned on him, his eyes shining brightly as he felt the passage of time to truly not be moving as fast as it should. When he left his room, his parents and little sister had already gone out, as a fulfilling breakfast was left behind for him. He had a light smile on his face as many thoughts swirled in his mind, his eyes filled with glorious purposes. Today, he wanted to be a spendthrift. The vast academy city held a great deal of establishments and businesses that were under the leash of powerful organizations. There was an overabundance of stores and shops that sold fantastical things, but Noah made his way to an equipment shop most iron and bronze rank blessed visited, as he dared not step into the rich shops where arrogant blessed strolled in. He planned to visit the luxurious stores where one could obtain the rare skill books, but his wealth had not yet ballooned up to such an extent as he might only be able to buy one of the lowest ranking skill books and be left penniless. He would first obtain a measure of protection, and then wait for a day or 2 to pass before he searched for a skill. He stood in front of the door of the shop as he read, Equipment Emporium, on the building, entering it silently as he stepped into a glistening new world of equipment and unique items. The shop already had a few patrons, and early in the morning, multiple reception desks already occupied as Noah glanced at the inside of the store that had many equipment lining up their shelves. A large majority of them were of the iron rank, but he could see a number of bronze rank equipment, and on the ceiling of this shop, he could see a glistening silver armor floating majestically. Silver rank. His eyes squinted at the glorious armor as a voice shook him out of his thoughts. "How may we help you, sir?" A devilishly handsome guy with a serious expression appeared in front of Noah as he gave a light smile and spoke. "I came to buy some bronze rank equipment." "Oh? Right this way." A hint of surprise flashed by the eyes of the worker as he led Noah towards a counter, handing him a book that held a list of items as well as their prices. With hundreds of peak iron rank cores that a normal blessed could not even hope of gaining after years' worth of hard work, Noah went into an equipment shop to choose equipment above his level to buff himself up. Chapter 16, An Interrupted Slacker Eye. When it came to equipment, the price difference between iron and bronze was over 10 times. Going even further, the price difference between bronze and silver ranks was 100 times. It was a gulf that was extremely hard to cross for many beings as they stayed in lower ranks all their lives. To break through the status quo, one had to have an amazing inherent skill or be born in a rich household. Noah had no such things, but he did have his idle gaming system. "Let me get Gladiator's Plate and the Magma Sword." Noah spoke out simply after looking through the list of bronze rank equipment the man in front of him provided. The workers of this equipment emporium were extremely professional as Noah went snubbed or laughed at when he came in with such a shocking request, the worker only smiling towards him with shining eyes as he spoke out their prices. 50 bronze cores for the Magma Sword, 60 bronze cores for the Gladiator's Plate. Thump! The price caused Noah's heart to beat faster as he remained calm, waving his hand towards the counter as he caused the appearance of 700 iron rank cores. "You also accept iron cores, yes?" Alarm filled the face of the worker as he sat up straight. It wasn't because of the large amount of iron cores, even though this brought its own shock as a normal person would never carry that much with them. It was the action of waving his hands and causing the appearance of items from thin air. The worker of the equipment emporium glanced on the ring fingers of this blessed as he saw a simple ring on one of his fingers, his eyes shining as he assumed this blessed was a rich young master that had already obtained a space ring and was coming out to splurge after taking hundreds of cores from his parents or organization. The worker sat up straighter as he nodded. Iron cores are accepted, with the price changing to 600 iron cores and 700 bronze cores respectively for the equipment. "How does Sir wish to pay for the Magma Sword?" The price conversion was over 10 times as 50 bronze cores weren't even equivalent to 500 iron, but 600 instead. The worker pulled the 700 peak iron cores into the counter behind him as they disappeared, a pristine duffel bag holding within it the Gladiator's Plate, appearing instead as Noah's eyes lit up. He waved his hands once more as on the counter, one iron rank equipment after another began to appear ranging from the numerous blazing armors, frozen armors, blazing swords, and a variety of other equipment Noah had been obtaining freely from his idle gaming system. The worker counted at least 15 items as he evaluated all of them, nodding his head as he spoke out. "We can take these for 700 iron cores or pay the difference of 100 and hand you the Magma Sword." Noah nodded at the worker as he worked quickly, all the items he set forth disappearing behind the counter as another duffel bag appeared in front of him. 2 bags, 2 bronze rank equipment. Noah put them in his inventory as he had long since put on a normal ring he found in his house to pass off as a storage ring, nodding towards the worker as he achieved his goal and was about to leave. "Here's my business crystal. You can rely on our equipment emporium for all your equipment needs up to the silver rank." The worker handed Noah a shimmering crystal that held a unique signature of the equipment emporium, this being something Noah could use whenever he stepped into this store again as it would send a signal to notify this worker in front of him to come take his business. As a worker, he received a portion of the sales profit, this being some of the jobs that Iron Rank Blessed took. Noah nodded towards the worker with a smile as he stepped out of the shop, passing through the streets of Academy City as he went towards the Blessed Academy. On days like today, there were a few classes occurring where bronze rank hunters came to the academy to share their knowledge, but Noah returned to his lush hiding place filled with greenery behind the academy as he planned to relax there the entire day while waiting. He was waiting for the time to pass quickly so he could collect all the required unit shards to summon 2 rift bosses, as he would then be confident enough to go into the 3 rifts he had already cleared with these powerful creatures and bring his clear time even further down. The faster the clear time, the more abundant the rewards. With the bronze rank equipment he had just bought, he was more than confident enough to keep his little life while surrounded by rift bosses to clear iron rank dimensional rifts. This was especially so when he thought about the unit upgrade crystals. Just how strong could he make the rift bosses with the hundreds of upgrade crystals he already collected? How many would it take to max them before they could be combined and evolved into a monstrous bronze rank dimensional beast? Noah's mind truly swirled with a great deal of questions as he returned to his old peaceful hiding place and lay down, closing his eyes to relax. It felt really good to be a slacker. Chapter 17, An Interrupted Slacker 2. The bustle of Academy City was as vibrant as ever, with many powerful figures moving with their own goals. On this day, the Blessed moving around the Blessed Academy received shocking news that the personage that descended unto Academy City a few days ago. The 5th ethereal princess was visiting the Blessed Academy today. She had wandered across many establishments and organizations in the past 2 days as she gave many big bosses that thought of themselves as kings of their domain a huge fright. Each of them knew of the inviolable power of the ethereal emperor and exactly what royalty such as the 5th ethereal princess represented. So when the chiefs of the Blessed Academy received this information, they moved frightfully to get the Blessed moving around the academy in order as the fairy-like 5th ethereal princess came in while surrounded by silver-ranked guards. Princess, it's an honor to have you visit our humble academy. A bright smile that pushed away any and all darkness could be seen on the 5th princess as she nodded and spoke. I had to come see the academy that gets the next generations of Blessed ready for the dangerous rifts. I won't bother you guys for too long. Thump! The silver rank Blessed that was in charge of the academy along with a few other chiefs could feel sweat forming on his head as he nodded while trying to keep a smile on his face. Please, take all the time you need. The 5th princess moved with her guards as the surrounding Blessed looked towards her with shining eyes in amazement. The demeanor of this personage was truly too grand. The chiefs of the academy began to work hard as they cleared the halls of the different departments to make sure no incidents occurred, the Blessed that normally permeated throughout actually being moved out as the chiefs observed the path of the princess. The armament department was visited as the workers stood like statues, the learning halls that no one never stepped into also being visited as while the princess was on the 2nd floor of the learning halls, she looked out the window to see a beautiful expanse of greenery in the back of the academy. It gradually melded with thick foliage and vibrant trees as it formed into a thick forest that was a known sight for Academy City, the vibrant forest that had a myriad of unique harmless animals. Her eyes lit up at the beautiful sight of the grassland as it seemed extremely peaceful, making her way from the 2nd floor and going towards the back of the academy. There was a single archway entrance that led to the back, the chiefs having already moved to clear out Blessed and make way as the princess strolled in with her silver guards. She looked around the archway and their surroundings that seemed devoid of people, voicing out calmly to her guards. Keep a lookout here, I wish for some alone time. The lead silver-ranked guards nodded as his eyes scanned the surroundings while the line of guards stood to protect the archway that led to the back of the academy. The 5th princess strolled in alone as her hands passed over the vibrant grass that rose to her knees, enjoying this peaceful feeling she couldn't get from the imperial city as she stared out toward the expansive greenery around her. The silver guards behind her kept a close look as they saw her walk further in, the princess stopping at a certain point as she breathed in deeply and sat down. Coincidences and chance meetings rarely happen. But when they do, one would find themselves wondering, was it truly by chance, or something else? Noah's body was lying down among the tall grasses as always, his figure barely discernible among the waving plants as he felt extremely comfortable. He had been relaxing for the past few hours as many plans flowed in and out of his mind, occasionally falling asleep while enjoying the peace this place brought him. This time, he was taken out of his relaxation as he felt a change in the surroundings, the smell of verdant greenery replaced by a whiff of perfume? It was an extremely enticing smell as he opened his eyes groggily while raising his head. When he did, he found his eyes landing on a ridiculously beautiful girl a few meters away, the silver hair on her head vibrantly cascading down to her shoulders as he was immediately woken out of his grogginess. His mind worked fast as he seemed to recall seeing this figure from far away before, his heart beginning to beat faster as he felt a foreboding sensation. What was most shocking when he raised his head was the fact that on the face of this peerless beauty, he could see a line of tears seamlessly dropping from her eyes. When his head rose, so did hers as her colorful blue eyes locked with his own vibrant blue eyes. The tears on her face stopped flowing. They immediately disappeared from her cheeks as if they never existed. Her eyes locked on the being that was seemingly coming out of a groggy sleep and trying to get up as she spoke silently. "Do not raise your head any further if you wish to keep it on your shoulders." Her voice clearly and silently rang in Noah's ears as it didn't travel far, not alerting the guards that were lined up on the archway and watching their surroundings carefully. She did not want this poor boy who was most likely just resting here to be mistaken for an enemy or assassin. Hey, blue eyes sparkling with light as she kept her voice low. "There are 10 silver-ranked blessed behind me that are just waiting for an excuse to prove their power." Noah heard her voice again as his heart shook, his head sinking back right where it was as he breathed out slowly. He really liked that his head was still attached to his body. He did not want that to change. His breath quieted down as he calmed his beating heart, understanding the stupid situation he had found himself in as he cursed multiple times in his mind. All he wanted to do was relax and idle as he collected loot. Why the hell did this princess choose to interrupt his time like this? Chapter 18, Rift Bosses and System Upgrade. The verdant grass continued to sway with the wind behind the plains of the Blessed Academy as the 5th ethereal princess sat peacefully. The man lying down not too far away stared at the sky while he thought of the ridiculousness of this important being just happening to be visiting his relaxing spot and causing this whole situation. His expression became serious as he also recalled the dangers of it, his voice ringing out softly. "I didn't see anything." He thought of the tears he had seen fall from this girl as he said this, waiting for a few seconds before her voice rang out in his ears again. "That's right. It's best if you didn't see anything." Silence descended onto the green plains before her voice rang out again. "Your name?" "Noah Eckert." Noah replied carefully as his mind continued to spin, adding a question himself. "Yours?" The grass swayed peacefully as no reply came, Noah waiting an entire half a minute before he heard the sweet voice again as it came with a sigh. "Rose. I'll be leaving now. Don't leave this area for at least another hour if you don't want to be wrongly implicated in anything." Noah stayed silent to voice his affirmation as he stared at the vibrant blue sky, feeling the smell that had woken him up gradually fade away. He had no problem staying in the verdant plains for another hour. It was his relaxation spot, after all. His mind was already locking away the memories of the girl that was crying and what her identity was. As an iron rank blessed, he couldn't even afford to think of silver rank blessed at this moment, much less a being that was protected by 10 of them. He also wasn't a knight in shining armor that would begin peering into the business of the crying girl asking what he could do to help. A chance meeting. An exchange of names, and that was it. Neither person knew if they would ever meet again, nor did either of them care. One wanted to continue his days idling with no issues, the other had her own weight on her shoulder as to her. This was only a small unimportant meeting she would soon forget about. So the time passed. The visit of the 5th ethereal princess to the Blessed Academy turned out to be brief, the chiefs seeing her out as they breathed sighs of relief as activities resumed to normal. In the Green Plains, Noah loved his little life so much that he enjoyed his relaxation for another 2 hours before he even raised his head and left the plains to begin heading back home. The visit was nothing too important in his eyes as he didn't wish to embroil himself in any way with powerful beings while he was still so weak. Stay low and be idle. That should be his motto for the days to come. He went back home as he chose to wait on collecting the loot resources that had been filling up since this morning, wanting to see what a full 24 hours would provide when he collected all of them at 6 a.m. tomorrow. He had managed to get in the routine as nothing deviated from it aside from the chance meeting earlier today, returning home and into his bed with ease as the night quickly passed. When the blanket of the night washed over Academy City, it didn't become quieter, and instead became even livelier, as it was the time that Blessed went out in full to enjoy themselves. After a day's work of diving into dangerous rifts, many of them could be seen in vibrant establishments that held a deal of voracious food, men, and women. But Noah didn't have any of this in his mind as he peacefully slept. When he woke up early in the morning, over 24 hours had passed since he last collected loot resources from the idle gaming system. His bright eyes swept over the system as he was really close to opening it, watched the shower of golden light bloom into numerous text boxes, but he stopped himself as he went to grab breakfast. He knew that he needed a minimum of 36 hours or a max of 48 before he could definitely max the shards he needed for the rift bosses from the frozen forest and the verdant plains, as well as getting the idle EXP he needed to upgrade to the next level of the system. Be patient, be patient. He knew that if he clicked on it now, a shower of loot would wash over him, as he would be happy to see it briefly, and would then gruel over the rest of the day as he waited for the hours to pass and the last unit shards and idle EXP he needed to pool in. So he forced himself to be patient. Everything seemed the same in the Eckerd household as he mingled with his family, watching as they left to begin their days as always with a smile. He stayed behind as today would be a momentous day, and he couldn't bother to leave his home in case another dumb accident occurred. So he lazed around the entire day as the hours passed. Noah was extremely decisive as he let 15 hours pass freely, spending a majority of it eating, planning, and relaxing in his home. The entire day passed as it was now 10 p.m. at night. It was now close to 40 hours since he last collected his loot resources. His voracious eyes could not wait any longer, entering the idle gaming system interface as he found the three-dimensional rifts to be shining a brilliant luster of gold. They foretold what abundant rewards would be seen from waiting for so long. Rumble. A bright golden light shone from Noah's room. A line of data appeared. Plus 795 idle EXP, plus 1845 iron rank cores, plus 14 blazing armor, plus 7 blazing spear, plus 12 frost shield, plus 15 frost sword, plus 15 frost boots, plus 21 verdant shield, plus 15 verdant armor, plus 17 verdant helm, plus 51 iron rank minotaur shard, plus 79 iron rank mammoth shard, plus 88 iron rank verdant treant shard, plus 3457 iron rank unit upgrade crystals. Glorious lines of words that represented maxed out idle EXP, numerous iron equipment and unit upgrade crystals, as well as over 100 unit shards for 2 rift bosses. Chapter 19, Rift Bosses and a System Upgrade. 2. Noah's eyes shone with a bright light at the number of loot, his eyes honing in on the most important one to him on this day. It was the iron rank verdant treant and mammoth shards that now gave him a total of 100 shards for both units. It meant he could now summon 2 iron rank rift bosses. Rift bosses. Ding. Idle EXP requirement met. Upgrade system level? A notification sound and bright blue words appeared in front of his eyes, his mind sending his affirmation as he screamed yes. Rumble. A glorious golden light shone from his interface as it looked like it was glistening on all sides, only dimming after an entire minute as Noah's eyes hungrily searched for changes. The icon interface looked even more sleek as the borders shimmered with gold lines, and he didn't have to search for the changes himself as the information flowed in his mind. System successfully upgraded. Unlocked the Tower of Champions. Idle EXP required for next level, 10,000. Tower of Champions, a unique dimensional rift that spans across dimensions and time. It currently contains 1,000 floors that the master of the idle gaming system can try clearing for great rewards. A brand new feature he couldn't wait to explore appeared in front of him, but there were even more surprises as the text boxes of the system continued to appear. The 100 shards requirement has been met for 2 units. Combine? Combine. Rumble. A brilliant blue light shone once more as the 100 shards for the mammoth and treat disappeared from Noah's inventory, his eyes watching as on the system interface that had the cartoonish image of himself where he could click to view his status panel, 5 circles appeared around it. At this moment, Two of those circles shone with intense light as the images of a mammoth and a tree were placed in. 2 units are now available for summoning. The master of the idle gaming system currently has a maximum of 5 unit slots and can summon up to 5 units at the same time. More and more wonders appeared in front of Noah as he could barely contain his breathing. He wanted to try out every single new feature and test his gains, but he couldn't do anything in his small room at this moment. His shining eyes honed in on the new feature of the Tower of Champions as many thoughts swam in his mind. In the interface, the Tower of Champions was placed to the far right of the square dimensional rift boxes as it had the image of an obsidian tower that tore through the skies. He chose to first test out this tower as he focused on it, its square becoming expanded as it filled the entire screen. On the screen, Noah could see a single gray door labeled 1 in front of him, and when his eyes rose up, he could see countless other doors that continued at 2, 3, 4. His eyes could barely see past the 100th door as the Tower of Champions looked absolutely massive. He looked to the right side of the first door as he saw something that made his eyes shine. Rewards for clearing the first floor, plus 500 iron rank equipment upgrade crystals, plus 500 iron rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 25 random iron rank unit shards, plus 500 iron rank cores, plus 1 random iron equipment. The stellar rewards for clearing the first floor appeared, and Noah saw that they were all the same for the higher floors until his eyes reached the 5th floor. His eyes went even further up as he saw the 6th until the 9th floor also had similar rewards, barely being able to read to rewards for the 10th floor that also seemed different. It meant that every 5 floors, the rewards changed as they became even more abundant. Aside from the ones listed before, Noah saw the addition of 2 extra rewards for clearing the 5th floor. Rewards for clearing the 5th floor, plus 1 bronze rank equipment, plus 25 random bronze rank unit shards. The Tower of Champions had enticed him so much that his eyes shone while he gave the command. Enter the tower. Thrum. The moment his command was given, a unique light tore through space as it wrapped around Noah's body, leaving behind a flash of light as his figure disappeared from his room. A unique spatial energy wrapped and carried him to who knew where, but when his eyes opened, he found himself in an entirely different space. OOM. He looked around to see that he was in a dreary space, billowing clouds of darkness covering everything around him as he seemed to be in an enclosed circular space. Within this space, he could only see a single gray portal that had the number 1. Welcome to the waiting area of the Tower of Champions. Here, the master of the system can take their time to get ready before they delve into the tower. The blue text box floated in front of Noah as he nodded with shining eyes, looking towards the portal a few more times before he looked into the system interface and focused on the images of 2 rift bosses that now occupied 2 of his 5 unit slots. Summon the 2 iron rank units. Rumble. A flash of gray light and swirls appeared above him as 2 enormous figures descended. Boom. They caused vibrations to spread on the ground he stood on, his eyes landing on the ferocious-looking dimensional beasts that occupied positions as rift bosses. Roar. The mammoth bellowed out grandly as the enormous tusks on it shone with a glimmer of light, the verdant tree swaying dangerously as its thick moving branches threatened to pulverize any enemies in sight. Their eyes fell to Noah as they looked towards him subserviently. 2 rift bosses, gazing towards him so he could give them commands. Good. Noah could not help but release a vibrant bellow himself, getting ready to test out all the new features. Chapter 20, The Tower of Champions. Before Noah jumped into the swirling gray portal that led into the first floor of the Tower of Champion, he thoroughly looked at his 2 summoned rift bosses as he pulled up the number of Iron Rank Unit upgrade crystals. Iron Rank Unit upgrade crystals, crystals that can be used to upgrade the strength of the summons. When 2 Iron Rank summons achieve peak Iron Rank, evolution through fusion into the next tier is possible. Currently available crystals, 5252. He wanted to utilize the crystals as he found out exactly how much he needed before he could make the rift bosses rise to peak of Iron Rank and have it be possible to cause an evolution into a Bronze Rank rift boss. If he could truly make that into a reality, the sheer thought caused him to tremble. One must know that Bronze Rank rifts were 10 times harder than Iron Rank ones, with a team of at least 10 bronze rank blessed required to fully beat all the mobs up to the rift boss. Even the peak iron rank blessed that wanted to graduate into the bronze rank, they had to either be carried by a bronze team or form a team of 20 plus iron blessed to stand a chance of clearing the rift. Yet Noah would be able to fuse his units and call forth a bronze rank dimensional rift boss the moment he raised their power to the peak. He wasted no time as he gave the command to use the unit upgrade crystals on the fearsome mammoth first. Frost Mammoth, an iron rank unit that has ferocious skills of the ice attribute. 0/500 unit upgrade crystals required to advance from low to middle rank. 500 crystals were required, and so he paid them. Rumble. Energy wildly erupted out as Noah paid the required number of unit upgrade crystals. The body of the mammoth shone brightly while letting out another roar as it grew noticeably bigger while its tusks became even sharper. The count of crystals on it then changed to 0 out of 1,000 to advance. Noah paid this as well as the mammoth expressed even more dangerous might, the count of crystals changing to 0/2,000 to max out the unit. This was also paid for as only after 3,500 unit upgrade crystals did the body of the mammoth explode with a shining light as it became twice as big as before, its trunk bellowing out grandly as it announced the arrival of a king. Oh! Noah had to plug his ears as they nearly ruptured, looking towards the fearsome creature that now towered over 6 meters. It looked absolutely monstrous as Noah gulped with envy while looking at the ferocious aura it released. This was nearly double if not more of the power he felt when he faced the iron rank rift bosses before. Such a beast was his to command. He couldn't help but let out a smile as his eyes turned towards the verdant Treant. He only had 1752 unit upgrade crystals left, and he pumped all of them into the Treant as it shone with a beautiful green color while becoming even larger. He just needed a bit less than 2,000 unit upgrade crystals to max this unit as well, and he could then fuse the both of them to cause an evolution and bring forth a bronze unit. His eyes turned towards the first portal of the tower as he gave a command, the bronze rank equipment he bought falling on his body as the magma sword was grasped tightly on his hand, the shining red light it released brightening up the waiting area as the gladiator's plate armor made him look like a seasoned warrior. Let's go! He walked in large strides towards the glowing portal as his eyes were locked on its rewards, and the even more abundant ones present every 5 levels. Whap! The figures of one man clad in a bronze rank armor and sword entering a portal while being followed by 2 iron rank dimensional beasts could be seen in the waiting area of the Tower of Champions. Noah felt weightlessness as his vision went dark, only restoring itself a second later as he saw he was teleported into a dreary environment. The first level in the Tower of Champions had 50 iron rank undead that need to be cleared. The blue text box appeared in front of him as he nodded, his eyes looking at his surroundings as he found himself standing in front of a small dark castle. The castle had clouds of mist covering it as growls could be heard inside, Noah seeing for himself the figures of 3 armored skeletons standing in front of the door that led into the castle. The first enemies he faced were surprisingly the rare undead, relentless creatures that fought with immense vigor and were the bane of many blessed in high-ranking dungeons. Mammoth, obliterate them! Noah's eyes shone as he looked at the 3 nearest undead, the rift boss he commanded roaring out as it began charging forward. Roar! The undead reacted the moment the charge began as they raised their rusted swords, but the glimmering tusks of the fearsome mammoth smashed into them too quickly as bones went flying. Boom! The door leading into the castle was also destroyed as from the corner of his eyes, Noah saw the counter that stated 3/50ths pop up. The power of the enhanced iron rank rift boss showed itself clearly as it smashed 2 iron skeletons into bones with a single strike while charging into the undead cast. Good. Treant, let's go. Man and Tree then followed the destructive trail of the mammoth as they delved deeper into the castle, smashing every enemy they came across as the normal undead could not even withstand the 2 rift bosses. Noah himself wielded the 2 bronze rank equipment to take down a few undead, the bronze magma sword spurting out a splash of scorching molten magma with every strike as it made his battles with the undead extremely easy. None of them could get through his defenses with gladiator's plate as they all fell to his summoned rift bosses and the swings of his powerful sword. The 50 iron rank undead in the first level didn't take too long to defeat as Noah swept the small undead castle, finally causing the skeleton head of the last undead to fall on the floor as the counter reached 50/50ths. Rumble. Energy erupted out to cover him and his pets the moment the counter hit 50, their sights changing as they found themselves returned to the waiting room once more. The portal that made the first level shook as it surprisingly burst in front of them, the one leading to the second floor descending down like an elevator as it took over the space. First floor cleared. Rewards are in the inventory. The text box showed itself in front of Noah as his glowing eyes searched his interface, finding the promised rewards inside of it. Plus 500 iron rank equipment upgrade crystals, plus 500 iron rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 25 random 1 rank unit shards, plus 500 iron rank cores, plus 1 random iron equipment. He received another 500 unit upgrade crystals as he pumped them into the verdant tray right away, leaving only 1500 crystals left for this unit to reach peak iron where he could then fuse it to the mammoth. There were also 25 random iron rank unit shards that he would get at every level, or he could combine 100 to summon another iron unit. Lastly, the loot drops he hadn't had access to before. The equipment upgrade crystals were dropped in this Tower of Champions as he would be able to upgrade equipment. There were too many wondrous things about this tower, but he considered the unit upgrade crystals and iron rank unit shards as the most important, so he gave a command to the Frost Mammoth and Verdant Treant to rush into the second level of the Tower of Champions as he wanted to obtain these and strengthen himself greatly as soon as possible. Chapter 21, Undercurrents, Fusing a Bronze Beast. As Noah began climbing the Tower of Champions, a great deal of things were occurring in the background within the Academy City. Since the entrance of the fifth ethereal princess, many more powerful figures from surrounding cities had descended onto Academy City behind the dark and openly. Their goals were unknown, but the status of an ethereal princess meant many important figures would swarm towards her wherever she was. Maybe it was her suitors from the imperial capital, maybe it was other beings that had their own intentions. But each of them began to appear silently in the Academy City as enormous vessels began to permeate through the skies. The knowledgeable powerhouses within the Academy City that were within the silver rank either curried favor or stayed clear of the new visitors, knowing that the personages from the powerful cities brought opportunity as well as dangers. And neither of them wanted to be on the side of danger when it came to these beings. In an extravagant establishment where only the most important beings could reside, the figure of the fifth imperial princess could be seen as she was listening to a report from one of her trusted guards. No others have entered the city? No, princess. Aside from some trashy nobles from the imperial city and a few other cities, we haven't seen any others that arrived here publicly. The silver rank guard replied carefully while glancing at the solemn fifth princess not too far away. This female guard was one of the beings closest to the princess, and even now she had slight hesitation on her face as she seemed to want to ask something. No need to hold it in, Natasha. Speak your mind. The voice of the princess rang out as the guard nodded while hesitatingly asking. Princess, if I may ask, why did the crown prince send you here at such a time? She worded the question carefully as she made sure to ask nothing out of bounds, the fifth princess adopting a saddened expression as she replied. It is a test. I am merely a tool that my brother is using to sound out our enemies. Sending someone of imperial blood relatively unprotected in an average-sized city. She looked outside the window of the grand room she was in as she continued. It is to test whether the will of the ethereal emperor is still respected by our enemies, or whether they have grown strong and confident enough over the years. Alarm rose on the guard's face as she didn't expect such a shocking reply. But, what about your father? What of the ethereal emperor? Father, huh? The fifth princess had a distant expression as she replied blankly, seemingly lost in thought as the guard stopped asking questions. Under the vibrant and peaceful ethereal realm, undercurrents were waving in the dark as all was not what it seemed. Meanwhile, a certain transmigrator was passing his time in the Tower of Champions as he put in some work. Noah delved into the tower as some time passed, the high battle power of his summoned rift bosses being able to easily clear the second, third, and fourth floors of the tower with ease, as only variations of 50 undead were present on each floor. Passing the fourth floor granted Noah plenty of treasures, as he was able to achieve 100 random iron rank unit shards from the 25 of each level, as well as obtain a total of 2,000 unit upgrade crystals that meant he could enhance the verdant Treant to the peak of iron. Then gaining the ability to fuse it to the mammoth to make a bronze rank rift boss. Rumble. Noah wasted no time as he gave the command to combine the 100 random unit shards into a unit, a shining light erupting from the waiting area that held the portal to the 5th level, waiting a new unit appearing in front of Noah's eyes. It was something unique he hadn't come across before, his eyes opening wide as he saw the appearance of a sunflower. Golden Sunflower, a mutated dimensional beast that is proficient in recuperative and healing abilities. It currently has the Heal and Detoxify skills in its arsenal. A swaying sunflower about 1 meter in size appeared in front of him as Noah nearly laughed. He was more joyful, as a pet with a skill set to act like a priest was extremely rare, this one having 2 skills just for that purpose. He nodded towards it as it swayed happily behind him. His eyes then focused on the frost mammoth and verdant Treant on the side that had their bodies shining with a bright gray glint. They had both reached the peak of iron rank, as they now fit the requirements to be fused together to evolve under the system. In just days after awakening his idle gaming system, Noah was now about to get his hands on a dimensional rift boss a level higher than himself. Chapter 22, Undercurrents, Fusing a Bronze Beast. 2 units match the requirements for fusion and evolution. Start the process? A prompt came to Noah a second later as he nodded, his eyes locked with the 2 iron rank units that had begun to shine with a glorious light. If all things were perfect, he would have actually chosen to fuse the Treant with the newly arriving sunflower as their elements matched, but he wouldn't obtain all the required iron unit upgrade shards to bring the sunflower to the peak for at least a day or 2. Within this same time span of collecting upgrade shards, he would also receive 100 more shards to simply summon another Treant from his idle rewards of the dimensional rifts, so he planned to still make this fusion in the future to see what would come out of it. The glorious lights that the combined mammoth and Treant shone with rushed towards each other as they began to meld together, swirling in a shocking accumulation of energy as a bright light erupted out for an entire 10 seconds before the combination and evolution was finished. From 2 iron rank units, a single bronze rank beast was born. Noah's eyes adjusted to the light as they landed on the newly fused creature, observing a mountainous being over 8 meters glancing towards him with a sharp light. It stood on its own 2 feet as it had huge arms with white-green fur, its head looking ferocious as 2 sharp bronze tusks erupted out on either side of its mouth. A beast from the mixture of ice and earth element had appeared. Green Plains Yeti, a rare creature at the bronze rank that survives in the most extreme environment due to its nature. Its defenses are second only to its ferocious quick burst attacks that will tear down its enemies. It currently has the Thorn Armor, Frozen Charge, and the Mountainous Strike in its arsenal. A bronze light could be seen covering its body as a powerful bronze rank rift boss appeared for Noah to command. Roar! It bellowed out grandly to announce its arrival, the green-white fur of this creature shining in the light as Noah had a big smile while looking at it. Let's go! He wanted to test out its power right away as he commanded its large arms to touch the portal leading to the 5th level of the Tower of Champions as Noah and the Golden Sunflower entered a second later. Every 5 levels of the tower granted more abundant rewards, but they were that much harder to clear as the dimensional beasts within were truly powerful. Within the 5th level, Noah found that it wasn't the same dreary undead castle he had appeared in 4 times before, but a field of gray that had its ground filled with bones. Not too far from where they appeared, the glimmering outlines of 5 skeleton atop horses could be seen waiting gloriously. The 5th level in the Tower of Champions has 5 iron rank rift boss undeads that need to be cleared. Rumble! The eyes of the undead rift bosses, the Dullahans, shone with an intense red light as they began to charge towards them. Even a single iron rift boss would need cooperation from many iron blessed, and this was even more so if they were in the undead subtype. Yet as Noah faced the charge of 5 iron rank rift bosses, he wasn't the slightest bit worried as he only saw them as small obstacles. This was because he currently had a bronze rift boss as a pet. Rip them apart, Yeti. Roar. The 8-meter large Yeti was 3 meters larger than the Dullahans, its overpowering figure looking towards the undead with disdain as its thick legs vibrated, kicking up snow as it instantly shot forward. Frozen Charge was cast as ice bloom from the feet of the Yeti, its advancement being so abrupt that it appeared in front of the charging Irem Rift bosses in a second, its thick arms smashing into them. Boom! The clutter of bones could be heard as the two closest Dullahans received such a shocking force that their armored bodies and horses shattered on impact, the other three blown back as their skeleton cluttered. Wah! The Yeti wasn't done as it relentlessly cast another skill, its furred arms beginning to coalesce with unstable sharp ice and earth elements as they turned mountainous in front of the eyes of the three undead rift bosses. Mountainous Strike was cast as the elements of ice and earth swirled, the expanded arms of the Yeti swiping towards the three undead as energy furiously exploded out from the impact. Boom! Noah had his mouth agape at the dominating show of power from this bronze rift boss, his eyes focusing on the clearing scene as he saw the remaining three undead bosses were nothing but more bones on the ground they were on. All that was left above the field of bones was a Green Plains Yeti that raised its head arrogantly while its legs crushed a skull that had residual energy below it. Powerful. Dominating. This was a bronze rank rift boss that Noah now commanded. SHIA. Their figures were teleported from the cleared floor and returned to the waiting area as Noah still glanced towards the Yeti in shock. Rewards similar from the first floors entered his inventory as among them, he also gained bronze rank equipment shards and unit shards. Rewards for clearing the 5th floor, plus 1 bronze rank equipment, plus 25 random bronze rank unit shards. The rewards on every 5th floor were truly abundant. Noah's eyes shone while glancing at the rewards, his eyes then focusing on the Green Plains Yeti as he wondered just how high he could climb the tower while collecting its abundant rewards. Chapter 23, Bronze Eye. The 6th to 9th floor were relatively easy with the Green Plains Yeti at the helm, the remaining the dreary environment of undead as they changed from undead skeletons to undead knights and Dullahans. Every level was filled with over 100 common iron mobs as well as 3 to 5 rift bosses, Noah tearing through them with ease as the Green Plains Yeti didn't even give the Golden Sunflower a chance to be injured and use its healing skills. Noah ran in conjunction with his pets as the Yeti acted like a tank that tore through everything, a few hours passing by. From the rewards of the 5th floor, Noah had gotten a Paladin's Helm for the bronze rank equipment. His head being washed by a comfortable white light as he ascended up the tower. This made his body now be clad with 3 pieces of bronze equipment when he was still in the iron rank. An overabundance of rewards greeted him from the 6th floor, but his eyes didn't register on them as he was looking at the rewards for clearing the 10th floor. Rewards for clearing the 10th floor, plus 1 bronze rank equipment, plus 25 random bronze rank unit shards, plus 25 bronze rank cores, plus 500 bronze rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 5 health potions, plus 5 mana potions. A wondrous display of treasures he could obtain lay in front of his eyes, his heart particularly being drawn to the 25 bronze rank cores. Here he expected to have to go to the Blessed Academy to get his blessed license first before he could begin descending into the bronze dimensional rifts to collect bronze cores to increase his rank. Never had he expected to get them through this new feature that was the Tower of Champions. Many mysteries surrounded it and his idle gaming system, but he dared not even question it as he continued his own thing. Among the rewards, there were also the health and mana potions that he knew were rarities to make in the ethereal realm, as well as bronze rank upgrade crystals for him to finally increase the strength of the Green Plains Yeti even further. The enticing rewards made him not waste even a second as a man, a sunflower, and an enormous Yeti flashed away to the 10th floor instantly. While Noah pierced through the tower, many things continued to occur in Academy City. On this particular day under the cover of the night, a party of dark-robed figures that counted over 10 in number silently entered the city. They didn't leave any traces as they used the cover of the night to enter the vibrant forest that was a mile away from the Blessed Academy. Even though they were robed, one could still see the glimmers of silver around them that represented a shocking level of power. They sat in a circle in the dark forest where one could barely see another person a few feet away, but these silver rank experts could see around them as if it were daytime. "We'll be here very briefly, in and out. As soon as our mission is complete and we confirm the target, disperse." The leader of these beings voiced out with a gruff voice as the others nodded. It was a fear-inducing talk that had many implications, but the eyes of the robed silver experts remained cold and merciless. The leader's eyes shone with light as he looked to the dark skies while muttering something. "Change is coming. Rumble." The 10th floor was similar to the 5th as Noah found himself on a field of bones, but this time there was a single enemy in front of him. To clear the 10th floor, one had to actually be strong enough to take down a bronze rank rift boss. The 10th level in the Tower of Champions has one bronze skeleton king that needs to be cleared. Noah had his own rift boss as a pet, the Yeti roaring towards the skeleton king that had glorious red light shooting from its eyes while it wielded an enormous sword. Boom! The charge of the Yeti was stopped by the skeleton king, the beast finally meeting someone on its own level as it didn't completely bulldoze its way through. But would the skeleton king truly be able to hold back a fused rift boss with 3 skills? Noah didn't wait for the answer as he opened his inventory to use the 100 random iron rank unit shards to summon another unit, knowing his little old self could not get anywhere near a battle between 2 bronze rank bosses unless he wanted his little life to be taken away. The golden sunflower was swaying gently by the side as it provided a heal when it saw the sword of the skeleton king drawing blood from the sturdy fur of the Yeti. Thrum! Energy fluctuations flew out as Noah's thoughts were heard, the unit shards in his inventory disappearing as a brand new unit materialized in front of his eyes. Earth Golem, a sturdy creature made up of stones, it can assemble and disassemble its body as it acts as a great protector. It has the Stone Guard and pristine stone armor skills among its arsenal. A new unit had entered the scene. Chapter 24, Bronze 2. Yet another unit appeared in front of Noah, this one sadly not the damage dealer he wanted, but for the enemy in front of them, it would do. Go! Noah gave the command for the Earth Golem to aid the Yeti, this creature turning into rolling stones that made their way over to the Skeleton King. The rolling stones appeared beneath the 2 battling beasts as they coalesced around the feet of the Skeleton King, holding this beast in place as the stones took a pristine, unbreakable appearance. Pristine stone armor was cast as the Earth Golem used the unique features of its body to hold the bronze beast hostage for a few seconds. These few seconds were all the Yeti needed as its large furred hands glimmered with a green and white light. Oh! Frozen Charge and Mountainous Strike were cast at the same time as the figure of the Yeti barreled towards the Skeleton King like a bullet train, smashing its crowned head with its huge furred hands as a horrific crack could be heard. Boom! With the inclusion of another unit holding it down, the Skeleton King didn't last long as within the next minute, its bones lost all the strength holding it together as it crumbled to the ground. Ha ha! Noah was laughing gleefully in the distance as he saw the tired units defeating a bronze rift boss, all of their bodies flashing with light as they were teleported back to the waiting area. The stellar rewards of the 10th floor appeared in front of his eyes. Rewards for clearing the 10th floor. Plus 1 bronze rank equipment, plus 25 random bronze rank unit shards, plus 25 bronze rank cores, plus 500 bronze rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 5 health potions, plus 5 mana potions. Noah located the rewards in his inventory, his eyes honing in on the 25 bronze rank cores. Blessed would need to go through a tiresome process of getting a license and forming a huge team to descend down rifts before they could put their lives on the lines to obtain such cores and break through the shackles of iron, yet Noah got them as the reward for the 10th floor of the Tower of Champions. His shining eyes commanded some of the cores from the inventory and into his hands as he sat down while holding them close. They looked like shimmering crystals that shone with the bronze color, Noah starting to absorb them right away as he attacked the shackles of iron. His body was already filled to the brim as he was at the peak of this stage, needing a push from a higher level core to break through, and on his absorption of the 5th bronze core, he did. Rumble! Energy fluctuations wildly swirled around him as the color he gave off changed from the gray iron to the stellar color of bronze. His dark hair flew around wildly as his blue eyes shone with lights, lifting his hands as he saw the distinct bronze color while feeling the intense strength that ran throughout his body. He felt like he was multiple times stronger than before as he clenched his fists, his eyes showing an intense light of determination. He was able to go from iron to bronze just a matter of days after obtaining the idle gaming system. Such a thought made him extremely proud as it reinforced his belief that he could possibly rise from mediocrity and into the peak of strength. Within this ethereal realm, he wouldn't have to stay at the very bottom rungs of power. Good. He rose up as he stared at the 3 units that stood a few feet away waiting for orders. Return. SHIA. They turned into streaks of light as 3 of the 5 circles next to his name contained the images of a yeti, sunflower, and a golem simply waiting for his call. Even though his body felt vibrant and full of energy after breaking through into the bronze rank, he still felt a sense of exhaustion as he hadn't slept the entire night as he spent it defeating skeletons. He glanced at the 11th floor of the tower and onwards, seeing their bountiful rewards as he knew they would be just as hard to clear, but he was up for the challenge. Leave the Tower of Champions. He thought of the command as his body flashed with light, returned to his room as he saw darkness still pervaded, but the hours of the morning weren't too far away. I truly put in some effort today. He thought of how hard he worked as his taut body hit the bed, knowing he wouldn't get much sleep before the sun rose. It seemed like he would have to spend his day relaxing on a certain green plains behind the Blessed Academy to make up for lost sleep today. Noah's schedule was somewhat set after the past few days as he established a routine that was gradually changing. He planned to climb the tower mostly at night as he would relax or descend into rifts during the day, and he followed this schedule when morning came as he appeared in the green plains behind the Blessed Academy. Feeling the rays of sunlight and the verdant greenery around him made him feel extremely at peace, dragging his tired body onto the tall soft grass as he returned to his idling time. At this period of time, neither Noah nor any of the prominent blessed around the city knew that shocking events were about to come, each of them going about their lives with fervor. During the period of time where everything seemed to be going right, this was when they took an unexpected turn for the worse as in the blanket of peace and prosperity, chaos was coming for Academy City. Chapter 25, The Imperial Will is Defied. Noah was relaxing in the green plains behind the Academy City as he had no idea that a few miles away, a group of hidden silver rank blessed had taken refuge in the verdant forest that the green plains of the Academy connected to. A few of the hidden blessed were moving covertly within the city as they tracked the location of a certain someone, following their moves closely as they observed their path for the day. Information was continuously collected as they prepared to make a grand move. The day passed like this as many beings moved with their own aims in the vibrant Academy City. As the rays of the sun were about to be snuffed out with the blanket of the night coming, the long legs of a certain younger sister appeared next to her older brother. Annalise had finished her rift diving for the day as she thought of the slacker of the green plains, coming to sit beside him and rousing him up. "What's my little sister up to now?" Noah's voice rang out as he looked into the tired eyes of Annalise. The girl was still working hard to dive into rifts, and he was soon planning on concocting a made-up story as he showered her with an abundant amount of iron cores and equipment to increase her strength. He was planning on navigating his newfound rising strength to his family carefully as he wanted to step up to help them in any way he could. "I just came to make sure you make it home. I didn't see you when I came back last night." Annalise replied lightly as Noah found his absence when he was in the Tower of Champions last night was noticed. He smiled as he rose up and reached out towards his little sister. "Your brother was actually working hard last night. Come, I do want to be taken out today." Which restaurant dash. Boom. Before Noah's words even finished, the ground beneath them trembled as if a bomb had gone off. The abrupt shift caused Noah's face to harden as he turned towards the direction of the explosion, his eyes going into the city where he saw a cluster of brilliant purple flames rising up. "Come up." He pulled Annalise up as they saw the bustle of movements in the Blessed Academy going towards the erupting flames somewhere in the city, many thoughts crossing his mind as he wondered what the hell had happened. Annalise also had a pensive look as she looked at the scale of the flames, her voice ringing out slowly. "That is a skill from a blessed." Her voice was pensive as Noah tightened his grip, not knowing whether to stay where they were or also rush into the city like all the other blessed. He thought of his parents that were somewhere deep in the city as well as he made up his mind. He was about to move when suddenly, he saw a flurry of activity rush towards them as three figures seemingly came from the skies and smashed down onto the green plains not too far away from them. It felt like time was going in slow motion as Noah and Annalise made out the three appearing figures. All three had their bodies glowing in a brilliant silver light, one being dressed in a black robe as his body was hidden, the other having on silver armor as she wielded a luminous sword to stop the advancement of the robed being. The third figure was someone Noah was familiar with, as the silver hair and blue eyes of the fifth ethereal princess were captured by him clearly. Boom! The impact from the Battle of a Silver Ranks was horrid as they could feel the fluctuations from here, watching as the robed assailant exploded out with purple flames that smashed into the guard of the princess. Natasha! The silver-ranked guard's hand flew as her hair became tinged with blood, her gaze furious as she screamed put toward the princess. Please go, princess. I'll hold him back as long as I can. Even though she had lost an arm, the guard planned to lay down her life to stop this shocking assailant that dared to actually aim for the fifth ethereal princess. Did he not know her identity? Boom! Yet another explosion resounded out as the body of the guard called Natasha was pushed back, her face taut as she screamed towards the princess. Please! Fighting back tears, the fifth ethereal princess with a silver light before her figure began bounding towards the dark forest behind them. In the city, her remaining silver guards were in a terrifying battle with powerful groups of blessed that she didn't turn back there, bounding towards the hidden forest as she at least planned to hide until the imperial capital got word of what had taken place and sent in powerful blessed. The tears she was fighting back dripped down her face as she thought of the only guard she was close with and the death she might soon be facing. The assailant was at silver rank just like her and her guards, but her untrained battle power would be ripped apart by him in seconds as the assailant seemed to be twice as powerful as even her guards while in the same rank. It was a dreadful situation as she ran, many thoughts coursing through her mind. Is this the test you wanted, my dear older brother? Will my death finally help you achieve what you want? Her heart was in pain as she made a beeline towards the dark forest. Soon after this, news would begin to spread across the Academy city from the blessed that had seen the streaks of powerful silver-ranked blessed move, as well as the shocking battle that continued in the city for quite some time until the local silver blessed joined in to push back the assailants. The shocking news that reverberated out was that the fifth ethereal princess had been attacked. Someone was actually bold enough to attack the blood of the ethereal emperor, to defy the will of the imperial city. Rumble. Chapter 26, The Imperial Will is Defied. 2. In the green plains, Noah's hands held on to Annalise tightly as they saw one figure rush towards the dark forest. The silver-ranked guard that stayed behind had a wrathful expression on her face as she faced the assailant that had his eyes focused on the running princess. His body began to glimmer with the purple flames once more as the sword he wielded threatened to go behead the guard that seemed like an impassable bastion even with a missing arm. For the ethereal realm. Her words seemed weak as her figure looked like it could be blown away by a breeze, but the silver-ranked assailant felt a sense of danger as he tried to quickly pull back his attack. But... boom! A flash of deafening silver blasted the body of Natasha apart, this guard actually choosing to self-destruct and cause an attack more powerful than anything she could cast in her life to take down the assailant. Wah! The light died down as Noah observed the assailant's sorry figure, blood being seen dripping from his hands as his body shuddered. He wasn't dead. His bloody eyes turned towards the shocked Noah and Annalise not too far away as he debated something, but he then turned towards the dark forest as his heavily injured body bolted towards it. Thump! Noah felt his heart beating fast as the moment the assassin had turned his eyes towards them, he felt the threat and fear of death he never wanted to come across. It was like being stared down by a beast that could devour them at any time. Annalise grasped onto his hand tightly as she turned towards the forest, her shaking voice ringing out. That was the ethereal princess, we have to help her. Her hands were shaking even as she said these words, being Noah out of his stupor as he shook his head. Save her how? A silver-ranked assassin is after her. Noah's need to preserve his little life kicked in as he looked around them at the devastated field of green. They must have left trails of destruction on their way here. More silver-blessed will likely come to lend aid. We can even go into the city to let them know. Noah voiced out hurriedly as he felt Annalise let go of his hand and speak valiantly. By that time, she would already be dead. If you won't go, I will. The girl that was weakly in the iron rank began rushing towards the dark forest without waiting for her brother's reply, Noah looking towards her incredulously before he followed. Do blessed just not value their lives? He shook his head as his stronger body at the bronze realm caught up to her, slight shock appearing in her eyes as she continued to run forward. Don't worry, I don't plan to lead myself to death. The assassin already looked heavily injured, so we might be able to lend some help while more people come. Annalise's strong voice rang out clearly as Noah merely sighed, the brother and sister duo following the trail of the two silver-ranked blessed that just rushed in. Few actions can decide the direction of someone's life, and few knew at the exact moment of these actions what they truly signified. At this moment, Noah had no idea his current actions were life-defining ones that would alter the course of history. Within the dark forest, the fifth ethereal princess crossed the thickets of trees as her strong face still had tears dripping down. They were tears of unwillingness, tears of despair, and tears that simply flowed because of the situation she was put in. But most of all, they were for the dead guard as she felt the aura of the assassin lock onto her again. As she crossed the vegetation and trees and felt this aura getting near, her face adopted a strong resolve as she turned around. Her body glowed with a silver luster as a blue sword appeared in her hands, her face turning serene as she wanted to face death head-on. She would not wait for someone to take her out while she ran like a coward. Even though her strength was only silver on the surface after using the resources of the imperial capital and she didn't have battle power anywhere close to the assassin, she could still fight. Boom! Her body erupted in silver light as she struck forward to the chasing assassin. Clang! And she was knocked back right away as the palm that held her sword ruptured and bled, the force of the strike of the assassin feeling like a mountain smashing towards her. It's not personal, princess. The voice of the assisting was guttural as he coughed blood, his body having been heavily injured by the suicidal attack of the guard. Yet his power still remained strong as his sword snaked towards the princess while talking. He was bleeding internally as he knew he could only keep up this strength for a little while longer. He could not delay the death of this personage. Shia. They crossed swords as the princess was pushed back each time, her body becoming bloodied more and more each time as her silver hair was soon turning crimson. With death nearing, she couldn't help but raise her blue eyes to lock onto the assassin as she asked. Who? A fairly simple question, but one the assassin answered as he stared at the pitiful face of someone about to die. He felt like he still had half a minute of his strength as he furiously bled, his guttural voice ringing out as he swung the sword to chop off the head of the princess at the same time. The Dark King has found out the secret of the great ethereal emperor, and he sent us here to confirm. Shocking words came from the assassin's mouth as his sword swung down, bent on separating the neck of the fifth ethereal princess from her body. Chapter 27, The Imperial Will is Defied. Aye. The eyes of the fifth princess shone with light at the shocking words of the assassin as they then began to dim, closing as she saw the sword snaking towards her throat. Ding! A second passed as she felt intense pain strike her shoulder, muscles and bones torn, but her head was still intact. She opened her eyes to see the assassin looking towards a region not far away where a girl was shining with the white light of the ice element, arrows forming around her and striking towards the assassin as she was the one to have caused the deviation of the sword from the neck and into the shoulder. You dare! The assassin recognized the girl he had spared as his eyes searched for the boy that was beside her, feeling only a few seconds remaining on his full strength as he tried to decapitate the girl in front of him again. Roar! Yet a furiously howl met him as from nowhere, an enormous form of an 8-meter-tall beast descended, its furred hands causing the air to freeze as the assassin was knocked to the side by the enormous fists. Wah! The Green Plains Yeti appeared grandly in the forest as on top of it, the figure of Noah already clad in bronze armor appeared. Annalise looked towards the scene incredulously as the boy that should have been beside her was gone and standing atop the fearsome creature. The assassin looked towards the scene incredulously as he felt even more internal injuries from the single strike of the beast. The fifth princess rose, felt the threat of death alleviate as her heavily injured figure slumped to the ground, her eyes locked on to the being standing atop an enormous dimensional beast as she recognized him. Meanwhile, Noah himself was scared shitless as he stood atop the Yeti, his heart only calming when he saw how heavily injured the silver assassin was. He wasted no time as he gave a command to the dimensional rift boss he stood on, the Yeti roaring out as Frozen Charge and Mountainous Strike was cast. The assassin looked towards the scene incredulously as the strength he was using to sustain his heavily injured body was nearly gone, seeing the formation of intense ice elements on the body of the beast in front of him as its enormous white-green furred fist sped towards it with the force that even the most talented bronze blessed would not be able to muster. Boom! Squelch! He raised his sword to meet the strike of the terrifying dimensional rift boss as he could only withstand it for a second before the strength of his heavily injured body was used up, the mountainous strike, continuing to descend down unhindered as the body of the assassin was smashed to paste. Noah breathed out fast atop the Yeti as his magma sword was ready in case he had to step in, wiping the sweat off his brows as he turned to look at the heavily injured princess below him. Brother! Annalise's shocked voice rang out as the talent of the Ice Queen faded away, her cute face looking towards the figure of Noah atop the Yeti in shock as she neared carefully. I told you that your older brother was working hard these past days. He tried his best to sound strong and hide the fear in his heart, jumping to the ground as he came beside the girl that was bleeding all over. Her silver hair was dyed red as blood leaked from her lips, yet her gaze remained strong as the only weakness to be felt from her was the tears falling down her cheeks. Annalise passed the now stationary Yeti as she came and sat beside the princess, holding onto her hand with care. You all need to go. Anyone implicated in this will be beheaded, go quickly. The fifth ethereal princess felt the strength leaving her body as her vision darkened, seeing the caring eyes of the girl to her right as her eyes locked with the person that had killed the assassin, her eyes telling him to run. Even while she knew death was coming for her, she tried to save the two beings who had rushed here to try and save her. Brother! Annalise looked towards Noah as she was hoping for another surprise, and she wasn't let down as she saw him sigh while waving his hands, causing the appearance of another beast beside them. This one was a waving sunflower that shone with a bright white light the moment it appeared, heal, being cast on the princess multiple times as her eyes only stayed open for a second longer before she lost consciousness. Annalise raised up her body as she still felt a pulse, looking towards her brother and the creatures he summoned in shock as she quickly shook her head. We have to leave. They glanced at the bloodied scene around them as Noah felt that there were a myriad of troubles headed their way, sending the sunflower back as the Yeti waved its huge arms to grab the bodies of the unconscious princess, himself and his sister as their figures quickly disappeared from the scene. A few minutes passed after they fled the scene with the unconscious princess in tow, and multiple figures clad in silver auras appeared in the spot where an assassin was pulverized. Fan out and search. The strong voices reverberated out as a long night filled with turmoil in the Academy City continued. The events and consequences of this night would go down in history as the beginning of something grand. Chapter 28, I Just Want Peace. News spread out in fervor all around Academy City as shocking revelations came in waves. The party of the ethereal princess that had been moving to the Golden Phoenix auction house was attacked, her guards killed as the assailants were truly powerful blessed. Even the silver blessed from the Academy City that went to Lin found themselves injured, with a few unlucky ones even facing death to defeat some of the assassins that broke the peace of their city. But as the night went, the shocking news only became more frightening as the personal guard of the princess was found, along with a bloody scene of shattered muscles and bones located in the forest behind the Blessed Academy as there was nothing to be found. With this, the news began to spread rapidly like a growing fire, the many blessed in Academy City feeling their hearts turn cold as they knew something was coming. It was the news of the death of the fifth ethereal princess, of the will of the imperial city being defied, as on this night royal blood was spilled. In the cover of the night, Noah and Annalise left the dark forest before any search parties appeared, Noah taking out the duffel bag that used to hold his bronze rank equipment when he bought them from the equipment emporium, as he stuffed the body of the princess in there. The Yeti was returned into the system interface as they came out of the verdant forest that was in the middle of the city on another side, the brother and sister pair trying their best to calmly walk along the streets of the tumultuous city to make it back home. It took them an entire hour to navigate as many blessed rushed towards the bloody scenes near the Blessed Academy, only releasing breaths of tension when they opened the door to their apartment and stepped in. Their mother had been pacing around in the apartment with worry as she turned towards them. "Where were you two? Your father is still out there looking for you." She let out a relieved sigh as her voice contained a tinge of anger, noticing the expressions of the two as she noticed the duffel bag Noah carried. He sighed while putting down the bag and opening it, the figure of a bloodied girl being seen inside as the air in the apartment turned cold. Their mother noticed the silver hair among the blood, her eyes opening towards them frightfully. What did you two do?" It was a long night, but it passed nonetheless for Academy City as the news spread. It reached the far-off imperial city as among the ranks of those with power, pandemonium ensued. Someone has dared to take up arms and spill royal blood. They have defied the will of the ethereal emperor. Rumble. The ministers and officials in power cried out loudly towards the imperial castle that stood like a domineering dragon over the imperial city. Exquisitely designed and larger than the highest buildings that Noah would have seen in his old world, the domineering imperial castle shimmered with a gold color that could be seen from miles away, as it was the highest structure one could see in the imperial city. Being at the center of the light continent, this city that acted as the imperial capital where the central power of the ethereal realm should have resided was extremely vast. The majority of powerful blessed in the upper ranks would most of the time be congested in this imperial city as they sought the dimensional rifts within. The imperial castle was a grand structure that represented the power and dominion of the beings that influenced large expanses of lands, a structure that very few beings ever got a chance to get close to. Within the expansive imperial castle, a man was standing on a balcony as he sipped a golden drink, his eyes shining blue as he emanated a world-shaking power. His hair was strikingly silver as it glimmered with light, a devilishly handsome face that would cause the strongest women to falter was currently scowling with an interested expression. "So that's why you're amassing an army, you have finally found out about it." His voice was extremely calm as it was heard by no one, containing a myriad of mysteries, as this being was the very same crown prince that the fifth ethereal princess mentioned to her guard. This was the being that had sent her into Academy City for a test, and his test had borne results. It might have not been the results he wanted, but it told him of many things as he could now prepare. He finished sipping his drink as he touched his face, putting on the expression of wrath as he went deep inside the vast imperial castle with his voice loudly resonating out to be heard by all the ministers and officials. "My sister's blood has been spilled unjustly. Ready the legions to make those responsible pay." Rumble. Amidst the shocking secret that the powerful royals had been keeping under wraps for a few years, the crown prince finally made a grand move to seize and utilize the power his father left behind as a tumultuous period was on the horizon. In the small apartment that a family of four lived in, there was complete silence as the four stood while looking at the figure of the fifth ethereal princess. The father of the family had returned as his expression was stern while staring at Noah. "You've been at bronze rank this whole time?" He didn't even look at the shocking personage on the ground as he focused on his son, Noah, shaking his head wryly as he replied. "I just stepped into it yesterday. I told you guys I was finally getting serious. But I don't think we should be focusing on me at this moment." After their mother tightened her grip on each of their ears and told them to explain, the truth of Noah and Annalise stepping in to save the princess and dispatch a heavily injured silver rank expert through a surprise attack came to light. Noah's words caused all eyes to turn towards the princess lying on the ground as the air became heavy again. Against such a personage, they truly didn't know what to do. "We can hand her to the authorities," the forces of the imperial capital have already arrived in this city anyways. Noah's father John Eckert voiced out a logical path carefully as his mom shook her head off to the side. No, let's wait until she wakes up for us to see where the danger is. It might just be that very same force from the imperial capital. Her eyes were filled with a sharp light as she went down to pick the bloodied girl from the bag Noah had brought her in. Her actions caused the unconscious princess to actually begin coming to, her eyes fluttering open as she looked around to see the worried face of the woman that was holding her, a gruff man, and two faces she recognized, the ones that had actually saved her from the sharp sword of an assassin. The fifth ethereal princess that was supposed to be dead had opened her eyes. Chapter 29, I Just Want Peace. 2. The eyes of the fifth princess were hazy as she drank from a glass of water. Her body still seemed feeble after taking the strikes of the silver-ranked assassin, the deadliest strike on her shoulder still continuing to heal even after she received support from the golden sunflower. With hazy eyes, she gazed towards Noah and the family around her as she spoke. The status of the fifth ethereal princess is that she's dead? That's the current news around Academy City, with imperial soldiers coming into the city for improved security. Noah replied calmly as he recalled everything that occurred in the past night. When the princess had woken up to find she wasn't actually dead but everyone declared her to be, a myriad of emotions crossed her mind as tears began to fall. She thought of her older brother sending her here, she thought of the assailants that came for her, she thought about a great deal of things as her eyes locked towards Annalise and Noah. I owe you to my life, and for that, I will be forever grateful. Her still weak body tried to rise and bow, Noah's mom Evelyn, going towards her with worry as the fifth imperial princess continued, this time gazing towards everyone in the small apartment. I do not wish to impose upon you all for too long. If the consensus is that I am dead, then I shall remain dead. I just need a day or two to pass before I can make my way out of Academy City and disappear. The eyes of the fifth ethereal princess were red as she actually did not wish to go back to the imperial city, wanting the news of her death to stay as it was. She wanted no more of the power struggles. She wanted no more politics. Of the schemes of Blessed that only sought for more power and strength no matter the price. She just wanted peace. Nonsense. You won't step foot outside my door in this state. You're welcome to stay here for as long as you want. The voice of Noah and Annalise's mother rang out as her eyes were red with tears. Looking at the pitiful state of the princess, she couldn't help as her maternal instincts rang out. If you do not wish to return to the imperial capital and wish to stay hidden with your identity under wraps, what better place than an abode of a weak family in Academy City? Please, don't feel like you're a burden. Evelyn's voice continued to ring out as she held onto the head of the weak princess. At this scene where she felt like she had nobody, this princess couldn't help but break down crying as she seemed like any normal girl. Noah glanced at his father as the two of them looked at each other while communicating with their eyes, each of them letting out sighs in their minds as Annalise joined her mother in comforting the fifth Princess Rose. When the tearful session neared its end, Noah couldn't help himself anymore as he asked an obvious question that plagued the minds of many. Why would anyone be bold enough to attack you? All the stories I've heard from the imperial capital are about how the will of the ethereal emperor reigns supreme across the 3 continents, that his influence stretches across all regions. Who would be bold enough to send assassins towards you? His question caused angry glares from his mom and Annalise, but he didn't care as he locked his eyes with the girl he saved. She looked towards him as her blue eyes glimmered with light, her decision being made in seconds as she thought of the secret that only the upper echelons of the imperial capital knew for the last years. For assassins to be sent towards her so boldly, this secret must be out. So she steeled her heart as she released shocking words that no one or anyone else in the apartment expected to hear. My father, the ethereal emperor, has long since perished. Rumble. The undefiable will that he established, his influence over the ethereal realm as he boasted absolute power, this will can no longer be upheld. The faces of the 4 changed drastically at this as Noah's face turned sour. What was this? The ethereal realm he thought was peaceful under the rule of a powerful emperor. actually wasn't, so the being in question was actually dead. Too many questions swam in his mind as he selfishly wondered how all of this would affect his idling life. It was a secret that was held closely among my family for the past years, but the actions taken against me means the news must be out, and the subjugated kings from the other regions might be making a move. Alarm filled the eyes of everyone listening as silence descended, with Noah's voice being the one to ring out again. Why? Why start conflict even if the ethereal emperor had passed? He worded his question carefully as Rose wiped away her tears and gave a tired smile, her voice ringing out as she dropped another bombshell in the minds of these average beings. They aim for the imperial capital that has lost its strongest defender because there, the highest tier dimensional rift in this ethereal realm exists. The diamond-ranked dimensional rift that my father delved in and obtained treasures that allowed him to even rise beyond that level and step into the platinum rank. The kings from other regions want the treasures within that rift to increase their own power. Rumble. Shocking revelations came out as Noah felt his mind being expanded, a much truer picture about the new realm he found himself in being painted. In the end, it all came down to power and benefits. In the past, the ethereal emperor had delved into a stupendous dimensional rift as he risked his life to obtain invaluable rewards, his strength rising as he became the peak expert within this realm. With his inexplicable death, others wanted this same dimensional rift as in the coming future, blood would flow like rivers while they aimed for this treasure. Chapter 30, Reduce the rift's clear time. The powerful blessed in the imperial capital aren't diving into this rift that only they have access to? Noah continued to humor his inquisitive minds as he ignored the glares of Annalise and his mom, Rose replying again while shaking her head. How easy is it to clear a diamond-ranked dimensional rift that has treasures capable of helping one break into the strongest realm? They haven't been able to produce the same result as father, the crown prince, using this time to amass a strong enough force of diamond blessed to dive into it successfully in the near future. Enemies of the Light Continent do not want them to succeed, so it will be a tumultuous months and years to come. Rumble. The princess gave a clear image of what they could expect as the faces of everyone turned grim. Their mom, Evelyn, adopted a strong expression as she shooed Noah and her husband away. Enough of that. You need to rest right now, you have heavy internal injuries that will need time to heal. Annalise, get Noah's bedroom ready for Rose. Their mom gave the command as Annalise nodded and moved to follow her mom's words. Noah looked at this scene incredulously as his mom turned towards him apologetically while giving deafening words. You'll be on the couch for the next few days. The transmigrator was kicked out of his room with the entrance of an emotionally and physically injured princess, the family gathering ending as many people needed their rest after the long night. It was already way too late as the dawn of the next day was only some hours away, and Noah had stepped out of his home to let things settle down as he walked through the streets of Academy City. A different air seemed to blanket the city as everyone moved around hurriedly. Noah's own brain was buzzing with a myriad of thoughts as the new information caused his calm heart to stir. The realm he was in was about to get tumultuous, and he needed to get truly strong if he wanted to survive the coming waves. Or be squashed like a bug. This feeling had thrown out every feeling of laziness from him as he couldn't stay in his home, his steps taking him towards the nearest iron rank dungeon as he wanted to increase his clear time and accumulate his rewards even faster to rapidly increase his strength. The feeling of an impending war and all the doom the princess had mentioned truly made his little heart scared as he wanted to quickly get stronger and prevent anything wrong from happening to him. Today, he faced a silver-ranked expert as that alone was frightful enough. What if gold-ranked Bless suddenly descended? He cleared his mind as his steps neared the dungeon, his eyes turning to the idle gaming system interface as he clicked on the rifts he hadn't touched for over 24 hours. Plus 385 idle EXP, plus 910 iron rank cores, plus 9 blazing armor, plus 8 blazing spear, plus 8 frost shield, plus 11 frost sword, plus 7 frost boots, plus 13 verdant shield, plus 13 verdant armor, plus 14 verdant helm, plus 29 iron rank minotaur shard, plus 34 iron rank mammoth shard, plus 43 iron rank verdant treant shard, plus 2856 iron rank unit upgrade crystals. A glorious amount of loot entered his inventory as he merely nodded, his more focused on the unit upgrade crystals and shards to summon more Aeron units that he could then combine to bronze. Can you imagine the sight of multiple bronze Green Plains Yetis? Or whatever creature came out when he combined the treat and the golden sunflower? The combinations were many as he finally arrived in front of the Burning Domain's dimensional rift. It was eerily empty as only a single guard was present, no blessed teams moving about as the events of assassins had caused many to return to their abodes for the day. Noah flashed his student ID as a blessed while his body released the vibrant bronze aura that signified his rank, the guard allowing him through the encampment without any issues as he placed his hand on the gray portal. The moment he reappeared in the iron rank dimensional rift again, he began to move rapidly as the roar of a summoned bronze rank Yeti was quickly heard. An earth golem also called out as Noah adorned all of his bronze equipment. Along with them, Noah combined the now 100 shards of the Minotaur from this very same domain as he brought forth another unit. Roar! The resonant bellow of the Minotaur that looked just as fearsome as the rift boss within this rift reverberated out as Noah commanded them to move forward. His blue eyes shone with intense luster as he felt the overpowering need to get stronger, rushing towards the beasts within the burning domains as he aimed to reduce his clear time. With a bronze dimensional beast in tow along with an iron rank earth golem and a minotaur, the beasts nor the iron rift boss of the burning domains gave any challenge as Noah managed to clear all domains in less than half an hour. 26 minutes to be exact. Moving through the domains and searching for all the beasts until the rift boss spawned, it took him only 26 minutes as he nearly cut down the clear time of this rift by 3 times. Yet even with such exemplary work, his heart wasn't satisfied as he felt like he was pressed for time, coming out of the burning domain's rift and rushing towards the direction of the frozen forest rift right after. His goal was to do all 3 rifts in the next hour or two as he got his clear time down for each of them, beginning to collect their rewards in the most efficient way as soon as possible. Like this, the shocking scene of him descending into iron rank dimensional rifts played out 2 more times that night, where he visited both the frozen forest and the verdant plains rift. The former had taken him 24 minutes to fully clear, the latter taking him 22. All in all, he had cleared all 3 iron rank dimensional rifts in Academy City as they averaged a time of 24. This shocking number mentioned that he had increased his efficiency in collecting loot by nearly a factor of 3, this shocking number revealing a ridiculous reality of him getting enough shards to summon 3 iron rank beasts in a bit over a day, his output for getting the iron rank upgrade crystals shooting up even higher as he should be getting close to 6,000 within a day. His eyes shone with wild luster as he planned for the tumultuous future, the thoughts of leading multiple bronze and eventually silver ranked rift bosses occupying the entirety of his mind. Chapter 31, Reduce the Rift's Clear Time. 2. Academy City was wrapped with a cloud of dangerous and depressive air as it didn't seem the same, many figures that weren't normally here stepping into the city after the shocking events. Noah moved in the night without paying attention to this as after he finished reducing his clear time with the dimensional rifts, his figure disappeared from the streets of the city as he entered the Tower of Champions. His figure was carried away by a spatial light silently as he appeared in the waiting area once more, calling forth his 4 units as a Yeti, Minotaur, Earth Golem, and Golden Sunflower appeared grandly. His eyes honed in on the 11th floor as at this moment. He wanted to farm. He felt the need to rapidly increase his strength as he wanted to collect more unit upgrade crystals to be able to fuse another bronze unit, and even clear the tower until the 20th level that would give him the last 25 bronze rank unit shards that he needed to summon a bronze unit. Let's go! His eyes shone with an intense light as he delved into the 11th floor right away. This time around, there were no more undead for him to face as he appeared in a scorchingly hot desert environment, his ears picking up the clicking sounds of a dangerous beast nearby as the summoned units surrounded him. Hiss! The horrible sound was heard first as a second later, an enormous snake towering 6 meters in diameter rose from the sand below them. Its power boasted peak iron as it had the strength of a rift boss, but Noah was prepared as his face remained cold while commanding his units. Roar! The Yeti led the charge as the Minotaur was close behind, Noah beginning to clear the floor that actually consisted of 20 mobs that were all rift bosses at the iron rank. His own strength being at bronze allowed him to combat these rift bosses without his life being threatened, using this time to better hone his battle instincts as the 11th floor was very quickly cleared. Rewards for clearing the 11th floor, plus 1000 iron rank equipment upgrade crystals, plus 1000 iron rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 50 random iron rank unit shards, plus 1000 iron rank cores, plus 5 bronze rank cores, plus 1 random bronze equipment. The wondrous rewards that were twice as much as the earlier floors showed themselves, along with the addition of a random bronze equipment and 5 bronze cores for all normal levels he cleared after this. The 1000 iron rank upgrade crystals were even more enticing in his eyes, as after clearing the next few floors, he would have enough to fully enhance 2 units and fuse them to obtain another bronze one. With rejuvenated vigor, Noah was teleported away from the 11th floor as he chose to enter the 12th right after, intent on clearing as many floors as he could in today's session as he vastly improved his power. Desert-type monsters like snakes, scorpions, and huge worms appeared on the 12th through 14th floor, each time a varying amount of them, as each were rift bosses. Noah spent a few hours going through the vast desert stages as he searched for the dimensional beasts, his body feeling the sense of tiredness as he adamantly continued. After the 14th floor, the rewards had stacked up to such an extent that he had 200 random iron rank unit shards along with enough unit upgrade crystals to fully raise 2 units when he put into account the reserves he already had from his idle rewards. This meant that he could upgrade and fuse 2 from the Minotaur, Earth Golem, or the Sunflower. Before this decision was made, he used the 200 random iron rank unit shards to see what units would come out, and if their fusions would be more aligned with the units he currently had. SHIA. 2 sources of light flashed as the unit shards were combined, 2 boxes icons appearing in Noah's inventory as he looked at their details. Light Wisp, a creature of the rare light element that illuminates brightly. It is proficient in the abilities of Strength Enhancement and Healing Aura. Desert Scorpion, a creature that lives in the depths of the desert. It is proficient in the abilities of Poison Strike and Quick Burst. 2 equally unique iron units were available for him to use, and he could only call one out as he had a cap of 5 units he could use at once. As he looked at these 2 units and the ones currently on the field, his eyes shone as he saw 2 suitable combinations. One was to fuse the Minotaur and Desert Scorpion for a deadly offensive unit, and the other was to fuse the Golden Sunflower and Light Wisp for the ultimate support unit. Each of the combinations had its points, but as he looked at the remaining floors he wanted to climb, he chose to first get the fusion that would produce an offensive unit to join the Green Plains Yeti to utterly crush the enemies they would face. The Light Wisp and Sunflower could be summoned and active for now as they stayed in the back to provide support until he gained enough crystals to upgrade them. Let's do it! The path was decided, so he went ahead to finish it. The Desert Scorpion was summoned first as a creature similar to the ones he had been fighting in the past floors appeared. The upgrade crystals were then pumped into the Minotaur and Desert Scorpion as they achieved peak iron rank, a prompt soon coming up asking Noah to fuse as he agreed. Rumble! A brilliant flash of light erupted out as the figures of Minotaur and Scorpion melded together, the product to come out being something deadly. Noah looked forth in a stupor as the details of the beast popped up. Bronze, Fiery Chimera, a mixed creature that has the heads of a bull and a scorpion, its deadly stinger being something that threatens everything in the same rank. Its abilities include Fatal Sting, Armor Break, and Poison Arrows. A deadly creature that shone with malice appeared, Noah getting his hands on 2 bronze-dimensional beasts in a short period of time as his sight was on the wondrous tower levels he wanted to clear. As the slacking transmigrator worked harder than ever since he came to in the new realm, its inhabitants were now actively moving as the period of peace that many enjoyed for the last years was shattered. When the new day rose after the assassination of the 5th ethereal princess, many found to their shock that it wasn't the swift hammer of justice from the imperial capital that came first, but the shocking declaration and advancement of forces of powerful blessed from the Dark Continent. This gave everyone a much clearer picture of who the culprit of the assassination was, as well as tremendous fear for the future as the powerful reply from the imperial capital they had expected was not there. Chapter 32, A Skill Book. The forces of Blessed moving from the Dark Continent and advancing into the Light Continent was something that only shook the hearts of commoners, but those truly knowledgeable knew that for them to move this fast, all of this had to have been in motion for a long time, as the event that occurred the day prior was just the match that sparked the fire. The assassination of the fifth ethereal princess and subsequently poor response from the imperial capital of the Light Continent allowed the generals and powerful beings behind the ruling force of the Dark Continent to confirm the truth they had found out some time ago, the fact that the ethereal emperor truly was no more. Thus, after confirmation, the plans they had in motion all this time were initiated as the force of the Dark Continent vowed to expand its influence by taking over the nearby cities of the Light Continent. The purpose of expanding their rule and extending it to nearby cities was of course for the same reason that was the core of the war about to be waged: the dimensional rifts. If one controlled dimensional rifts, they controlled the access for an insurmountable amount of wealth and power. For the higher level rifts that were occupied by the true nobility and beings of power in the ethereal realm, one had to even pay a prince to enter and dive into a rift, as others were not even allowing access to common blessed. Controlling the rifts meant controlling the flow of power. So the forces of the Dark Continent moved to bring more dimensional rifts under their control, as so far, the forces could be seen moving towards 3 cities within the Light Continent. They were cities that were just past the border between the 2 continents, cities that mainly held dimensional rifts up to the silver level. It was the Bright City, Mosette City, and lastly the area that sparked the confirmation for this whole war, Academy City. The forces of the Dark Continent chose these 3 cities strategically, as they were where most of the young aspiring blessed started off from before they delved deeper into the Light Continent, where even more wondrous dimensional rifts were located. The 3 continents of the ethereal realm were large clusters of land filled with city-states such as Academy City, long roads and expansive forests existing between the cities for commoners to move across. The royals and those with power could afford huge vessels that made their journeys easier, with the Light Continent having much richer cities and prospered much more than the Dark and Wild continents under the rule of the ethereal emperor. The Dark Continent aimed for the rifts and prosperity of the Light Continent that had lost its strongest defender, its commanders each moving with their own goals but joined together by a singular aim under the banner of one being, a being that many would come to know in the future as his name spread, the Dark King. As these events were unfolding, Noah was traversing the Tower of Champions as he stepped on the 15th floor while being surrounded by spectacular units. A fearsome Green Plains Yeti and fiery Chimera at the forefront, an Earth Golem behind them protecting the figures of the support units, a swaying sunflower and a bright light wisp that glowed with a glimmering white light. This party was currently facing the fearsome might of 2 bronze dimensional rift bosses, Noah questioning the difficulty of this tower as it just jumped from 1 bronze boss on the 10th floor to 2 on the 15th. If he hadn't fused another bronze beast just now, it would have been a deadly battle, as he might have even lost a few pets. Boom! A shocking explosion resounded out as the Yeti and fiery Chimera worked in conjunction, one releasing a mountainous strike, as the other released a fatal sting. Their bodies were just as vibrant and full of power compared to the 2 bosses they faced, one being a giant worm and the other a desert scorpion. Noah's units had the support skills of the Light Wisp, such as Strength Enhancement and Healing Aura, the 2 offensive units becoming even bulkier as a unique white light surrounded them. Whenever they were hurt, their injuries would very quickly heal as their enemies only became weaker and weaker. Noah was occasionally moving in and out to deal deadly strikes with his magma sword himself, as he used the Earth Golem to defend if any strike came towards him. But with this tremendous teamwork of highly offensive and support units, the battle finished in a stellar style as Noah's party came out of it with no injuries. Boom! Boom! The bodies of 2 bronze-dimensional beasts collapsed as the party was warped away, the rewards of their hard battle popping up in front of Noah's eyes. Rewards for clearing the 15th floor, plus 1,000 iron rank equipment upgrade crystals, plus 1,000 iron rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 50 random iron rank unit shards, plus 1,000 iron rank cores, plus 25 bronze rank cores, plus 1 random bronze equipment, plus 2,000 bronze rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 25 random bronze rank unit shards, plus 10 health potions, plus 10 mana potions, plus 1 bronze skill book. Looking over the rewards, Noah couldn't help but release a gasp at how luxurious they were. He was now 25 shards away from a bronze unit, and he had finally gotten his hands on bronze rank unit upgrade crystals for him to upgrade the strength of the Yeti and fiery Chimera. But most of all was a skill book. Rare than anything you could come across, an item that infused one with knowledge of how to guide the energy of their ranks to influence the elements in their surroundings in order to bring forth deadly results. Noah wasted no time as he took the bronze skill book out of his inventory, watching as it disappeared the moment he willed to learn it, a brand new skill appearing in his stat panel. Noah Eckert, rank, bronze. Strength, bronze. Dexterity, bronze. Intelligence, bronze. Vitality, bronze. Skills, bronze firebolt. A gorgeous set of words that displayed his new skill appeared. A skill that shot forth a rapid arc of fire to pierce and scorch his target's firebolt had come to light. Chapter 33, Just Who Is He? Of course, Noah wanted to right away test the new skill he had obtained. But he had underestimated the floors of the Tower of Champions, the vast expanse of deserts and the past floors taking him a few hours to go through as he knew it was nearing daytime. He couldn't not try out the new skill he gained on beasts though, so he made up his mind as he chose to delve into at least the 16th floor. SHIA. Their figures were teleported onto the scorching desert once more, facing even more monstrous and larger numbers of desert-type rift bosses. This time while his offensive units thundered forward, he wasn't too far behind them as when he faced a desert scorpion, his eyes shone while he cast Firebolt. Zing! A fiery bolt of flames appeared beside him as it shot forth like a flash of light towards the beast. Boom! It struck its head as it left behind devastating damage, an explosive and scorching mess left behind as the Iron Rift boss wiggled and fell to the ground. One-hit KO on a Rift boss. Noah felt strong emotions from gaining such a wondrous skill as he searched the vast desert with even more vigor, casting the skill left and right as it definitely helped with their clear time. He ran out of energy halfway through as he pulled out the item he had been obtaining in the past floors, Mana Potion. Mana Potion, a potion that revitalizes the energy of its consumer to full capacity. A wondrous piece of loot that he drank to be filled with energy again, finishing the 16th floor after an hour as rewards similar to the 11th floor greeted him. He looked towards his loot that glimmered with shining lights in his inventory as he reappeared in the waiting area of the Tower of Champions, choosing to leave after spending an entire night here. He would return to rush towards the 20th floor as soon as he could, his heart set on the rewards there as he wanted to challenge himself to rise even further. Change in POV. I was staring out the window early in the morning as I looked for a single person. More shocking than even last time, my dear older brother had not even spent the night in the house after we saved the princess, and he was off doing Lord knows what. The events of last night played through my mind as I still couldn't believe them, though. My older brother. My slacker of a brother. He actually had bronze rank strength and even had abilities that could summon fearsome beasts. How? There was no answer in sight as I looked towards the door that used to be his room, where currently a princess that nearly lost her life was now resting. My eyes caught his figure as he entered the apartment complex, trying my best to put on a calm expression as he came up and entered our apartment. He saw me sitting by the window as he smiled. "What's my little sister doing up so early?" He shot forth a question so calmly as if he didn't just take down a silver rank assassin last night. I looked at him closely as I let out a sigh and replied. "So you disappear at night to dive in rifts? Why keep it a secret? Why act weak?" I truly had a great deal of questions for this older brother of mine, but he frustratingly waved his hands to dismiss them all as he spoke with a smile. I told you guys a few days ago that I was finally gonna get serious, and I actually did start that day. The results you see now are all I have achieved since then. He let out unbelievable words as I rolled my eyes, but he then waved his hands after seeing me disregard his words as SHIA. The brilliant luster of iron and bronze rank cores filled the room. I wanted to help my little sister and finally contribute to the family. Use these to break through the iron rank and reach bronze, and then we can go diving in a bronze rift soon. I couldn't help but look towards him in a stupor while glancing at the scene of hundreds of iron cores and over 30 bronze cores. Yet, he merely yawned as his face seemed to be filled with tiredness, crashing on the couch as even with the sunlight passing through the window, this guy fell asleep in seconds. This was truly my older brother? The same very one I used to know? While Annalise grasped the fact that her brother had become capable enough to even wave his hands and caused the appearance of iron and bronze cores, the hours passed as news of the movements of the Dark Continent became widespread. In the hours of the afternoon where the sun's rays were the brightest, the parents of the Eckerd household returned home to first see the daughter shockingly absorbing peak bronze cores that even they rarely come across when they dived in rifts with a team. When she came to and stabilized her aura in the bronze realm, her body reeled in the frost that had begun to leak out from her. Ice Queen, also advancing with her as she let her parents know that the one to be magnanimous enough and give all this, was her older brother. They looked at the slacker that was snoring on the couch as they made sure it was the same person, John looking towards his son with a hidden light of pride as Evelyn looked towards Noah with loving eyes that even dripped tears. But even this scene didn't last too long as Noah was ruffled awake when the door to his room opened and the fifth princess they were hiding came out. John's face then turned grim as he looked at everyone along with the groggy Noah while he told them shocking news. Forces of the Dark Continent are making their way through the border. They want to expand their influence as Academy City is one of the locations a Legion of Blessed is heading to. The sleepiness was instantly lost from Noah's eyes as the eyes of two girls flashed with a sharp light. The peaceful years they had experienced were now being brought to an end as they would soon be caught in the middle of a war between two hegemonies. Chapter 34, Golden Light Falls from the Skies. Noah was roused awake the moment the shocking words of a force from the Dark Continent nearing the border of the continent he was currently in reached his ears. He truly wanted to spend his time idling and growing stronger, with his next plans even being to delve into the bronze rank dimensional rifts with the help of his parents and even the fifth ethereal princess. He had planned to put this princess to use as he utilized the favor of saving her life by quickly clearing the 3 bronze rank rifts in Academy City, and even later going towards the singular silver ranked rift within the city. But now he was just told that the forces from the Dark Continent were heading towards the Light Continent, with a few cities as their target and Academy City was one of them. It was such a surreal development that he didn't even know what to do. The voice of Noah's father John rang out with somberness by the side. The news should have already been spread towards the Imperial City. We should see reinforcements before the Legion from the Dark Continent making their way here can even arrive. Before then, we have to decide what we are going to do. A tough road seemed to lay ahead as the 5 figures within the small apartment pondered about the future. The fifth princess seemed to have made up her mind as she rose to speak up, but this was when something shocking occurred. It was akin to a bomb going off, a bomb so loud that the eardrums of a common iron-ranked blessed were ruptured. Boom! The sound shook the very apartment they were in as solemn expressions appeared in the faces of everyone when they felt the reverberations. On this day, Noah Eckerd came across the second explosion since his transmigration into the ethereal realm. This second explosion would have a much grander and more horrific significance than the first one though. This was because the explosion was the beginning of a nightmare? In the skies above the clouds of Academy City, an airship was moving slowly while being hidden to the eyes of those below. The airship contained a myriad of blessed, each of them with cold expressions as their eyes were those of focus and longing. There were thousands of blessed within this airship. The large majority of them in the bronze rank as over 100 in the silver rank were lined up neatly up front. Each of them wore armors and held weapons that matched their respective levels, these beings letting out powerful auras as on each of their armors, there was the inscription of a bloody crown being pierced at the center by a golden sword. Standing in front of all of these beings at the edge of the airship was a man that had glimmering red hair and dark eyes. His eyes seemed extremely sharp as they held the features of a beast, a glint of a golden color reflecting off of his body as shockingly, this was a being not of the bronze or silver ranks, but of gold. Gold! As he stared down at the calm city below them, his voice rang out. They expect the legion coming by land to be the one that reaches them first. They expect for us to give them time to prepare as they bolster their defenses and wait for the forces from the imperial capital. His voice was tinged with power and ridicule as this gold-rank blessed thought the large city below them looked extremely minuscule when one looked at it from such a faraway position. His shocking words continued as his body pulsed with power. No, this war, this conquest was planned for a long time. We shall not give you time to prepare to be ready. We shall advance and strike quickly as before you know it, a large majority of these cities would have already fallen into our hands. Rumble. From the position of the sky where the airship was at, this being that palpated with billowing power of the gold rank jumped off the airship. Before the enormous vessel could even be seen by those below in the Academy City, the most powerful figure that traveled within the vessel jumped off of it in a spectacular manner. His body barreled towards the ground as he smashed onto the very center of the city, his impact causing a horrendous amount of damage in the nearby mile. Buildings were shaken and tumbling as any beings in the bronze rank or lower close nearby in the area that this expert had landed on were grievously injured or dead. Wah! The gold rank expert stretched his neck as he looked around him, the shining eyes observing everything coldly as he moved towards the strongest auras within this city, the important personages of silver that were wildly flaring out their power. This gold rank expert was the source of the explosion Noah and his family had heard. This being signaled the arrival of a force that the beings from the light continent thought were days away from them. This being signaled the beginning of a terrible war. Noah and his family had gone out of their apartment complex as their faces changed drastically when they noticed the scenes outside. In the skies, the appearance of an enormous airship tore apart the clouds as it descended towards the city at a rapid speed. Ropes flung out of the airship as numerous figures blinking with silver and bronze lights flowed across them and into the peaceful city. Noah's heart shook at the scene as it was purely unbelievable. Everyone beside him had foreboding feelings in their hearts while they were looking at this scene. Near them, the fifth ethereal princess was wearing a veil that covered her face, her eyes shaking as she saw the enemies of their light continent and unbelievably having already arrived to attack them. No. It shouldn't be like this, they should not. Her words were filled with disbelief, but the scene in front of them could not be denied. Boom! Numerous explosions began to resound throughout the city as the sounds of fighting began. The flashes of silver and bronze lights that descended down from the airships had begun to spread out into the city rapidly, destruction being left behind in their wake. In the middle of all this chaos, a mesmerizing voice that was amplified uniquely by the use of magic rang out across the many miles of Academy City. Your saviors from the Dark Continent have arrived to lift the oppression of the so-called Ethereal Emperor. We have arrived to free you, as all you need to do is lay down your arms and kneel under the rule of the Dark King. Only through this will you find abundant opportunities and wealth. As for those who do not kneel, they shall perish from where they stand. Rumble. A resonant voice releasing a domineering claim. It was the start of a shocking war as in the midst of it all, a certain transmigrator had not expected nor wanted any of it. Chapter 35, A Lesson on Cruelty. At this moment in time, it was not just Academy City that had an airship appear above their skies. Multiple other cities had a shimmering golden light descending from the airships like a bomb as they smashed onto the center of their city, causing widespread mayhem and casualty as a gold-ranked blessed was sent on each airship. The gold experts on the ships were accompanied by over 100 silver rank experts and thousands in the bronze rank. It was such an overpowering force that the unprepared cities that had at most tens of beings in the silver rank and a few thousand in the bronze as the vast majority were in the iron rank. None of these beings could withstand a trained army that was there for subjugation. A war had begun, and with it came with immense horrors nobody would ever wish to experience in their lives. In Academy City. We have to move and fast. The stern voice of Noah's father rang out clearly as he grabbed the hands of Annalise and Evelyn while he began sprinting to the outer peripheries of the city. The father of this family had analyzed the situation thoroughly as he chose to run in the next moment that the flashes of silver and bronze lights began to spread throughout the city. If they did not want to heal under the subjugation of this invading force, they had to rush out of the city and go deeper into the light continent towards the imperial capital that had much more powerful city-states surrounding it that were filled with silver rank experts and even those in the gold rank. Noah found himself running beside his family as the fifth princess kept up with them with a somber expression. She seemed extremely conflicted as she didn't know what to do, but the voice of Noah's father continued to ring out as they made their way across the chaotic streets. Keep running! Rumble! Many beings could be seen running around haphazardly, their faces filled with fear as not too far from them the sounds of fighting could be heard. The screams of fighting and the sounds of people dying. Boom! The street in front of them cracked as a figure landed. The party of five instantly turned as they avoided the silver flash that just descended down to instantly go in another direction. Boom! Yet the area they turned to also had another silver light descending down as it caused the earth below it to crack. They breathed hard as they came to a stop. They weren't the only ones boxed in, as multiple other inhabitants of Academy City were pooled in a circle as from three directions, the powerful color of silver blocked all sides. Not long after, the glimmers of multiple bronze experts appeared as each of them carried bloodied weapons as they looked coldly towards the beings around them. Kneel! The word was uttered from the silver-ranked blessed that held pristine swords and a razor-sharp armor. It was a single word, a command that had to be followed. Multiple powerful silver and bronze blessed enemies surrounded them. It was an impossible situation. Some beings in the iron and bronze rank near Noah's family could not help it as their legs buckled and they fell to the ground, shaking in shame and fear as they could do nothing but kneel. Noah's father had a difficult expression as he looked at all sides, his eyes then landing on his family behind him. Noah stepped forward as he saw the dangerous eyes of the silver and bronze blessed around them. These beings weren't like the heavily injured assassin he had been able to ambush and kill in the past, with each of them armored to the T, as he knew even if he summoned his bronze beasts, they would not be able to change the situation. His eyes went towards his father as they spoke with their eyes. It was another time where father and son communicated with only their eyes as their intentions were understood by both sides. Noah saw this being telling him that for now, they would simply have to kneel and bear the shame as they truly did not have the strength to stand against their enemies. They had to kneel. Thump! Noah felt his heart beat clearly as the feeling he never wanted to experience, the feeling of others stronger than him standing atop him as he couldn't even control his life. This fear of his since he arrived in the ethereal realm had actually become a reality. More knees fell on the ground shamefully as Noah's father was the first, his strong arms pushing on his wife and daughter to go down as well. The fifth princess also fell to the ground as one could see a veil covering her head that prevented others from seeing her head full of silver hair. Noah felt extreme shame as his knees were about to fall down as well, knowing the situation was extremely dangerous as too many enemies surrounded them at this moment. Even if he called forth his two bronze pets, it wouldn't be of help against the three powerful silver-blessed and multiple bronze ones that boxed him and multiple others on all sides. So his body shook as this transmigrator for the first time ever went to the ground and kneeled. His eyes were red as since arriving in this new place, he fell to the lowest point. Yet in the crowd of blessed that were kneeling, there were a few that were either too brave or too prideful to kneel. In this crowd, it was the figure of an elderly woman who held the hands of a little girl. Her expression was adamant as one could sense weak fluctuations of the bronze rank from her aged face looking towards the powerful enemies around them as she didn't have a sense of fear. The people of the light continent do not kneel to subjugators. The voice of the elderly woman resonated across the destroyed square as those kneeling heard it, their heart being shaken as the shame they felt threatened to flood out. The silver-ranked blessed nearby kept his cold look on his face as his eyes turned to this elderly woman and child. Both the elder and young child seemed to have no fear in their eyes as they chose to stand for something. Alas! SHAA. A silver light flashed. A sword was drawn. Thunk! The head of the elderly woman that had spoken in revolt was severed cleanly as it fell to the ground. People looked around in a stupor as they saw the mercilessness of their enemies, the silver expert looking around towards the few people that were still standing as a sword aimed towards them as well. Back in the area where the head of an elderly woman lay on the ground, the shaking hands of the young child that still held on to the hand of her grandmother could be seen. This child had a lost expression as she tried to register the scene in front of her, her little face looking at the grandma and then it being that had taken the head off of her. Tears had begun to fall out of her face as she looked at the ground and grabbed onto a nearby rock, her little hands wrapping around it and throwing it towards the silver rank blessed that had taken her grandmother away from her. The stone was harmless, really, one that would not even harm even an iron-ranked blessed. But the silver commander turned around and looked at the child that had defiantly thrown it towards him. His face remained cold and impassive as to the shock of everyone there. He began to move towards the child with his sword raised high. Alarm and shock wrapped and crossed the minds of many, but nobody moved as their legs trembled in fear. Nobody moved but a single person. This person stood up from her kneeling position with a strong expression in her eyes as she called forth righteously. "Really? You would even harm a child?" The voice was extremely striking as it held a stinging tone towards the powerful silver blessed with the cold expression. Noah's heart sank as he heard this voice, his shaking eyes rising up to see the figure of his mother of Evelyn angrily looking towards the ruthless silver blessed that was about to raise their hands against a child. The scene that played out next was something that Noah would never forget for the rest of his life. As he kneeled on the ground feeling his weakness and shame. As he kneeled to the ground because of his fear of losing his own life and of his family around him, he saw a flash of silver light. This flash of light was extremely fast as Noah was barely able to follow it, this light going towards the figure of the woman that had stood up to protect an innocent child. This flash of light passed through her neck seamlessly as yet another head fell to the ground. Pa! Shock! Stupor! Horror! Chapter 36, A Lesson on Cruelty. 2. Noah would have many lessons inscribed in his brain after his transmigration. One of the early lessons that would be etched into his mind was that those with power could be ruthless. That they could be extremely cruel. They could do as they wished as they stepped on those weaker than them, and there would not be any repercussions. They could do as they wished purely because they had the power to do it, and so they did as they showed not an ounce of pity or compassion. Shing! The silver blessed swiped his sword to the side after decapitating a being Noah had memories of through his life. His feet stepped on her rolling head as he applied light pressure, the face becoming deformed as blood and brain matter splattered out. The silver blessed still merely had a cold and impassive look on his face. Noah was frozen. For the first time since his transmigration. He was frozen. Annalisa's body shook by the side at this incredulous scene, crawling on her feet as she went towards her mother's decapitated body. John, the father of Noah Eckert, whose memories were very vividly remembered by the being that had taken over his body, John's expression was that of immense anger and pain as he watched the love of his life perish. The woman he had built a life with. Who he had worked with day and night to create a family. Just like that, perished. He turned towards his stupefied daughter and son, his eyes locking with Noah as they shimmered with light. Noah came out of his stupor as father and son communicated with their eyes once more. It was the communication that the father and son would have for the last time. Noah saw the unwillingness and despair. As well as another message that smashed into his heart. He understood it all just from that one look. Rumble. John's body erupted with the aura of a bronze blessed as his wrathful and despairing eyes turned towards the cold-faced killer. For the love of his life to be taken so unjustly in front of him, he could not sit idle. His body rushed towards the cold-faced killer as this being from the dark continent merely gave a cursory glance as a flash of silver illuminated the surroundings again. Another head rolled to the ground. Squelch! The foot shimmering with silver came down upon this rolling head again as it pressed down and caused brain matter to fly out. There were many things occurring all around them as sounds of fighting continued to ring out, screams and wails apparent on all sides. Yet it felt like everything was isolated in the area they were in as they witnessed cruelty after cruelty. It's like they don't believe that I'll kill them. I'll repeat myself again: kneel and remain kneeling, or you will perish. The silver blessed wiped his sword of the blood that had taken away the lives of 3 innocent beings as he spoke. Noah came to at this moment after this shocking sequence of events, the fear and shame he had in his mind replaced by extreme anger and wrath. He had only transmigrated into this world less than a month ago, but he had its memories from the body he occupied for all of his life. Ever since he could remember when he was young until now, the memories of the parents of Noah Eckert filled his mind as if they were his very own. The attachment the body he occupied had felt towards them erupted out as his wrathful eyes locked onto the silver blessed that had taken their lives so easily. A mere silver blessed, a being he knew he could step on in just a matter of days or weeks after getting stronger. This being and the powerful gold flash from the skies had caused him to kneel as they then carried out untold cruelty. Rumble. His body rose up steadily as he no longer kneeled. The silver blessed turned his head towards him as he saw Noah wasn't the only one, the shaken figure of Annalise also rising up as her body glimmered with an intense blue light, frost beginning to wrap around her. As the blessed saw the wrath and disbelief in their eyes, he nodded while speaking out simply. I see, that was your family? It's better you join them than remain here. His bloodied feet moved forward as for the 3rd time in the last few minutes, another flash of silver light occurred. Clang! Yet at this moment, the cold blade was deflected as the shaking figure of Rose the 5th princess could be seen. Her body shook with pain and fear as she screamed out towards Noah. Run! Don't lose your life here for no reason. Her words roused Noah's and Annalise's minds as the other blessed around them that were still kneeling looked at the bloody scene, each of them rising and beginning to run out fearfully. Ho! The silver blessed swung his sword again towards Rose as a slight surprise entered his face, his strike pushing the girl that only had silver strength on the surface but did not have the battle power associated with it. A large gash appeared on the 5th ethereal princess's shoulder as she was thrown back towards the same direction where Noah and Annalise stood. Noah's expression twisted as he grabbed onto her, Annalise beside him as the two were ready to fight for their lives. The silver blessed came towards them with a blade drawn as Noah was about to summon all his units and see if he could take out even just this single being before he perished. But now, don't go around killing everyone. We still need a workforce for the days to come. Wah! A glorious flash of gold appeared and floated in the skies. A being with crimson hair and shimmering eyes appeared as he looked at the sorry figures of blessed trying to run or fight, everything silencing under his gaze as the blessed coming towards Noah and the others clicked his lips in disappointment. Gather all the able ones into the center of the city. A new regime is here for them. Rumble. The aura of gold-ranked blessed was extremely overpowering, Noah and the others barely being able to stay on their feet as they knew going against these words meant death. They truly could not fight back. They barely survived by a few seconds, and it was due to the mercy of their enemies. The being shining in gold glanced at each of them as Noah turned his eyes upward, the eyes of the gold expert that looked at each of them like mere bugs beings inscribed in his mind. Ha ha! Only a peal of light laughter came from the gold blessed as he flashed away from the sky and into another region. Noah felt his blood boiling as the shame and anger he felt only increased, looking towards the figure of their decapitated parents as the many bronze and silver blessed enemies around them ushered them towards the center of the city, the strong voice of the blessed around them resounding out. You heard the golden commander. To the center of the city if you wish to keep your life. A new regime had descended onto Academy City. It wasn't the only city affected as many on the border of the Light Continent would be taken over. A bloody war beginning as a being that was considered a nobody was now wrapped in the middle of it. Chapter 37, We Are Magnanimous. The flames of war had erupted unexpectedly and without notice. A shocking morning turned extremely bloody in the Light Continent as the forces from the Dark Continent moved in grandly. Before the forces of the Imperial City could even react, multiple cities in the edges of the continent had been taken over through the surprise attacks that utilized airships sent in with Gold Blessed at the lead. Within these cities, flames rose to the skies as the dead blessed were burned right where they fell, causing for a crimson color to shade the dark skies. It was a shocking reality as Noah and two girls were moving towards the center of their subjugated city soullessly. His eyes were red as all the fears he had since his transmigration had actually come true, as he wasn't able to do anything against a suddenly appearing powerful force. His parents. His gaze was melancholic and filled with wrath when he thought of the last look he received from his father. It told him that against all odds, he must protect his little sister. He stared down at the figure of Annalise that had a blank expression while looking at the destructive sights around him, his hand reaching out to stroke her head as the two siblings mourned the great loss of their parents. Rose moved with light steps as she bled, emotions of shame and regret flowing freely from the young princess. The three made their way deeper into the center of the city after learning a painful lesson. It was a lesson on cruelty and ruthlessness, a lesson they would not forget anytime soon. Chaos, flames, and blood overflowed across Academy City, only coming to a stop after a few hours as new banners and flags were raised throughout. The banners and flags contained a slanted crown that was dripping with blood, a golden sword passing in between this crown gloriously. Under the rule of the Dark King, you all will prosper. Rumble. When many beings were gathered at the center of the city where bodies of their brethren burned to ash, the voice of the Golden Commander resounded out. The king is truly magnanimous, as his only rule is that every able being has to dive in the dimensional rifts within this city, and those successfully finishing a dive will have to hand over half of their loot. Those of you still with families, hold them close as you work together towards a grand future. Those of you that have finally woken up to the realities of death and saw your friends lose their lives in front of you, work even harder as we welcome your challenge if you wish to rebel. Rumble. As of this day, this city shall be known as City 8, and you all are the proud subjects of the Dark King. Noah, Annalise, and Rose were breathless as they were among the many clustered in the square watching the Golden Bless say these words in person, their eyes etching every single scene in the recess of their memories. Academy City was occupied and given the number identity of City 8, the blessed within all becoming the conquered in but a single day. What a grand show of power! What a wondrous ethereal realm! In the very same apartment they had run out of earlier, three beings returned as they missed two less people. The three were finally able to find a time to rest as they sat around each other in a room. Noah was silently stroking Annalise's head as she sobbed, while Rose had red eyes as she looked outside the window and into the city that was tinged red with blood. Noah's eyes seemed to have lost all emotions as he turned towards the fifth ethereal princess and spoke coldly. I'll need your help for the next few days. His eyes locked with the princess as a myriad of thoughts crossed their minds, Rose only nodding while biting her lips. Noah then looked at the crying Annalise as he then whispered to her. It's okay, little sister. The tears of the girl didn't stop falling from these words as he continued. They did this to us because they were strong, and because we were too weak to even defend ourselves. Rumble. Noah's eyes shone as he spoke, his mentality greatly altered after today's event as his eyes flashed with wrath to overshadow the deep shame and regret he felt. What they did to us, we shall pay them back tenfold. This sentence finally got Annalise's attention as she wiped her tears while turning towards him, her small voice ringing out silently. How? Noah stared at the girl that felt even more pain than him, the girl that had always been diving into rifts to prevent a situation like the one that occurred today from happening. His eyes flashed with light as he replied while looking at the vast burning metropolis they lived in. We will dive into dimensional rifts and grow our strength. In time. Many dangerous emotions coursed through him as on this day, the naive laid-back transmigrator was killed in Academy City as someone else was born from it. The hours passed as in the evening, Noah and the two girls were able to step out of the apartment once more as they went towards the portal of a rift with heavy steps. Rose had her hair dyed as a veil covered half of her face, the identity of the fifth ethereal princess thrown away as she moved behind Noah. She felt an enormous debt of gratitude towards this family, and as she had just helplessly watched as the lives of the parents were lost, she felt like she had to repay them somehow. Noah was walking forward with a blank Annalise by his side, the three not wasting any time after today's event as they were actually the first few blessed to go towards the rifts under the new regime. They appeared at the encampment of a bronze rift, multiple guards wearing armor that was inscribed with the bloody crown and golden sword piercing stationed there and looking at them with deep smiles. "We have the first customers, haha." The blessed laughed with each other as the one at the forefront came to stand beside Noah and look at the pretty girls beside him. "What a lucky man you are. Enter the rift and remember, half of what you gain will be left behind when you come out." Noah glanced at the being in front of him as he nodded coldly. Walking forward as he, Annalise, and Rose entered a bronze rift for the first time. They moved with great urgency as they felt their weakness. They moved with great urgency so they could have a chance at revenge. They moved to build a better future. Chapter 38, Relentless Advancement. The three of them touched the vibrating portal as Noah appeared in his first bronze-ranked dimensional rift. OOM. He waved his hands as the Green Plains Yeti, Fiery Chimera, Golden Sunflower, Earth Golem, and the Light Wisp were summoned to the surprised eyes of the two girls. Roar! The units announced their arrival grandly as they roared out, Rose's voice ringing out as she looked at them. "Your inherent ability is summoning? Something like that, yours?" He asked the silver-raked princess that only had the power of this rank on the surface, yet her ability did not seem that developed. "Lightning Ruler, along with a few skills I obtained from the vault of the Imperial Castle," Rose replied as the party went deeper into the rift that was called the Unknown Caverns. A bronze rift that required one to go through many winding caverns while defeating the beasts they came across. The caverns were filled with bats as the final boss was an enormous bat king that was over 5 meters large. Noah having 2 bronze beasts at the forefront as well as a silver blessed that had begun fighting for the first time in her life similar to them, on top of the newly bronze Annalise that held a determined expression, the rift was not too much of a problem for them to clear. Fire Bolt. Noah ferociously spammed his first skill as glimmering arcs of fire struck the body of the Bat King that was besieged on all sides by his Yeti and Fiery Chimera. Zing! Rose also released a strike with her sword as purple lightning shone from it, with Annalise staying behind as she drew a bow that released frozen arrows. Boom! The Bat King fell to the ground as the three of them were able to take it down and finish the rift in half an hour. 30 minutes. The Unknown Caverns Rift is now available in idle mode. Noah's eyes shone at the message from the system as he counted what they received from this rift, an abysmal number of bronze core and 1 equipment being the result. Let's go! His voice rang out as the three of them stepped on the newly appearing runic magic circle that teleported them outside, surprising the blessed from the dark continent that had been laughing at them before. Noah threw the dropped bronze equipment and a few bronze cores to them with a cold face, the soldiers beaming with smiles as they nodded in a friendly manner. It was an extremely funny scene as to Noah, these things were worthless with him having hundreds of bronze cores and equipment. Nice work in there, comrades. Dive again a few more times if you're still up for it. They took the loot with smiles as this would be the way things worked for anyone wanting to dive into rifts in the future. They would have to pay half if not more of their gains from the rift to the blessed soldiers that were stationed outside of it. Noah and the two girls did not say a single thing as they moved away from this rift and went towards the second one in Academy City, or as it was known now, City 8. There were 2 more bronze rifts within this city that Noah had not cleared, bringing Annalise and Rose towards the second one as they repeated exactly what they did with the Unknown Caverns. Being filled with an intense drive and determination, the 3 blessed descended onto the rift and cleared it around the same time, paying the inconsequential fee of half their cleared rift loot to the blessed soldiers of the Dark Continent as they then made their way to the 3rd bronze rift. On their way there, Annalise was moving with Rose as Noah led the way up front. "You're lucky to have a brother like him." Rose spoke lightly to Annalise as she nodded sadly, glancing at the figure of Noah as she clenched her fists, hiding the pain and sorrow in her heart. His words might seem grand, but I somehow feel like they would come true. That revenge would truly be possible. The little sister of Noah looked at her older brother's back as she began developing a strong sense of trust, Rose nodding absent-mindedly as she looked at Noah's back while thinking of her own brother, the Crown Prince, that had used her and nearly caused for her death. How different they all were. The three beings moved with heavy emotions as they went to clear the third bronze rift within City 8, managing to clear it within half an hour just as the past two. This meant in the span of a few hours and with the help of the silver-ranked Rose and bronze-ranked Annalise, Noah was able to clear the bronze rifts and now had all of them in idle mode. All he had to do now was dive into the single silver rank rift within this city, as he would just have to wait for time to pass before he became immensely more powerful than he was currently. With the idle gaming system, all he needed was for time to pass, as the more days that went by, the stronger he would be. His thoughts were churning as he looked at Annalise and Rose, the two girls showing tired expressions as he took them back to the apartment. They had done the most they could for today, and he would not risk losing all their lives by rushing to dive into a silver rift. He would first clear more floors of the Tower of Champions as he obtained more reward there, seeing if he could come across silver cores similar to when he came across bronze cores and broke through before. Even though the monsters of the Tower of Champions didn't drop any loot, the rewards for clearing the floors was something that the monsters could not give even if one cleared them 100 times. Their steps were heavy as they reached their apartment complex, only to find it was surrounded by blessed soldiers adorned with armors inscribed by the bloody crown and golden sword. They looked towards Noah and the two girls as they waved their hands away while uttering cold words. "This apartment complex and region will be under renovation and used by us. You all best find somewhere else to be if you used to live here." Cruelty and unfairness. Noah looked at the two silver-ranked blessed among the group and the tens of bronze blessed as he clenched his fists and turned around, Annalise and Rose following him as their eyes were red with emotions. On this day, they were even kicked out of their homes. Chapter 39, Relentless Advancement. 2. Noah found a tall building that served as a temporary tavern and lodging for blessed and other important beings, swallowing his pride as even after being kicked out of his childhood home, he told himself to persevere as he first grew stronger. When he achieved silver and even gold rank as he led rift bosses at the same stage, would anyone be able to hinder him from where he wanted to go? He let the wrath foster in his heart as he and the two girls appeared in front of the front desk of the tall building that was called the Elegant Pearl Inn. A blessed with the insignia of a bloody crown and sword smiled towards them as this force had already begun to take over everything to do with City 8. 1 iron core per night, with dinner and breakfast costing 2 iron cores. The blessed spoke with a smile as ugly prices that would cause common blessed to go penniless within days were heard, Noah simply pulling iron cores from a satchel he had on his side. 2 dash. He was about to ask for 2 rooms, one for him and another for the two girls, but they pulled on his hands at the same time as he turned to look at them. He saw their eyes as he knew the two girls still held a tinge of fear in their hearts, and they did not want to be separated a few hours after witnessing cruelty and not yet understanding how the conquerors of this city would act towards them in the days to come. 1 room, with meals for 3 for dinner and breakfast. He threw a bunch of iron cores on the table as the eyes of the blessed shone with a smile, looking towards Noah as his eyes looked over the two girls beside him up and down. "What a lucky guy you are, huh?" Noah kept his cold expression as he grabbed the room key, the three of them going up the stairs of the Elegant Pearl Inn as they finally entered a wide room with a single bed and a small couch, as well as a small bathroom on the side. "You two get a chance to relax." He spoke towards the two tired girls that were emotionally and physically exhausted as he sat on the small couch and was lost in his thoughts. The two girls went to freshen up as they soon fell asleep from exhaustion, Noah remaining the only one awake in the room as his now cold eyes opened the idle gaming system interface. He was reminding himself over and over again of ruthlessness and the fear he felt as he replayed the scenes of his mother and father dying in front of his eyes. He did not want to forget the scene as he made sure to remind himself every few minutes. He saw 6 boxes that represented 6 rifts, 3 shining with a gray light as the other 3 shone with a bronze light. He clicked on all the iron rifts as he collected the loot resources after another 24 hours. Plus 975 idle EXP, plus 2700 iron rank cores, plus 60 blazing armor, plus 61 blazing spear, plus 59 frost shield, plus 64 frost sword, plus 57 frost boots, plus 70 verdant shield, plus 62 verdant armor, plus 67 verdant helm, plus 89 iron rank minotaur shard, plus 93 iron rank mammoth shard, plus 101 iron rank verdant treant shard, plus 5400 iron rank unit upgrade crystals. A shocking amount of loot after having cleared the rifts to an average of 24 minutes, but they didn't bring the same feeling of wonder to Noah anymore as he looked at the calculatingly while planning ahead. He waited for 24 hours to pass before he collected the loot resources from the 3 bronze rifts for the first time, as he planned to use the iron rank unit upgrade crystals to make more bronze beasts. From the idle rewards in climbing the Tower of Champions, he now had enough to bring 4 units to the peak of iron and fuse 2 new beasts. He looked at the 2 resting girls as he didn't go to sleep himself, a light of spatial energy wrapping around him as he disappeared. SHIA. Silence returned into the room as the 2 girls that were sleeping rose up, their eyes glimmering with shock after seeing Noah disappear into thin air. In the Tower of Champions, Noah pulled out the light wisp and golden sunflower as he pumped the iron rank upgrade crystals into them, enhancing their strength into the peak. 2 units matched the requirements for fusion and evolution. Start the process? Begin. His cold voice lingered in the waiting room of the tower as a flash of light erupted in front of him, a new bronze beast appearing in front of his eyes. Illusory Willow, a rare creature consisting of the light and earth element. It has strong immunity to physical damage as it is proficient in the Grand Heal, Grand Enhancement, and Rejuvenating Aura abilities. A powerful healing unit came to be as Noah went ahead and summoned another iron verdant treat from the idle loot resources he had just obtained. He brought this creature up to peak iron as well, having the choice to pump the earth golem next and combine them both. Being of similar elements, he didn't see why not, as the scene from earlier repeated, the earth golem and treat being fused as another bronze unit was born. Elder Stone Treant, a creature with a unique physiology that is hard to damage even by peak bronze beings. It is proficient in the abilities of Vine Field, all-around protection, and Stone Throw abilities. Just like that, 2 new bronze units were born, Noah seeing both of them leaning towards the earth element as when he collected enough bronze rank upgrade crystals from the next floors of the tower and threw the idle resources in 24 hours, he wanted to see if he could combine them with the Yeti and Fiery Chimera to make a Silver Rift boss. His gaze was filled with a terrifying light as the scene of him kneeling was played again and again, putting himself through enormous mental torture to punish himself for his actions as he summoned the Yeti and Fiery Chimera. With 4 bronze rift bosses by his side, he delved into the 16th floor of the tower as he went towards the 20th. It was the same scorching hot desert environment from the 16th to the 19th floor, Noah coming across desert scorpions, worms, and snakes in varying sizes as gradually, the numbers of those in iron rank began to thin out. By the 19th floor, every creature he faced was in the bronze rank as they moved in pairs, Noah working in conjunction with his 4 bronze units as the Yeti and Chimera were the damage dealers, the Illusory Willow acting as the healer while the Elder Stone Treat gave support as it used its numerous vines to restrict the movements of enemy mobs while the damage dealers pummeled them to the ground. He aced through the 4 flowers as each of them gave similar rewards. Rewards for clearing the 19th floor, plus 2,000 iron rank equipment upgrade crystals, plus 2,000 iron rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 50 random iron rank unit shards, plus 2,000 iron rank cores, plus 50 bronze rank cores, plus 2 random bronze equipment, plus 1,000 bronze rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 10 health potions, plus 10 mana potions. Adding up the 1,000 bronze rank unit upgrade crystals he received on the past 4 floors and the 2,000 from the exclusive reward of clearing the 15th floor, he had 8,000 that he had chosen to pump the powerful Greensplains Yeti with as its power in the bronze stage was currently terrifying. Yet its counter before it could fully be fused remained at 8,000/10,000 as Noah needed just 2,000 more to max it. If things went like this, it meant the rewards for the 20th floor would get him a max bronze unit as he would have to clear either the next 5 or 10 floors to gain enough bronze upgrade crystals for him to fuse Silver Rift boss. The dream of doing so was actually not too far away. Chapter 40, Subjugated Cities, Fusion to Silver. Hours passed as news traveled, the actions of the Dark Continent being spread as powerful Blessed found out that shockingly, over 10 cities in the outer perimeters of the continent had been attacked by airships that carried gold experts at the lead, each of them falling without question as blood overflowed and they became subjugated under the banner of the Dark King. The symbol of a bloody crown with a golden sword piercing it was spread across all 10 cities as new rules were established, the local blessed finding themselves imprisoned in their own homes as they had to struggle diving into rifts daily while giving over half of all that they gained to their conquerors. After the powerful blessed from the Dark Continent paved the way, their beings entered through the cities en masse as they took over all important positions. The cities truly became subjugated as their past inhabitants now felt like prisoners in their own homes. The imperial capital received a shock from this set of events as they truly had not expected for the plans of the Dark Continent to be so thorough and quick. The crown prince that had thought he was moving fast by assembling legions and moving them to the surrounding cities was given a metaphoric slap, the forces he had assembled moving even faster to go out towards the many city-states of the Light Continent to provide more manpower. It was truly an utter failure on their part as they had the knowledge of the ethereal emperor passing for years, and yet their preparations were not as strong and fast as they should have been. After the subjugation of the 10 cities, the forces of the Light Continent would be spread out so that there were at least multiple gold rank experts protecting the cities around the continent, with the even more terrifying blessed above that rank protecting the imperial capital and its treasured rifts. As for the question of retaking the cities, the hardship of this was high as the focus currently was to make sure the advancement of the Dark Continent stopped there. In the Tower of Champions. From the past 4 floors of the tower, the other boons were the 8,000 iron rank upgrade crystals and the 200 iron rank unit shards. It meant the fusion and combination of a 5th bronze beast, and Noah prepared himself fully as he summoned the 2 random iron units and fused them before delving into the 20th floor. The random units came out to be a red-scaled snake and fatworm, their fusion bringing to light a bronze beast that was termed Devouring Sand Serpent. Devouring Sand Serpent, a creature that loves hiding beneath the earth as it attacks its enemies silently. Its abilities include sand displacement, swallow, and sand spears. A 5th bronze beast joined Noah's team as it made 5 maximum units that he could concurrently summon, and it also gave him a terrifying team that made him descend onto the 20th floor with confidence. It was the same extensive desert before him, this time without any mobs as 10 bronze rift bosses waited for him. 10. Rumble. His gaze was called as he sent his units forward, Firebolt, already leaving his body multiple times as he kept a mana and health potion close. The fight should have been immensely tough, but the enhanced Yeti that had been pumped with 8,000 bronze rank unit upgrade crystals showed terrifying battle power as it delved into the field of desert scorpions, snakes, and worms. While supported by the surprise attacks of the newly joining Devouring Sand Serpent and Fiery Chimera, the bronze rift bosses began to fall one by one as the vines of the Elder Stone Tree played a huge part in grouping them together and allowing for the deadly strikes of the offensive beasts to land. The illusory willow was ready to give healing support at any time, but the furious units that seemed to sense Noah's wrath and pain pummeled their enemies to the ground as after 20 minutes, the 20th floor was cleared of all enemies. Trying. A wondrous notification rang out as something beautiful was displayed in front of Noah while his body was returned to the waiting room. Rewards for clearing the 20th floor, plus 5,000 iron rank equipment upgrade crystals, plus 5,000 iron rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 100 random iron rank unit shards, plus 5,000 iron rank cores, plus 100 bronze rank cores, plus 10 random bronze equipment, plus 10,000 bronze rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 50 random bronze rank unit shards, plus 25 health potions, plus 25 mana potions, plus 3 bronze skill books, plus 1 random silver equipment. Even in his rage, Noah came to a stop at the list of rewards. 3 skill books, a silver equipment, enough bronze shards to now summon another bronze unit, and even 10,000 bronze unit upgrade crystals that gave him the 2,000 he needed to max the Greensplains Yeti, as well as 8,000 remaining to max another one as he just needed to clear one more floor to gain the extra 2,000 so he could fuse a silver rank rift boss. A silver rank rift boss unit was that close. While obtaining this, it meant his growth would be even more explosive as he could ascend through more floors and even possibly descend onto the single silver rank rift in City 8. His heart thumped at this possible reality as his cold eyes shone, pumping the required 2,000 crystals into the Yeti as its body shone splendorously at the peak of bronze, ready for fusion as soon as another unit at the same stage as it appeared. He then looked at the 125-100 bronze unit shards as he summoned a 6th unit that he couldn't equip due to his 5 cap limit, but he still wanted to know if it would be something particularly rare. Desert Kingsnake, a creature that loves the desert, this one particularly deadly as it is proficient in the poisonous bite, swift movements, and strangle abilities. Even though the shards had the word random attached to them, they more than likely gave dimensional beasts of the floors he had been clearing, the only exception being him not receiving a single undead from the first 10 floors. But he had received yet another damage dealer that could replace the empty unit slot when he fused 2 into the silver level, his eyes then going towards the 3 skill books that were the rewards from this floor. Vision Enhancement, Passive, a passive ability that grants the user enhanced vision, making night as clear as day. Haste, Active, an ability that allows the user to experience a rapid boost in speed to surprise their enemies with a deadly strike. Tough Skin, Passive, a passive skill that enhances the defense of the user, making them even more durable. Even more skills were added into his skills tab as 2 were the rare passive abilities that all Blessed sought for, Noah merely nodding his head as he felt his body becoming tougher and his eyes even sharper. He then turned towards the 21st floor of the Tower of Champions. He could already see to the right of the portal that among its rewards, there were the 2000 bronze rank unit upgrade crystals he needed to bring to fruition a silver unit. His steps were fast as his summoned units followed, his figure disappearing into the 21st floor. Chapter FIN. A note. Hi everyone. A bit of an important note that I'll place within the chapter to be seen by all. The novel, My Idle Gaming System, is a story connected to the multiverse that is about to be explored in my other novel, Infinite Mana in the Apocalypse. The main character in my first novel is named Noah Osmont, with the character in this novel being Noah Eckert. Osmont is already fleshed out as he is about to explore the multiverse in Infinite Mana, while Eckert has only just begun in this story. They are different characters, and Eckert is being built differently compared to Noah, as the goal will be to create a somewhat naive character that learns to be ruthless and cunning. Plot developments like the death of his parents or anything that follows are already outlined and simply being put to paper, with the focus always remaining on making an overly OP, ruthless main character through the idle gaming system, as he relentlessly advances forward. If the style isn't to your liking or using a certain plot device somehow ruins the whole experience for you, that's okay. There are many wonderful works on Novel Full to explore and enjoy for that reason. If you're among the many that enjoy the story, I welcome those from my first novel and the new peeps we're getting along the way on another fantastic adventure. As in any of my works, an overpowered main character can be expected, with blood-pumping battles and gorgeous skills appearing throughout. Some wonderful things I'm excited to put to paper is weaving the multiverse of these stories together in the coming future, where ideally my 3rd or 4th work will be the inclusion of all the main characters we are coming across. In Infinite Mana, Noah Osmont obtains his own cosmic treasure after many hardships. In My Idle Gaming System, Noah Eckert will also have the chance to rise and obtain his own. I wish everyone an amazing day, and even more amazing next few years as we build wonderful fantastical worlds. Nervous Face. Chapter 41, Subjugated Cities, Fusion to Silver. 2. The environment changed once more after 10 floors, Noah finding himself in an expansive grassland for the 21st floor. Ruhr. His enemies this time were enemies he had come across before, the grasslands being filled with a large amount of elder trees, enormous trees with hard defenses and thick branches to strangle their enemies with. There were tens of these bronze beasts littering the grassland within this floor, Noah beginning his clearing methodically as he moved himself to increase his battle awareness and power while his units did most of the work. The fiery chimera took the spotlight along with the monstrous Green Plains Yeti in ripping apart the elder treants, Noah intent on fusing these two beasts together as he went ahead and put the 8,000 upgrade crystals into the chimera right away, watching as the rate they cleared the floor increased greatly from the chimera's power boost. The number of the slow-moving treants did not matter to them as in around an hour, they finished clearing every single one on the 21st floor. SHIA. They were all teleported back to the waiting room as the rewards appeared in front of Noah. Rewards for clearing the 21st floor, plus 5,000 iron rank equipment upgrade crystals, plus 5,000 iron rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 100 random iron rank unit shards, plus 5,000 iron rank cores, plus 200 bronze rank cores, plus 20 random bronze equipment, plus 3000 bronze rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 25 random bronze rank unit shards, plus 25 health potions, plus 25 mana potions, plus 1 bronze skill book. A bit less than the exclusive rewards he got on every 5th floor, but abundant rewards nonetheless as he got his hands on the bronze crystals he required. He ignored everything else as his eyes focused on the enormous figures of Yeti and Fiery Chimera. The Yeti already had the max 10,000/10,000 upgrade crystals, and that same number soon appeared on the Fiery Chimera as a prompt popped up in front of Noah's eyes. 2 units match the requirements for fusion and evolution. Start the process? Begin! Noah's eyes were blazing with an intense light as he reached a major milestone, never having expected to get his hands on genuine silver rank power this quickly. It also made his heart fill with even more regret as he wondered. If he had climbed the tower and dove into the rifts of the city with the intensity he had now, would things be different? Would he have been able to stand up and save his parents, or would all of them have perished anyways when the gold rank blessed showed up? If he had his hands on a silver rift boss or 2 instead of bronze ones, would he have ever chosen to kneel? If. There were many ifs, but he pushed them all away for now as he focused on the path forward. He could not change what happened in the past. He truly could not, so he should not focus on it so much as he needed to do all he could to alter the coming future. His blue eyes glimmered with light as he looked at the scene of the fusion. A glorious silver light shone as a terrifying aura arrived in front of Noah. A dimensional beast that towered over 10 meters, its body taking a humanoid shape as it was a creature with 4 arms and a terrifying tusked head, its body shining with a silver light as it announced its arrival with a roar. Oh! Noah felt the surroundings shake as the details of the first fused silver unit entered his eyes. Flesh giant, a creature that holds mixed bloodlines from many sources, a single one not being able to triumph in the end as it became a flesh giant that holds steel-forged muscles capable of causing the strongest creatures in the same rank as it to turn fearful. Its strength is its biggest feature as it is proficient in Colossal Strike, Poisonous Burst, Earthquake, and Silver Armor. A glorious rift boss 10 meters in size grandly looked towards Noah subserviently. It released a shocking aura that felt 10 times as powerful as any of the bronze units Noah had out. It was the aura of a silver rank rift boss. One must know, rift bosses of any rank required multiple blessed in the same realm to easily take care of them, so Noah gaining just a single silver rank was akin to him gaining the force of multiple average silver blessed. All of this in just a matter of days since he first gained the idle gaming system. A myriad of thoughts crossed his mind as he knew more than half of the night had passed with a few hours remaining before dawn would break. But he didn't return back into the real world this time around. He glanced at the ferocious-looking flesh giant and the other units he had summoned, his steps going towards the 22nd floor portal as he planned to continue. SHIA. Their figures disappeared into the 22nd floor of the tower as with the silver rank rift boss at the lead, the elder treants were shredded apart like paper. Roar! The flesh giant would cast Earthquake as he caused the earth of the surrounding 50 meters to quake, its enormous fists then glimmering with a silver light as it smashed towards the unstable elder treants with a Colossal Strike. Boom! The other units only acted as support as the silver beast carried Noah to clear the 22nd floor in under 20 minutes. Nothing stopped him from collecting the rewards of this floor into his inventory as he crossed it and stepped on the 23rd and 24th floor, the same shocking scenes being repeated as the silver unit he now commanded was truly carrying everyone on its back. The rewards of the past floors were abundant as they were the same as the 21st, Noah being able to obtain from all 3 floors collectively 3 more skill books, 9,000 bronze upgrade crystals that now gave him 10,000 of such crystals to use on another bronze beast, as well as enough iron unit shards to call forth 5 iron units and enough shards to summon another bronze unit. The rewards of the tower were as abundant as ever, with Noah expecting his strength to explode even more when he neared the 30th floor. This was because just on the next 25th floor he had to clear, its rewards were even more exuberant than the 20th floor. He would be granted more than enough bronze upgrade crystals to fully max another unit and be able to carry out the second fusion of a silver beast among other rewards he acted to get hit hands on. All in all, his earnest climbing of the Tower of Champions was granting him an enormous boost in power, his turbulent emotions settling ever slightly as time passed. Chapter 42, Shocking Speed of Progression. The 25th floor was a steeping point, as Noah finally stopped tearing apart bronze beasts, a singular boss appearing on this floor. It shone with an intense silver luster as it towered over 20 meters, nearly twice as large as the flesh giant. It was a silver rank elder treant. Roar! Its grotesque human-like face bellowed out as the silver light it released shone out resplendently, its many vines beginning to erupt towards Noah and his units. Wah! The flesh giant was at the forefront, its huge fist grasping and pulling the vines apart while rushing towards the silver boss faster, all the other units carrying out long-distance attacks as they fought a battle of attrition. With the silver flesh giant at the lead, it seemed like the silver-ranked elder treant could only act defensively while its branches were ripped apart, the enormous fists of the flesh giant relentlessly pounding into it as after half an hour. It could only release a deathly wail as the enormous silver tree fell to the ground. Noah breathed out hard as they were kicked out of the floor, his body feeling the enormous mental and physical strain, but the rewards that soon appeared in front of him rejuvenated him as he knew his hard work wasn't for waste. Rewards for clearing the 25th floor, plus 10,000 iron rank equipment upgrade crystals, plus 10,000 iron rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 200 random iron rank unit shards, plus 10,000 iron rank cores, plus 200 bronze rank cores, plus 20 random bronze equipment, plus 15,000 bronze rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 100 random bronze rank unit shards, plus 45 health potions, plus 45 mana potions, plus 25 strength potions, plus 1 inherent skill book, plus 2 random silver equipment, plus 5 silver cores. A truly glorious assortment of loot was given. Every time he faced an enemy of that rank for the first time, he received cores of its stage as from the 25th floor, he had now obtained silver cores. What was even more shocking though, was the skill book given this time around. It wasn't a bronze or silver rank skill book, but instead something that Noah did not obtain when he first became a blessed and inherent skill that grew with the user as they advanced through the stages. Its power could be minuscule in the beginning as it grew to become terrifying in the future, or it could begin as something terrifying and continue to be so as one advanced. There were many things he could absorb from the loot he just received, but he clicked on the inherent skill book in his inventory. A bright light shone. Mind Dominator, a weak mind cannot advance far in the future. This is an inherent skill that strengthens the mind of the user while granting them abilities that can dominate others. The ability of Subjugate is currently unlocked, with many more abilities capable of being unlocked as the user rises in power. A cooling feeling washed over Noah the moment the ability was granted to him. A cooling sensation that reduced his rage and shame while making his eyes turn sharp. His mind exploded with many thoughts and ideas as he closed his eyes to just think for a second. When a few minutes passed and he opened his eyes, a sharp light coursed through them as he thoroughly understood his ability. It was a truly wondrous one to have as it opened many avenues for Noah. He breathed out slowly as he stretched his neck, unboxing the other rewards as his focus now went to the bronze upgrade crystals that he had over 25,000 of in total after the rewards from this floor. It naturally meant another silver unit could be fused. Noah's eyes turned to the remaining bronze rank units he commanded as he had to make the choice. When it came from the healing or support units being combined or gaining another offensive rift boss, his current situation led him to make another offensive unit to smash his way across the floors of the tower as well as the dimensional rifts in the outside world. Between the Devouring Sand Serpent, Illusory Willow, Elder Stone Treant, and Desert Kingsnake, he chose to fuse the two alike offensive units. Rumble. Energy fluctuated out wildly as the bronze unit upgrade crystals were pumped into the Devouring Sand Serpent and the Desert Kingsnake. Their aura rose to the highest it could be before the prompt came for Noah to fuse, giving his command as the two units disappeared into a swirl of light. Soon enough, an even more terrifying serpent over 10 meters large made its appearance. Horned serpent, a terrifying creature at the silver rank that enjoys breaking the bones of its enemies before devouring them. Its abilities include venomous cloud, constrict, enhanced bite, and flash. A terrifying horned serpent with vibrant silver scales raised its terrifying head as Noah analyzed its nature and abilities. It was another terrifying addition that would increase his battle power greatly, but no strength would be more important than his own, as after fusing this silver beast, he then took out the 5 silver cores from the inventory. Such things were extremely rare to get, with the truly important beings in the past Academy City being able to get their hands on them by diving into the only silver rift within the city. Noah had long since achieved the peak of bronze, as he had hundreds of such cores in his inventory, sitting down and beginning to absorb the silver cores as he sought to do something shocking. It was the action of trying to break through from bronze to silver. A shocking speed of progression that others could not even dare to think about, with him only needing a matter of days to jump from iron to bronze as he now knocked on the door to silver. It truly showed the terrifying prospects of the future with the idle gaming system on hand. Rumble. Energy gloriously waved around him as he began to absorb the silver crystal cores in his hands, a shocking lustrous color beginning to envelop him as he forged forward. Chapter 43, Resource Distribution and the Silver Rift. In a grand mansion within City 8 that an important silver rank personage used to live in. Currently, it was being occupied by the gold blessed that has dropped from the skies and overwhelmingly won the battle for Academy City. He was currently talking with multiple subordinates as they reported the progress of their projects within the city. The flow of resources has swiftly begun, as we already have thousands of iron cores, hundreds of bronze, and tens of silver cores ready to be transported. A silver blessed spoke while looking at some papers, another one raising their voice after. The rate of equipment collection is as abysmal as slow ever, but it is beginning to stockpile up. The gold-blessed eyes shone with light as he listened. The city he was given the mission of overseeing already heading on the right track. When he thought of all the unblessed in his homeland that would freely get these resources, his heart warmed as the mission he had only became firmer. Get ready to begin the transportation process. His resonant voice rang out as he thought of his home. For the happiness of the young and upcoming blessed back home, he would do all that was required of him. Taking over cities and taking the lives of a few enemies was not an issue. For his motherland, he would do anything. Rumble. His body crackled with the terrifying power at the gold rank as a shocking reality played out not just in City 8, but in all the subjugated cities on the border of the Light Continent. It was the restrictions placed on rifts on the fact that all those stepping out of them would have to give half of all the loot they gained away. It was the cold truth of the ethereal realm and the beautiful universe this realm was located in, the truth of the alluring dimensional rifts and the resources they provided. Whoever controlled such rifts controlled the flow of power. The forces of the Dark Continent utilized such a truth seamlessly, as they had already begun using the blessed from the cities they had taken over to procure a large amount of resources in mass, as it was all sent back to strengthen their people and produce even more fearsome warriors. The significance of the events occurring in the dark had not entered Noah's mind yet, his blue eyes vibrantly shining with light as he raised his hands to see the shimmering silver color floating around it. It was the affirmation of him stepping into silver rank. He released a turbid breath as he felt the explosive strength within his body, looking towards the enormous flesh giant that was looking towards him subserviently, just like all his other units, as he sent to it a shocking command. Hit me. Thrum. The unit obeyed without a second delay as a deadly fist shimmering with silver light crossed the air to fly towards him. His own body glimmered with an intense silver light as he threw his own fist to meet the terrifying blow of the flesh giant rift boss. BZZT. Crack. The impact was terrifying as Noah felt like a mountain was slamming into him, but he was actually able to hold on against it for a few seconds. This was the strength of a terrifying rift boss, mind you, which meant after holding on for a few seconds, his small body was still flung back multiple meters as he felt the bones within his right hand break in multiple spots. The pain barely registered in his mind as he tested his strength, calling for the illusory willow as a grand heal was cast on him multiple times until his hand was as good as new. He nodded swiftly as when he thought of the time, he knew that the night had passed as dawn should have already broken. He thought of the 2 girls he left behind in the room as he looked at the tower with 1,000 floors and thought about how the first 25 alone had given him strength up to the silver rank. It held shocking implications for the future as for now, he had to leave it once more. SHIA. He put away the summoned units as a spatial light began to warp around him. His body returned into the small room he had been teleported away from. As within this room, the eyes of 2 girls looked towards his appearing figure with shock. Rose couldn't utter any words as it was Annalise who spoke slowly. "Brother, just what inherent ability did you awaken?" Noah's weary eyes landed on the girls as he had planned to make something up for his disappearances sooner or later, this chance giving him the opportunity to do as he sat on the couch exhaustingly while beginning to talk. "It's not just a summoning ability. I unlocked something that allows me to be transported to luxurious dimensional rifts that give out rewards hundreds of times better than the ones you can find in the ethereal realm." He thought of the Tower of Champions and his idle gaming system as he weaved something together, his hands waving as he brought out colorfully silver equipment from his inventory that were the rewards of previous floors. Cores, equipment, skill books. These rifts can grant me a great deal of treasures as long as I alone risk my life to clear them. The 2 girls looked at the ground where they shockingly found silver-ranked equipment, powerful armors and weapons that even the average silver-blessed would have a hard time getting their hands on. This was because the higher one's rank was, the harder and rarer the cores and equipment of those ranks became. Yet Noah had just waved his hands to make these amazing treasures appear before them. This is why I said it is possible to get revenge, why I am confident in being able to pay back everything they did in time. It's also why I regret not getting this serious sooner. His strong voice woke the girls out of their stupor as Annalise came towards him and hugged his head, her small voice ringing out. "You could have never known how things would have happened. You do not have to blame yourself." The brother and sister comforted each other on their loss as Rose came by to give her own emotional support, Noah's voice continuing to ring out. "My ability becomes more powerful the more different types of rifts I clear, not how frequently I cleared them. It's why my goal is to delve into the silver dimensional rift in the city next." The 2 girls glanced towards him in shock as Rose spoke out. "Already? It might be dangerous with just us. Even though I'm in the silver rank, I haven't been honing my skills or fighting in the past. For a silver rift, you need a team of silver-blessed dash. OOM. Rose's words were cut short as Noah's body now pulled with a silver light, showing his rank grandly in front of them. "It is possible. I wouldn't risk my life otherwise." The 2 girls had agape expressions as they stared at the man that used to be in the iron rank not too many days ago. Now, he somehow stood at the rank of silver. Chapter 44, Resource Distribution and the Silver Rift. 2. Noah looked at Annalise while rising up, his shining eyes staring at the silver equipment on the floor as he thought about all the other loot he had in his inventory. When he used the random silver equipment from his inventory, he obtained equipment like silver snake armor, death rapier, silver bow, and many others that nicely fit him and the 2 girls. His voice rang out while he stared at Annalise. "I used all the silver cores I found as loot to advance, so I don't have any more, but we can get our hands on them in the silver rift, and I can obtain even more when I delve into the rare rifts I told you about. Then we can bring your rank to silver as we continue to strengthen ourselves before we make a move." His words turned dangerous at the end as the girls felt the air turn cold. But their hearts remained firm as they remembered the cruelty they had faced, as they remembered the shame of being forced to kneel. Annalise's eyes shone dangerously as the girl spoke. "To the silver rift then. Rumble." The party of 3 communicated as Noah talked with them about a great deal of things. When he thought about how he would begin to fight back against the subjugators of the city, his newly gained inherent skill came to mind, especially the ability that was unlocked on it currently. His eyes looked at his stat panel as his eyes shook, seeing that the inherent skill had actually changed and added another ability since he first learned it. An inherent skill grew with the user, and Noah had broken into the silver rank after he obtained his inherent skill. Under Mind Dominator were the abilities Subjugate and Mind Connection. Subjugate: the user can dominate the mind of a weaker being or someone at the same rank as them who is brought into a disordered state. A subjugated being follows all the commands of the Mind Dominator, even if they are asked to die. The number of subjugated beings depends on the mental capacity of the Mind Dominator. Mind Connection: the Mind Dominator can form a connection with his subjugated beings, obtaining all of their thoughts and memories. A truly wondrous display of abilities from the newly gained inherent skill. It made the plans he was forming even more solidified as against the ruthless blessed that had attacked them and killed his parents. He planned to be just as cruel and ruthless. Let's go! He and the girls left the elegant Pearl Inn as they moved on the subjugated streets of City 8, seeing the shocking scenes of local blessed being pushed around as they walked with their heads low, while the beings walking with the insignias of a bloody crown pierced by a golden sword walked with their heads held high. Scenes like this and even more disgusting ones were happening throughout the subjugated cities. Other areas had unruly blessed that chose to bully the beings of subjugated cities even more, an unknown number of blessed being forced to do things they didn't wish to. It was the horrors of war that many chose not to think about, but they occurred. Noah and the girls moved across the city with cold faces as they simply inscribed the scenes occurring throughout in their minds. The vibrant academy city that was filled with bustling blessed moving about and always seemed full of life was currently bleak and covered with a depressive atmosphere as it truly transformed into a city that was just identified by a number. The three arrived at their destination that was located at the center of the city, a vibrant large silver rift that was noticeable a mile away shining resplendently in front of them. This one was surrounded by the auras of powerful beings, Noah knowing that clearing it would draw some attention towards them. But he had to obtain a silver rift in idle mode as the rewards from it being cleared over and over again for the days to come had to be obtained as early as possible. The encampment of this silver rift that was known as the Molten Ruin shockingly had the aura of multiple silver blessed that had the insignia of the bloody crown and golden sword, and even the oppressive aura of the gold-blessed expert that Noah had seen floating in the skies. The eyes of the two girls shook at this sight as Noah continued his steady steps. Oh! The attention of the blessed from the dark continent that seemed to have been discussing something turned towards them, the gold rank expert looking at Noah's party curiously. His golden eyes locked on the figure of Noah, Rose, and then Annalise as he gained a hint of interest. He saw the distinct color of silver that Noah and Rose had chosen to release, as well as the bronze aura coming off of Annalise. Two silver babies and a bronze one wish to descend a silver rift? His voice was tinged with surprise as it caused the nearby blessed to break out into laughter. Noah looked at this powerful being that was the true reason that City 8 fell, realizing he hadn't even remembered their faces when he floated above them and looked at them like bugs the day prior. He wasn't able to locate the face of his parents' killer that was inscribed in his mind at this location, putting other thoughts aside as he spoke. Are we allowed to enter? We understand the rule that half of all the loot will have to be left behind when the rift is cleared. Noah's voice was steady as the eyes of Silver Blessed looked mockingly towards them. The powerful gold expert developed a deep smile as he nodded. 75% for silver rifts actually. Hopefully, you do not perish in here as we need courageous beings like you. His words were like nails to their ears as Noah merely nodded, pulling Annalise and Rose into the rift as they disappeared. Commander, won't it be beneficial to have people like them clear the bronze rifts? They might die in here or it might take them the entire day just to clear it. A nearby Silver Blessed asked the gold expert with a small voice as this being was about to leave after coming to check the silver rift. The fearsome expert shook his head while replying. Silver loot will always be multiple times more important than bronze. Even if it takes them 2 days to clear it, we need them to. Rumble. Watch things here and record their clear time when they leave. We need to keep track of all the Silver Blessed within this city. Yes, Commander. The Silver Blessed called out cordially as they watched the shining golden figure take to the skies and head elsewhere. Their eyes shone while looking at the ability of flight that only powerful experts would get to experience in their lives, only looking away from the skies seconds later to continue carrying out their mission. At this moment, they did not know that they had just let a terrifying enemy into the very same silver rift they were guarding. Chapter 45, All the Rifts Within the City Under My Grasp. I had seen many things in my few years of life. I've come across gold rank experts, and even those in the diamond rank, but it was still the first time coming across someone like him. I've truly seen a lot, but the scene in front of me was just unbelievable. A single silver rank being waved his hands as two mountainous-sized dimensional beasts appeared, their power nearing that of the oppressive gold rank beings I've come across before. A swaying illusory tree was called out as well as it released a comfortable light, as well as two ferocious bronze beasts that only added to this mysterious sight around this being, around Noah Eckert. Even with my time in the imperial capital, coming across someone who could rise through ranks at such a rapid speed was something that could only be considered a dream. But after that traumatic event just one day, this being had changed too much as we were now in a silver rank rift. These should help. He looked towards me and his little sister after nonchalantly summoning the fearsome silver dimensional beasts, waving his hands to cause the appearance of the silver armors and weapons he showed us in the room. I didn't even question what spatial treasure he had as I donned one of the armors, and Annalise, this poor girl, took the silver bow with a strong expression. Her eyes seemed to be getting brighter over the past day as she saw her brother's strength, this brightness hiding the pain of losing both her parents. If only I had been stronger. Maybe I would have reacted fast when everything was happening. If only I. My weakness was something I sorely felt after being nearly assassinated and then not being able to help the people who saved me, and it was why I was following this being in front of me, this Noah Eckert who had unexplainable strength. I had to repay my debt towards him no matter what it took, and I had to grow strong enough to never have to kneel again. After all, no matter how I detested it, royal blood still flowed through my veins. Like the brother and sister before me, I would make it my goal to never have to kneel again. In the molten ruins rifts, Noah was looking at the huge map in front of them with shining eyes. The environment was truly that ruins that showed devastated structures all around, the area seeing gusts of scorching air erupt from random spots as the sounds of beasts could be heard within. Let's go! He spoke while his body was adorned with silver equipment obtained from the Tower of Champions. Annalise and Rose wearing similar armor as they moved behind two enormous units. The silver flesh giant and the horned serpent led the way, the support and healing units that were the illusory willow and the elder stone treant following behind them. Even though he had silver rift bosses leading the way, Noah was extremely careful within this silver rift as it was filled with dangerous beasts. Rohar. This point was reiterated as on their left side a molten beast erupted from the blind spot of the two front offensive units, rushing towards Rose as Noah caught the speed of the beast and appeared in front of it. Clang! A silver radiance shone as his sword blocked the molten beast's strike, firebolt, blooming in front of him as even though the beast was the fire element, it was still knocked back from the force of the skill. Oh! The roar of the angry flesh giant resounded out as its figure appeared rapidly at their position, moving at speed something its size should not be able to as its enormous foots crashed down on the molten beast's position. Squelch! A horrifying sound rang out as the beast was instantly reaped of its life. Its death made way for many more molten beasts to rise towards them as the units angrily rushed towards them, Annalise staying by Noah's side as she knocked frozen arrows onto her silver bow, putting her inherent skill of Ice Queen to the test against the enemies a rank higher than her as the opposing elemental attacks dealt heavy damage against them. Yah! Rose had a determined expression as while covered with a silver aura, she slashed out with her sword that was reinforced with lightning, her dyed hair dancing on her head as she finally began to utilize her abilities and skills in combat. A sense of teamwork was gradually formed as Noah moved across the molten ruins with powerful units in the lead, learning about everyone's skills as after about 50 minutes, they crossed the scorching area of the molten ruins multiple times as all the normal beasts within were taken care of. Rumble! When all the beasts were cleared, the rift boss would spawn. This was exactly what occurred as in the next moment, a glorious magic runic circle shone as a monstrous molten lava beast made its appearance. Roar! It bellowed out towards the challengers as the flesh giant and horned serpent released their own dominant roars, the serpent flashing with great speed as it released, venomous cloud, onto the huge beast. The flesh giant added to this with poisonous burst, the shocking scene of its hand bursting into horrendous tendrils of pulsing green masses that wrapped around the molten lava beast being shown. It wasn't the best matchup of elements, but Noah's units still dealt tremendous damage as they continued to swarm the rift boss on all sides. Annalise's frost arrows shot forth every now and then to slow the rift boss even further as Noah and Rose enhanced their bodies with their silver auras while constantly weaving in and out of the range of the boss to throw their attacks. Roar! Being swarmed on all sides, the molten lava beast could do nothing but roar out in anguish as it fell under the attacks of the party in less than 10 minutes. Shirring! A brilliant blue light erupted out at the fall of the boss, its body exploding into loot as 6 silver cores could be seen on the ground and nothing else. The drop rate of loot in higher ranks was as abysmal as ever, even the common molten beasts of the rift giving them a few silver cores. The Molten Ruins Dimensional Rift is now available in idle mode. Noah got the prompt a second after the rift boss fell, his heart feeling a large weight lift off his shoulders as at this moment, he had effectively delved into all the rifts within this city. As he had to do now was watch the overpowered idle gaming system do its work while he delved into the Tower of Champions. Chapter 46, I Can Also Be Cruel. The brilliant runic magic circle that appeared from a rift being cleared made its appearance, Noah telling the girls not to go towards it as they could not let the blessed outside know of the fact that they cleared the rift in an hour. The 2 girls nodded as they looked at Noah's tired eyes with concern, Annalise speaking out. "Brother, when did you last sleep? You were gone the entire time last night." The little sister had eyes that shone with immense care when she stared at her older brother, Noah only giving her a light smile as he waved the silver cores they obtained from the rift towards her. "Don't worry about me, let's use the time to have you make a breakthrough into the silver rank." Annalise saw the same dismissive attitude from her brother that was now working harder than any of them as he hadn't even slept in the past day, her expression becoming stern as she spoke out strongly. "I'll do what you want if you do what I want. We can stay in the rift and not leave for a few hours, get some rest and you'll wake up to see me in the silver rank." Rose was also nodding strongly by the side as the 2 girls tried their best to have the one who had been overworking himself for the past day to get some rest. They were relentless as Noah finally agreed, the huge weight that lifted off of his heart after clearing so many floors of the Tower of Champions and finishing all the rifts within Academy City finally allowing him to close his eyes to rest after constantly moving for so many hours. In the cleared silver rift of a subjugated city, a transmigrator was lulled into the folds of sleep while surrounded by 2 girls, one putting his head on her lap so that he wouldn't rest on the hard ground of the rift, the other grabbing silver cores to continue upgrading her strength. Within a rift, there was no such thing as a time limit on how long one could be there. Some beings that challenged rifts above their levels would sometimes unfortunately find themselves slowly going through it for hours, with the truly unlucky ones taking them days. Even though Noah and the 2 girls cleared the silver rift within the hour, they stayed inside for a few hours as Noah finally fell down to sleep from exhaustion while Annalise began absorbing the silver cores they came across in the rift. Rose was looking at the tired brother and hard-working sister pair with a smile as the 5th ethereal princess found herself holding the head of Noah on her lap. It was only something she did in hindsight, but she now found herself looking at the face of this hard-working brother while his little sister had her eyes closed absorbing cores. Her eyes twinkled as she thought up close, the man in her lap had some dashing features. But this was only a passing thought as she shook her head and thought about many things herself. The hours passed by as sometime later, Annalise came to while her body vibrated with strength. Frost began to swirl around her as her inherent skill was enhanced by another factor, knowledge of it flowing into her mind. Ice Queen, an inherent skill that allows the wielder to have expert control of the ice element, with its usage varying depending on the user. Its abilities include Ice Aura and Glacial Meteor. The enhancement of her strength to Silver Tier had unlocked Glacial Meteor from her inherent skill, allowing her to call down an icy meteor. It was a heavily offensive skill compared with what she had before the Ice Aura, that she used to reinforce all her attacks. This was the boon with inherent skills. They could truly be grown to grand possibilities as a blessed rose through ranks, how they would truly turn out in the future being something only the blessed can find out. Annalise familiarized herself with her new strength as she and Rose took turns looking after Noah, the hours passing by quickly. Outside the rift, the blessed from the dark continent had annoyed expressions as throughout the day, there were 3 parties that delved into the molten ruins rift, with the latter 2 coming out in 2 to 3 hours. But the team that had entered during the beginning of the day, they had been in there for so long that the sun was nearly setting. I mean, they're definitely dead. Who bet on them not even making it out? One of the silver blessed overseeing the encampment of the silver rift spoke to the others with a smile, watching as one of them received multiple iron and bronze cores from the others. Truly a waste of those 2 girls. Disgusting dialogue was about to start when the rift portal lightly flashed, the figure of Noah and the 2 girls appearing as the blessed came to attention. There was surprise in their eyes, but also not, because the team in front of them had taken nearly the entire day to clear the rift. They looked at their gains as they only saw a silver boots equipment in Noah's hands. It was loot from the Tower of Champions that provided increased defense and speed, Noah having no problem giving this away to not bring any attention to themselves for now, as all cores were absorbed by Annalise. To him, this single equipment was nothing, as he had already racked up 10s, and he would have hundreds of such equipment in the days to come. He threw the equipment over to the group of blessed that looked at it with shining eyes, knowing how rare the drop rate of equipment was that they didn't even search the team to see if they obtained anything else. Nice work! Come again! Their jovial voices rang out behind them as Noah and the girls made their way out of the encampment and towards their temporary lodging. Noah had become rejuvenated after the sleep, his focused eyes now looking forward to claiming his idle rewards for the past 24 hours for both the iron and bronze rifts, and the past hour's rewards of the single silver rift. They walked along the darkening streets of the city carefully as they passed some groups of blessed, nearly reaching their goal when in the next moment as they crossed a street, they came across a group of patrolling blessed. Oh! It was 2 in the silver rank and 2 in bronze, their equipment carrying the inscription of the bloody crown with the golden sword. I know you. The eyes of the frontmost silver blessed shone with light as his eyes landed on Noah and Annalise, also locking with the girl wearing a half-veil he recognized. Noah's eyes constricted as Annalise's eyes became blood red, the figure of the being they etched deep in their hearts actually appearing in front of them. The killer that had taken away their parents not too long ago. They came across him as his eyes locked towards them interestingly. Chapter 47, I Can Also Be Cruel. 2. Ricker looked around the empty street and the blanket of the night that made everything hard to see as his eyes landed on the 2 girls and the man in front of them that looked towards him with eyes filled with killing intent. He gave a light laugh as he recalled using his fast sword to take out 2 bronze weaklings that had turned out to be the parents of the ones in front of him, and he didn't get to finish the job as his commander came. His eyes looked at the crimson hair on Annalise and the dyed dark hair on Rose as they lit up, a cruel smile filling his face as he spoke. I remember the little cowards on the ground that watched their parents die. Why don't you come with me for a second? I still have more things to show you. He nodded towards his silver rank compatriot and the bronze blessed behind them as cruel smiles appeared on each of their faces. Over there should be good. One of the bronze blessed looked around them and pointed out a darker alley between buildings where very few beings passed across, a silver light shining on Ricker as he sent pressure over the party of 3 while repeating his words. Now, don't make me repeat myself again. Noah and the 2 girls weren't outwardly showing their silver auras as Ricker didn't even bother to check, only recalling how they were weak and helpless just over a day or 2 ago. He didn't notice the cold light and wrath simmering in Noah's eyes, nor the eyes of the girls that were about to erupt. Noah simply put his hands on the shoulders of the 2 girls as he motioned for them not to worry, the party of 3 following the 2 silver and 2 bronze enemy blessed into the dark alleyway. Ricker's eyes shone with malice as he looked at the girls beside Noah while speaking. I didn't enjoy the simple swings of my sword that took away your parents, but I am going to enjoy myself in the next few hours while I make you watch something beautiful. His face was twisted with a dark smile as his eyes snaked over Annalise and Rose, but his pace was brought to a halt as he heard an extremely cold voice come out from the man in front of these girls. Not today. Rumble. A single word. But it was a word that was accompanied by a wondrous flash of silver light as in the opposite alley behind the four enemy blessed, an enormous horned serpent made its appearance. Shia. The moment it was called forth, its terrifying jaws moved in the small space as it ripped the bodies of the two bronze blessed in half, blood gushing out like rain as it moved at great speeds. Wah! Before the two silver blessed could even react, the fast rift boss as its enormous body wrapped around them, the small alleyway becoming extremely cramped as the writhing muscles of the horned serpent constricted around the two bodies of blessed. Recall that a rift boss required 10 blessed on the same level to match it. It was extremely hard to fight against a rift boss, especially when one was unprepared and it struck fast. Hook! The two silver blessed felt their lungs were about to be smashed in as their bodies flashed with silver light, but they weren't able to break out of the shocking restraints as in the next instant, Ricker felt a strong hand clasp onto his neck while his body was nearly bulging out from the constricting pressure. You seem to think that you're the only one who can be cruel. Rumble. His words were filled with coldness as his hands shimmered with an intense silver light, acting quickly as he squeezed down on the throats of the two incapacitated blessed. Annalise appeared by the side as her body burst with coldness, the bodies of the two beings becoming even more constricted as they couldn't make any actions. A silver rift boss, and two silver blessed ganging up on them, the blessed from the dark continent could not break out of it. Ricker could only look at the scene in front of him with shaking eyes as the hand clasping onto his neck crushed his windpipe as he then felt it yank out everything it held from his throat. Squelch! The horrible sound of muscles and bones being torn rang out as Ricker's eyes shook with pain, his throat missing as his eyes began to dim, but not before he heard his last words. I can be cruel too. Rumble. Noah's voice remained in the dark alleyway as his blue eyes shone brightly, watching as the light faded away from the eyes of the blessed that had so easily taken his parents' lives. It was that easy. It felt so easy that the blame he placed on himself for not getting serious sooner and increasing his strength greatly felt heavy. He watched every second of the blessed losing the light in his eyes until he perished, his body turning into a mass of blood and flesh under the constriction of the horned serpent as he then turned his eyes towards the remaining silver blessed. His left hand trembled with silver light while clasping onto the neck of this being, a myriad of thoughts crossing his mind as he squeezed tighter while his blue eyes brightened, the ability of his inherent skill, subjugate, being cast. Wah! An ability that worked on someone weaker or a being in the same realm but in a disordered state. The silver blessed in front of his eyes had nearly burst from the intense pressure of the horned serpent wrapping around him, and Noah's hand clasped onto his neck as he could barely breathe. He was as disordered as he could be, Noah's blue eyes shining brightly in the next moment as they carried a dominating light that covered the entirety of the vision of the blessed, his eyes being covered by the light as it permeated into his mind and laid down shackles. OOOM. A resonance of energy later, and the blessed's body was released by the horned serpent as its jaws frighteningly went towards the bodies of the three dead blessed and swallowed them whole. The only enemy blessed from the dark continent that remained landed on the ground shakily, his eyes showing a revealing blue light as he looked up towards Noah. The being then dropped to his knees while looking towards the blue eyes of the man staring down towards him with eyes filled with wrath, a shocking word being released from him. Master. Rumble. On this day, the first inherent skill of Noah was utilized to dominate a silver blessed from the dark continent. It was the birth of a terrifying being that would exert his influence on the entirety of the ethereal realm. The birth of a being that would rip apart all authority as his blue eyes would be the last thing many powerful beings would see before they perished. Chapter 48, Before me, they are nothing. There was a common understanding that the older someone was, the wiser they were. The wisdom came from the fact that they loved a long time to experience a great deal of things. Their wisdom came from the collective memories and events they lived through. Memories were extremely important. So when it came to Noah's second ability from his inherent skill, a mind dominator, the ability known as mind connection was an extremely terrifying one. In the dark alleyway where few blessed passed, The horned serpent swallowed the 3 dead bodies as it disappeared in a flash of light, the only ones left behind being Noah and the 2 girls, along with the blessed from the dark continent that was now kneeling in front of Noah. His eyes were those full of submission, a glint of blue reflected within as they seemed to speak of their new master. "Get up and look at me." The blessed instantly got to his feet as he stared deep into Noah's blue eyes. There was a flash of light as Noah cast mind connection for the first time. Rumble. A weak fluctuation of energy erupted in the outside world, but it felt like a bomb had gone off in Noah's mind. The cast ability allowed for the subjugator to link with the mind of the subjugated, their memories and everything with their mental processes being shared. Noah felt his mind throbbing as information flooded into his mind. Information of a village the blessed in front of him used to live in. Memories of how he grew up. When he became a blessed. His first battle, everything about the being in front of him entered his mind as he nearly blanked out for a second. The hands of Annalise and Rose landed on his shoulders as he was brought back, his eyes glimmering with light as from this encounter. He had truly obtained a lot. Revenge against a killer. Wiping away his shame. Finally, gaining the first subjugated blessed that was actually won in an enemy camp. Continue acting as normal. Ricker and the other 2 in your squad went for drinks and you lost them. I'll call for you when needed. His voice was cold as he talked to the blessed in front of him, this being bowing his body respectfully. Yes, Master. Shia. The blessed disappeared from the alleyway as he distanced himself from his new master to return to his task. Meanwhile, the 2 girls were filled with emotions for what had just occurred as Noah pulled them along from the darkness of the alleyway. He truly had a great deal of things to digest. From the mind connection with the enemy blessed, he was able to find out about some of the operations of the enemy in City 8, as well as more information on the Dark Continent and how they moved in to attack them. The Dark Continent was just as vast as the Light Continent, its lands being much less prosperous as their city-states always fought for resources. Of course, when it comes to prosperity, it's not just in terms of land or vegetation, but dimensional rifts. There weren't as many rifts in the Dark Continent for blessed to dive in and obtain treasures, and it was one of the reasons for the war that had just begun. But Noah put aside all of this larger information of the continents and the forces the blessed had seen as he focused on the city he was currently in. He focused on City 8, and the gold blessed that was currently presiding over it, a being that he didn't know before. Golden Commander Stefan. He uttered the name to the 2 girls that he had returned with in the elegant Pearl Inn. Golden Commander Stefan. The being that dropped from the skies and caused the submission of everyone in the city that was below his rank. This was the being that was currently overseeing the operations of City 8, and also the one that handed off thousands of cores and equipment to the forces of the Dark Continent daily from the hard work of the blessed of the city. Many thoughts and plans formed in Noah's mind when he thought of this character as he continued to talk with the 2 girls. We'll move around the city mostly during the day and won't be active at night. The places for us to avoid. From the memories of the subjugated blessed, he knew much about the infrastructure of the enemy army as he planned accordingly, letting the 2 girls know about every pertinent information. After he finished, he gazed at them with intense eyes as he opened his mouth while speaking in a heavy tone. That Golden Commander Stefan is just one among the many gold blessed under the forces of the Dark Continent. Us taking down some silver blessed or even aiming to take him down in the near future, it will be something that makes us enemies of the forces of an entire continent, and will undoubtedly be dangerous. Rumble. The air in the room changed as the girls gazed at Noah. I do not plan to remain at the bottom rungs of power, and I do not want to ever be forced to kneel again. For this, I will do all I can to wipe out every single blessed from this city, and I do not plan to stop there as I know there are much more powerful beings aside from this gold blessed that we face as an enemy. Noah was telling the girls of his plans. He was telling them that he was setting himself on a dangerous mission where he wanted to change himself and rise through the ranks of power, a mission that would be filled with powerful beings trying to kill him. Annalise looked at his face with red eyes after killing the killer of their parents, her voice ringing out with a chill as her inherent ability unconsciously came out. The silver and gold blessed carrying out acts of atrocities are just pawns. I want the head of the one that commanded them, brother. I want the head of the so-called Dark King that sent pawns to easily take the lives of others as they see fit. Rumble. Annalise surprisingly had even more rage than Noah, or even after the death of the silver blessed that was directly responsible, she wanted the most powerful being at the very top to answer her judgment. At this, Noah's eyes shone brightly as he answered unhesitatingly. It is just some powerful blessed calling himself a king, against my system. Against me, he can only be a nobody. Rumble. Domineering words were released from Noah as he denounced the ruler of an entire continent. Chapter 49, Before me, they are nothing. 2. At the end of this all, obtaining the head of the so-called Dark King will not be an issue. Noah thought of his overpowered system as he made this claim boldly. He thought of the fact that he rose to the silver rank and obtained 2 rift bosses in just a matter of days since he seriously used the system. Based on his speed of progression, he shockingly expected to enter the gold rank sometime in the next few days or at most in a week or 2. Mind you, other blessed in the ethereal realm remained in the bronze rank throughout their lives, with only truly dedicated beings stepping into silver. And they did this in time periods of months and years. If a being like him wasn't able to rise through the ranks and stand powerfully, nobody could. On the side, Rose also steeled her heart as she also spoke. Even though I was weak and timid, I lived in the imperial capital for a long time and saw how they ruled. I saw how my older brothers fought against each other after father perished, our current situation being the result of the infighting in the imperial capital. If you are planning on wiping out the enemy blessed of this city and even aim for the head of the Dark King behind it all, why not also use the time to establish your own dominion and rule? The rulers of the Light Continent are ineffective, the rulers of the Dark and Wild Continent are murderous. Why not rise to establish new rules and ease the pain of all common citizens in the ethereal realm? Rumble. The former 5th ethereal princess spoke out shockingly as her eyes shone with arcs of electricity. I will aid you in establishing a new rule. I will use all my knowledge and power, I will even lead you to the imperial capital against my elder brother. Her eyes were filled with hate at the crown prince that sent her to die, at the imperial capital that allowed for enemies to attack without protecting their citizens. As she saw Noah's rate of progression and his powerful abilities, she thought this man might possibly have the chance to establish something new and powerful, something different from what they currently had now. Noah looked at the passionate 5th princess as many thoughts swarmed in his mind, his eyes only becoming brighter. This city or even the 3 continents, we will see. Our focus will start with the enemies in our city. Rose's words resonated in Noah's mind as they seemed grand at this moment. Rise to establish a new rule? It seemed distant at this moment, but with his idle gaming system, it was definitely not out of reach. After talking with the 2 girls a bit longer, he rose up as he was about to go into the Tower of Champions. I'll have to go descend into the unique rifts I mentioned before, it's where I can continue increasing my strength at the fast pace you've seen. Annalise and Rose nodded with serious faces as the former's voice rang out. We can't come with you to help? Towards this question, Noah recalled the message of the idle gaming system as he shook his head. The Tower of Champions and any other currently unlocked features were only for the idle gaming system master. No, but I will need your help to clear rifts faster when the time comes. The 2 girls sighed while nodding, Noah being wrapped in a spatial light as he disappeared. In the waiting room where he could enter the Tower of Champions, Noah opened up the idle gaming system interface as he looked at the 7 glimmering boxes that represented 7 rifts. 3 iron, 3 bronze, and 1 silver. The first one shone with a wondrous gray gold light, the second one shining with a bronze gold light, and the single last one shining with silver gold luster. Every day at night during this time, 24 hours would have passed for him to collect all of his idle loot resources. This was the case for the iron and bronze ones, with the silver idle resources having only been there for the past few hours since he cleared it today. The iron rifts had been reduced to an average clear time of 24 minutes, with the bronze ones being around 30 minutes. As for silver, it was 1 hour. Something to also keep in mind was the fact that the idle resources clear time was also affected by the units Noah equipped. As powerful units began to appear, one must recall from the displayed definition when unit shards appeared in front of Noah for the first time the fact that every equipped unit reduced the rift clearing times by a certain percentage in idle mode. This allowed for Noah to have even less time cycles where he gained more loot. Like a king checking upon the resources he worked hard in obtaining, he started with the Iron Dimensional Rifts loot resources. Plus 1045 idle EXP, plus 2893 Iron Rank Cores, plus 63 Blazing Armor, plus 43 Blazing Spear, plus 57 Frost Shield, plus 70 Frost Sword, plus 39 Frost Boots, plus 75 Verdant Shield, plus 76 Verdant Armor, plus 61 Verdant Helm, plus 101 Iron Rank Minotaur Shard, plus 109 Iron Rank Mammoth Shard, plus 121 Iron Rank Verdant Treant Shard, plus 5850 Iron Rank Unit Upgrade Crystals. Then on to Bronze. 1580 idle EXP, plus 2300 Bronze Rank Cores, plus 35 Reinforced Armor, plus 43 Sharp Helmet, plus 37 Sturdy Shield, plus 55 Molten Sword, plus 35 Swift Boots, plus 51 Molten Shield, plus 38 Spiked Armor, plus 45 Bronze Helm, plus 65 Bronze Rank Giant Bat Shard, plus 63 Bronze Rank Red Wolf Shard, plus 66 Bronze Rank Man Spider Shard, plus 294 Bronze Rank Unit Upgrade Crystals, plus 23 Bronze Skill Book. The first time he clicked on the 3 Bronze Rifts. And they didn't disappoint, as aside from giving him nearly half of the upgrade crystals he needed to max a bronze unit, hundreds of equipment filled his inventory as well as the shards of 3 new bronze beasts, and let's not forget the 23 skill books. 23 skill books were extremely rare as they only began dropping from bronze rifts, and as always the rare things in Ethereal Realm were given with frequency from the idle gaming system. He took a pause at the bronze loot as his gaze lingered, letting out a deep breath and clicking the single rift that shimmered with a silver gold light that remained. Plus 210 idle EXP, plus 95 silver rank cores, plus 5 glistening silver halberd, plus 2 steel forged silver armor, plus 3 silver moon bows, plus 13 silver rank molten lava beast cores, plus 243 silver rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 3 silver rank skill books. His eyes could not help but tremble at the sight of such gorgeous loot as he collected from all 3 levels of rifts for the first time. This was the reason he was confident of the future. It was the ridiculously overpowered system that gave him extremely rare resources others only dreamed of, freely. Chapter 50, Skills and Units. In the waiting room where he could enter the Tower of Champions, Noah was going through all the loot resources as he organized the most important ones. The first was related to the system where within 2 days, he would have gained enough idle EXP to upgrade the system once more, and this was something he heavily looked forward to. Last time the wondrous Tower of Champions was unlocked. This time, he couldn't wait to see what he would be gifted with. Next were the rare skill books. There were a great deal of them from the bronze rifts, with nearly half being active as the other half were passive skills. Passive skills such as this could greatly strengthen a blessed as Noah began absorbing a few right away. There were multiple duplicate skill books like Tough Skin or Vision Enhancement that he put away to also increase the strength of the 2 girls. But as for himself, he was able to add on Endurance, Increased Evasion, Heightened Senses, and Fast Feet for the passive bronze skill books. When it came to the 3 silver skill books, they were effectively Molten Burst, that was an AoE offensive skill, Magma Armor, that was a defensive skill where a wondrous armor of magma seamlessly wrapped around the body of the caster. When Noah learned and cast the skill, he found his entire body to erupt out with a layer of hot magma that caused the surroundings to simmer, yet inside the armor he felt like he was in a slighter hotter summer day. The other skill book was a passive one, a shocking ability called Minor Automatic Regeneration. Minor Automatic Regeneration, a passive skill that uses the mana of the user to automatically heal any injury they receive. It is only minor as the rate of progress is slow. Noah loved the passive skill books the most as when he continued to get them with even more frequency, he could greatly increase the gulf of power between him and other common blessed by slapping himself with a ton of passive skills. He wanted to build himself up to be considered a rift boss himself, where multiple other blessed would be needed if they wanted to match him alone. With such dreams, his body flashed with a silver light as he donned on a gorgeous set of silver equipment, already giving the commands to pump the silver and bronze unit upgrade crystals into the respective units he wanted to strengthen and upgrade next as his eyes turned towards the 26th floor of the tower. The silver ones went to the horned serpent as the bronze ones were pumped into the two healing and support units, this being the next fusion to silver that Noah wanted to carry out. The silver rank, flesh giant, and horned serpent were summoned, along with the elder stone treant, illusory willow, and another bronze pet called armored lion that came from the many bronze unit shards that Noah now had to summon random units. With his party set and him holding on to a silver core that he constantly absorbed to pump his own strength towards the peak of his current realm, he and his units dashed towards the 26th floor to continue clearing the tower and obtain even more wondrous loot. With such a tight party set up and Noah's own increasing strength, the 3 floors from 26th to 29th were a breeze, especially since they were filled with variations of tree monsters. Some floors were 2 rift bosses alone, while for others, they had to go through an expanse of grasslands to kill silver rank treant mobs. It took a few hours, but Noah very quickly jumped through these floors as he collected a large amount of loot. The tower truly was Noah's strongest tool at this moment, especially because of the rewards of bronze and silver upgrade skill crystals he had begun receiving that he could use to increase the strength of units. The rewards from the 26th to 29th floors were glorious. Rewards for clearing the 26th floor, plus 10,000 iron rank equipment upgrade crystals, plus 10,000 iron rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 100 random iron rank unit shards, plus 10,000 iron rank cores, plus 500 bronze rank cores, plus 30 random bronze equipment, plus 5,000 bronze rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 1,000 silver rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 25 random bronze rank unit shards, plus 30 health potions, plus 30 mana potions, plus 15 strength potions, plus 15 defense potions, plus 1 silver skill book, plus 3 random silver equipment, plus 20 silver cores. Such gorgeous rewards were exactly the same for the 27th, 28th, and 29th floors, as one could just multiply the above loot by 4 to grasp the shocking collection of loot. Just forgetting everything else for a second, the 5,000 bronze upgrade crystals every time meant he now had 20,000 to build up another silver rift boss, while the 1,000 silver upgrade crystals meant he could increase the strength of his current silver beasts to crazier amounts. At silver, it required 50,000 silver upgrade crystals for a single unit to be maxed, and Noah would ridiculously need 100,000 to be able to make his first gold unit. When that time came, his blazing eyes could barely contain themselves as he closed them to calm down, turning his attention towards the 3rd silver rift boss he was about to fuse. This time, it was a combination of the Elder Stone Treant and Illusory Willow, the combination of the healing and support units. Rumble. A gorgeous show of colors cascaded out after the 2 units were pumped to brim with crystals and their fusion began. The light only began to die down after a few seconds as it showed a wondrous new unit that exceeded Noah's expectations. Tree Pixie, a terrifying creature that is a feared local in the Dream Forest. It has a habit of pulling its enemies to sleep before it strangles them to death while sucking on their nutrients. Its abilities include Resplendent Heal, Deep Slumber, and Entangling Vines. Small in size as barely half a meter, a green creature that had transparent wings and a small humanoid figure could be seen. An amazing all-around support unit. Noah thought of this because it had the ability to heal and restrict enemies at an even greater level than the Illusory Willow and Elder Stone Treant had, and as for its 3rd ability, Deep Slumber, the Tree Pixie can release deadly transparent smoke that lulls beings into a deep sleep that they cannot wake out of for an entire 60 seconds. Those in the same rank have a 75% chance of being affected, with those at higher rank having a 25% chance of being affected. It was an ability that Noah thought was extremely overpowered, and one that he could use to accelerate the plans he had set moving forward. Chapter 51, Increase the number of subjugated. With a 3rd silver rift boss added to his party, Noah eyed the 30th floor that had gorgeous rewards. At the same time, he focused on his mind connection as he sent a message to the silver blessed he had subjugated. After he cleared the 30th floor, he planned to use the cover of the few hours of the night remaining to move in the dark as he earnestly began moving against the enemies within the city. "Let's go!" His resonant voice called out to the units as they delved into the 30th floor that actually contained 5 silver rift bosses. Each of them was gigantic as the silver treants moved with vigor and purpose, Noah testing out the tree pixie's ability as he had it release the gas of the deep slumber skill while the flesh giant and the horned serpent moved in. Boom! Against these rift bosses, Noah also joined as his body became wrapped in silver skills. An armor of magma gloriously surrounded his body as he flashed forward, calling out for molten burst, as from him, a pillar of magma erupted and rushed towards the treants that began to burn wherever the skill touched them. Roar! Their bellows rang out as Noah continued to cast the ability until he drained all of his mana, popping a mana potion into his mouth thereafter as he watched it slowly regenerate his energy. The 2 offensive units were as fearsome as ever, matching the powerful rift bosses and even pushing them back. In the few seconds since the battle began though, the vigorous figures of 3 rift bosses suddenly turned limp as if they lost consciousness. They had actually been affected by the deep slumber skill as they were lulled into a deep sleep. Noah's eyes shone at this wondrous ability as his units roared out to use this chance, the tree pixie using entangling vines as its small body shimmered with light, its roots wrapping around the 2 awake treants as it kept them at bay. During this time, Noah commanded the horned serpent and flesh giant to point away and reap the lives of the rift bosses that were lulled to sleep, going towards the 3rd one himself as his body shone with the magma armor, landed on the human-like face of the treant while he cast molten burst multiple times while using his silver sword to cut deep into the boss. Against enemies that were lulled into sleep, how hard was it to kill them if you could get through their defenses? Boom! The flesh giant and horned serpent made quick work of their sleeping enemies as they ripped them apart, Noah burning a hole through his target as in a matter of seconds, 3 silver rift bosses fell. 3. After that, it didn't take long for the entangled and angrily roaring remaining 2 bosses to be defeated as the 30th floor was cleared out in a grand fashion. Rumble! Energy fluctuations reverberated out as Noah released a deep breath while looking at the tree pixie. It made the battles much easier as shockingly found the uses of this unit would only be more stupendous as time passed. They were teleported out of the floor as they appeared in the waiting room, Noah checking the rewards for the 30th floor that already entered his inventory. Rewards for clearing the 30th floor, plus 2,000 bronze rank cores, plus 50 random bronze equipment, plus 30,000 bronze rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 10,000 silver rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 100 random bronze rank unit shards, plus 50 health potions, plus 50 mana potions, plus 50 strength potions, plus 50 defense potions, plus 5 silver skill books, plus 20 random silver equipment, plus 300 silver cores. On the 30th floor, iron rank rewards were taken away as an abundant amount of bronze and silver loot came to be. Enough upgrade crystals to obtain another silver unit, enough silver cores to reach peak silver for him and the 2 girls, and even 5 skill books. His eyes shone brilliantly as it was also at this moment that he received a message from the subjugated blessed he shared a connection with. Master, I have about 7 silver blessed who took over the abode of an important personage within the city. They are the furthest from where the golden commander is. The blessed he dominated collected information and fed it all to him as Noah nodded. He looked at the wondrous rewards he received from the tower as many thoughts crossed his mind. He wanted to use the cover of the night to begin on his mission as soon as possible. He had learned his lesson on not wasting time as doing something even a day earlier could have possibly prevented many things. His body flashed away from the waiting room as he recalled his units, his eyes quickly going over the idle gaming system interface as he used the many bronze unit shards he had to summon new bronze units for possible fusion. In the room of the inn, he saw the 2 girls were still sleeping on the bed. He didn't have to worry for their protection while inside an abode such as this, but he still waved his hands to summon a bronze unit to just keep watch and send a message to him in case something unexpected happened. He then quietly slipped out of the room to go towards the location that the subjugated Blessed spoke of while going through the 5 new skill books and the next possible fusion of bronze units into silver. It was only halfway through the night, but it was bound to be wild. In a certain villa within City 8. It used to be a grand mansion that 2 powerful silver blessed of Academy City lived in, but it was currently taken over by the enemy forces as 8 silver blessed resided within and used it as their command center. Among the silver blessed living there currently, one of them happened to be the one that Noah subjugated. After obtaining information from the dominated blessed, Noah planned to begin his grasp for the power of City 8 by starting with the silver blessed in this villa. Chapter 52, Increase the number of subjugated. 2. Deep in the night. Noah's figure flashed silently as he appeared in an area at the back of the villa where his subjugated blessed was residing in. Master. The blessed kneeled towards him as Noah merely nodded as he voiced out. They are all asleep? Yes, Master. After a night of debauchery where they enjoyed themselves with the men and women of this past Academy City, many of them have fallen to the folds of sleep. Noah's face was cold as he nodded and proceeded to call out the silver rank tree pixie. Shia. The figure of the humanoid winged creature shining green appeared as she put on a cute expression while looking at Noah. He gave but a single command to this powerful unit. Use deep slumber and scatter the smoke everywhere in this villa. Keep scattering it as I don't want them to wake before things are ready. Noah said this as he gave multiple mana potions to the tree pixie. A skill was silently cast as a transparent smoke soundlessly swept through the expansive villa. As it was cast, the silver blessed within the villa that had much less resistance compared to the rift bosses that even Noah had battled against just an hour prior. These blessed could do nothing but fall into deeper slumbers where they would not wake until even after a whole minute passed. Noah went room to room as he glanced coldly within. He entered into rooms that had extravagant beds with scantily clad women strewn all around, and the enemy blessed reclining on these majestic beds with happy smiles on their faces. He even walked into a room where there was a female silver blessed, and all around her in the bed were 5 bronze blessed men that looked tired and spent. He and the subjugated blessed moved with great speed as they collected all 7 of the silver enemy blessed and brought them to a singular location, a wide training hall in the basement of the villa. All 7 were sleeping soundly without a care in the world when Noah motioned and released another silver unit. This time it was the fearsome horned serpent that slithered onto the wide training hall of the villa, its enormous body wrapping around each of them and beginning to constrict tightly. None of them had any defenses up, so they could not even raise their silver energy to protect themselves, Noah hearing the sounds of bones cracking as he merely looked on with cold eyes. Even his hands shimmered with a silver light as he moved personally to grasp their necks and shatter their vocal cords. When the effect of the deep slumber skill finished, the 7 blessed woke up in a fright as they felt the bodies horribly injured and mangled. Their throats were not even able to utter a sound as Noah had gone ahead and shattered their vocal cords, the sounds they released seeming extremely gruesome. They looked like dead fish with extremely terrified eyes as they felt that death was near. In the depth of fear and pain, they looked in front of them to find a man with shimmering blue eyes. His eyes locked with each of them as he silently cast subjugate over the disoriented and heavily injured blessed. Rumble. It did not take long before all 7 were released from the constraints of the horned serpent, their mangled bodies falling into the ground as Noah snapped his fingers to call the tree pixie. The powerful unit cast resplendent heal multiple times over their bodies as a wondrous golden light washed over each of them. Ah! Distinct groans could be heard as the 7 blessed were healed, feeling the pain of their bones realigning and their vocal folds reconstructing until they were as good as new. Their bodies got back to brimming with power as their eyes carried a tint of blue. They quickly kneeled to the ground as they looked reverently towards the man with deep blue eyes, the same being who had just nearly shattered the muscles in their bodies, and they called out, Master! On this day, Noah Eckert began expanding his influence as he slowly began to infiltrate the forces of the Dark Continent, beginning with 8 blessed as he entirely dominated their minds and took over a huge villa. After he subjugated the enemy blessed, he looked around the villa as he saw how these beings lived like kings. Thinking of the two girls still in the elegant Pearl Inn, he made some arrangements by sending various commands to the blessed within the villa. Send out all the beings you were playing with and clean up the villa. Make it into something that we can use as a base of operations. Yes, Master. The 7 blessed and the first one nodded as Noah didn't even bother addressing them with their names, simply giving them numbers similar to how they themselves gave their subjugated cities numbers as the form of identification. The blessed were labeled 1 through 8, and Noah left the villa while beckoning to number 1. Shia. They flashed out of the villa in the dark of the night and soon appeared in the small room within the inn while waking up the girls. He told them they were going somewhere much safer, where there would be protection from multiple silver blessed around them. The two girls were shocked, but they didn't dare underestimate Noah after all the things he had shown to them over the past few days. So Annalise and Rose simply nodded and followed silently in the night, going towards a villa that had its strongest being under Noah's control. The attendants and weaker beings in the bronze rank would soon follow. When the dawn of the next day broke, everything around the city seemed to forge on with the new normal. Nobody within it realized that in the last few hours, of the 100 silver blessed from the dark continent that were stretched across the city, 8 were now subjugated. A few hours passed as dawn broke, the resplendent rays of sunlight washing over City 8 as within a certain villa, a base of operations had gradually formed in the night as Noah collected abundant information about the enemies he faced. Chapter 53, Max Idle EXP, Shocking Upgrade. Within the subjugated villa, Noah and the two girls were within the wide underground training hall in the early hours of the morning. Yeah! Valiant screams could distinctly be heard from Annalise and Rose as the two girls were actually training within by fighting 2 subjugated silver blessed after Noah gave them some of his many cores to continue absorbing and bring their strength to peak silver. Rumble! Frost was spreading throughout the region that Annalise was standing in as the being with the Ice Queen inherent skill could now utilize it with even more proficiency as her rank was elevated higher and higher. The inherent skills of this realm are too different. But I can see Rose eventually being able to command the ice element to possibly freeze entire regions in the future. This was the thought that crossed Noah's mind as he watched the ass whooping taking place against the subjugated blessed. The blessed known as number 5 had frost all over her body as the sparring continued. Boom! Not too far from them, Rose had lightning running across her body as it reinforced all her attacks, the past princess gradually stepping out of being the weakest being in the silver rank as after absorbing many cores and honing her battle senses, she was now seeming like a capable blessed. Aside from her experience as a royalty, the damage she can release with her inherent skill could make her a terrifying offensive blessed. Another thought crossed Noah's mind as he saw the girls move with even more vigor against their sparring partners. Boom! Number 5 and 7 were knocked back at the same time as the two girls looked towards each other with slight smiles. As time passed, the phase of grief gradually lifted as smiles returned to the faces of the girls every now and then, especially in instances like these where they trained and felt their strength increasing. Brother, why don't you spar with us? Annalise and Rose's bountiful chests bounced up and down as they overexerted themselves, Noah beckoning towards the tree pixie beside him to cast Resplendent Heal on them as their bodies very quickly rejuvenated. He had been lying on the ground as he watched their spars and played around with the idle gaming system interface, looking at all the bronze units he had obtained from the random bronze unit shards he was avidly collecting from the tower. Since they were random, many of them didn't match each other in their elements as Noah wondered if he should go ahead and fuse from them or wait until tonight when he would get the idle resources from the bronze rifts again that would grant him 3 types of bronze rift bosses. I've gotta head back into the rifts within the tower. You guys can keep on training and tell the blessed under number 5 to prepare a feast in the meanwhile. He spoke with a light smile as he stood up, motioning for the girls to use the subjugated silver blessed and the bronze ones below her that Noah had subjugated throughout the night. The villa had the silver blessed and their attendings were now fully under Noah's control, and one of the first commands from him was to follow the commands of the two girls as if they were his own. Be safe. Rose called out lightly as Annalise looked towards Noah's disappearing body, the spatial light very soon warping him away from the underground space. The two girls then turned around to look at the tired Silver Blessed they were just sparring with. Again! Their valiant voices rang out as they continued to train. Meanwhile, Noah dove back into the Tower of Champions as he continued past the 31st floor. Keeping up with the past, he now found himself in a different environment from the 31st floor onwards, leaving behind the expansive green plains where he found Trey ants as the mobs. This time around were silver-ranked flying and land-type beasts of the ice element. He seemed to have appeared in an extremely cold and frozen landmass, mountainous regions blanketed with snow being seen all around him as he faced attacks from above and below by ferocious beasts. Every single rift and floor feels like an entirely new world. Yes. Every single rift and floor and he descended in always felt like he had transmigrated somewhere else, each place being so distinct that he couldn't help but think in this manner. The units were summoned as with the flesh giant and horned serpent at the lead, while the tree pixie used her terrifying control abilities of deep slumber and entangling vine paired up with Noah's powerful silver rank offensive skills of the 5th element. The 31st floor wasn't too much of an issue. He had debated and decided to not yet use the bronze rank upgrade crystals to forge a new silver unit as he waited for the idle rewards tonight, his eyes constantly looking at the idle EXP that might actually be filled up fully by the end of the day tonight as he waited for both the loot resources from the rifts and the possible surprise of making his EXP and seeing what wondrous things come out of it. So he crossed the upper floors while forging strength even higher, the only thing he could consider a negative being the fact that each floor took over an hour to scale and clear. But with its abundant rewards, he didn't complain as he found himself even collecting over 20,000 more bronze upgrade crystals after clearing 31st to 34th floors in less than 5 hours. The wondrous rewards for the past 4 floors were identical and looked as such. Rewards for clearing the 31st floor, plus 1,000 bronze rank cores, plus 25 random bronze equipment, plus 5000 bronze rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 1000 silver rank unit upgrade crystals, plus 100 random bronze rank unit shards, plus 50 health potions, plus 50 mana potions, plus 50 strength potions, plus 50 defense potions, plus 2 bronze skill books, plus 1 silver skill books, plus 10 random silver equipment, plus 100 silver cores. Gorgeous loot for nearly half a day's worth of hard work. Even Noah couldn't help but look at his progress as something major that he got from past floors were the many skill books that he added to himself, especially the passive skills that caused his power to rise by another level. Noah Eckert, rank, silver. Strength, silver. Dexterity, silver. Intelligence, silver. Vitality, silver. Skills, Inherent Mind Dominator, bronze, active, Firebolt, Ice Spear, Earthwall, bronze, passive, Tough Skin, Vision Enhancement, Haste, Endurance, Increased Evasion, Heightened Senses, Fast Feet, Bolstered Defense, silver, active, Molten Burst, Magma Armor, Frozen Barrage, silver, passive, Minor Automatic Regeneration, Minor Aura of Strength. His stat panel had expanded greatly over the past few days, numerous skills being added as he always liked the many passive ones more than the active ones. This was especially so for the Minor Automatic Regeneration and the new one he grabbed from the past floor's Minor Aura of Strength. Silver, Minor Aura of Strength, an aura circles around your body passively, giving you elevated strength to overpower your enemies at all times. The colorful red effect can be turned off and be made transparent if the user wishes. Passive skills were really something he liked and wanted to get more of. After getting such abundant rewards for half the day, his figure flashed out of the tower and reappeared in the villa, coming to see the scene of Annalise and Noah talking amongst each other with light smiles on their faces. A feast was on a wide table within the dining hall of the villa they occupied, the two girls waiting for Noah as they didn't start without him. On the exquisite seats around the table, Rose seemed to be telling Annalise of all the things outside City 8 as she nodded with a shining expression, Noah himself not helping but smile at the scene of the two girls as he was glad they slowly healed and returned to their old selves, walking towards them to enjoy the feast as many thoughts filled his mind. Chapter 54, Max Idle EXP, a shocking upgrade. 2. After he returned to the villa, he gave commands to the few remaining subjugated silver as he put together the many clusters of information he was receiving. The Blessed didn't stay in the house the entire day, as they had the tasks they were assigned to from the Golden Commander Stefan of overseeing the city and keeping order, only one or two Blessed being able to come back in the villa at all times throughout the day. Noah planned to expand his influence even further, as in the near future, he wanted all of the 100 silver Blessed from the Dark Continent to be under his heel as he subjugated all of them. With such wondrous dreams, he continued with steady steps as in the latter half of the day, he went ahead to reduce the clear times of the 6 iron and bronze rifts, and even entering the silver rift in the evening and coming out of it at night. With his units and the 2 girls that were ceaselessly improving their strength, the clear time for the iron rifts was brought down to an average of 17 minutes, the bronze rifts being brought down to 22 minutes, while the silver rift went from taking an hour and becoming reduced to 40 minutes. A shocking rate of advancement, as with this, the rate he collected idol rewards was going to be even more extravagant. They spent the latter half of the day this way as they remained in the silver rift for 3 hours longer before coming out, a few hours having already passed since night came as they returned to the villa without any issues. Noah had the 2 girls get some food while telling them to rest, dragging his tired body to the waiting room of the Tower of Champions as he held an excited glint in his eyes. He knew that from his hard work in the past few days, he was about to be rewarded with something huge. He began by entering the idle gaming system interface and clicking on all the 7 rifts he had on idle mode. The abundant rewards of the iron rift showed themselves first, then the bronze, and ultimately silver. Plus 2575 idle EXP, plus 129 Minotaur shards, plus 1345 idle EXP, plus 310 idle EXP, plus 3 silver rank skill books. The shining rewards of his hard work were shown in front of his eyes as a second later, a prompt popped up that caused his blue eyes to shine even brighter. Ding! Idle EXP requirement met. Upgrade system level? A notification sound and bright blue words appeared in front of his eyes. The words seemed like the most beautiful things one could see as he nodded his eyes with great enthusiasm. Rumble. A glorious golden light shone as the idle gaming system underwent its second upgrade, the design of the interface looking even more wondrous as the words of the system appeared in front of his eyes once more. System successfully upgraded. Unlocked the shattered elemental planes rifts. Max number of available units increased by 1. Idle EXP required for next level, 100,000. Noah's eyes constricted at the next unlocked feature, not being able to stop himself as he quickly gleaned information on it. The shattered elemental planes rifts. The master of the idle gaming system now has the chance to enter shattered dimensional rifts that have great dangers, but in turn give bountiful rare treasures from unique high-tier elements beasts. The type of available shattered elemental rifts changes every 3 days. Currently available shattered elemental rift, shattered light plane. Alarm and shock were apparent on Noah's face as he read about the fantastical feature. The chance to enter rare dimensional rifts that held beasts from high-tier element beasts. Rumble. In the waiting room where he always came to enter the Tower of Champions, the ground below him quaked as something else rose to the right side of where the tower was. This time, it was an enormous tower that was no less domineering than the Tower of Champions, but this one was shining brightly in a golden color. It represented the new feature of the shattered elemental rifts, and at this time, the shattered light plane dimensional rift was available. Noah's heart beat slightly faster as he thought of all the possible rare loot within, glancing at the first golden portal that was enticing him to quickly enter. His units were summoned with haste as he very quickly began walking towards the shimmering golden portal that drew him the moment he neared it. As the spatial light warped around him and sent him to a faraway dimension, he found his sight clearing up as his eyes opened up to a bright new world. The ground below him felt soft as verdant golden grass grew from it, the atmosphere having wisps of golden light flowing serenely across as far in the distance. Noah even saw glimmering golden trees. He raised his head to look around more as when he looked at the skies, he was left in shock as it wasn't a blue sky with a sun or moon hanging in the distance, but it seemed like a shattered glass surface that showed the starry space from up close. Space. With multiple shimmering stars and planets shining far in the distance. This was the shattered light plane he had entered, a piece of a dimensional rift that was broken off from who knew what world or realm, and it seemed to be shockingly hidden in space. CAAA. Noah was thrown out of his stupor as he heard the roar of a fearsome monster, his units moving in formation as he turned his eyes to come across a fearsome-looking beast flapping its wide wings from the skies and coming towards them. The name, Light Eagle, floated above it as it towered over 10 meters in size, its feathers painted gold as its beak let out a terrifying shine that could blind others. Rumble. As he looked at this terrifying light element beast at the silver rank, he was glad he hadn't yet spent his bronze upgrade crystals to forge the 2 new silver units yet. When he got his hands on the bronze unit shards of this wondrous shattered elemental rift, he could very possibly get himself stupidly powerful and rare light units at the silver rank, and 2 of them at that. CAA. The Light Eagle cried out once more as it barreled towards them, the flesh giant and the horned serpent ready to protect their master as a terrifying battle bloomed in the shattered light plane dimensional rift. Chapter 55, I Command Light Units. The beasts within the shattered light plane dimensional rift were truly powerful. Among the many beasts Noah had come across, these light element beasts took the #1 spot currently with their ferociousness and wondrous skills. Across the shattered plain that was filled with golden vegetation and wide gold trees, they came across light eagles that attacked from the skies, their wings flapping to release terrifying light arrows that the thick skin of the flesh giant had to defend against. When they traveled further in, they even came across a terrifying creature that was walking on the ground even though it had resplendent gold wings. It was a griffin. Roar! The griffin was one of the more terrifying beasts they had come across in the shattered light plane, with its golden feathers as sharp as blades and its claws were even sharper as they even caused huge gashes on the enormous body of the flesh giant. Noah even carefully stayed behind as he cast long-distance skills while giving mana potions to the tree pixie to continue healing the flesh giant and the horned serpent. Any bronze units would have been ripped apart easily, so Noah did not call the units he needed to fill up the unit slots. The moment he cleared the shattered light plane and saw exactly what different types of units he could get his hands on, then he would freely utilize his loot. From the vast golden grasslands to even the enormous foliage of golden trees, Noah's units crossed this wondrous new location as they continued facing griffins and light eagles as the only 2 different types of beasts within this floor. Noah had to spend over an hour across the first floor of this shattered light rift, his pets and him coming out extremely tired. But his eyes remained bright as he looked towards their rewards that came from defeating so many powerful light-type beasts. Rewards for clearing the first floor of the shattered light plane dimensional rift, plus 100 bronze light unit shards, plus 25 silver light unit shards, plus 2 silver rank light equipment, plus 3 loot drop potion. An array of rewards opened up in front of him. He first looked at the potion that shone with a blue-gold light. Loot drop potion. Consuming this potion causes defeated enemies to drop more loot. If consumed during a level on the Tower of Champions or Shattered Rifts, the proper adjustment will be made to the level's rewards. A shockingly rare loot from this unique rift. A potion that increases the chances of obtaining more loot. What more could one ask for? With the first floor giving him high expectations, he went on to the next as he pulled out the 2 silver rank light equipment. SHIA. In front of his eyes, a shining armor releasing a white light and a gorgeous bow appeared. Silver, Paladin's white armor, heavily protects against physical and magical damage while granting the wearer constant rejuvenation. Silver, light bow, a bow that requires no arrows, only the mana of the user to form deadly arrows that never miss their target. Well, even the items from this rift were stupendous as Noah donned on the Paladin's white armor and light bow. He could now deal deadly long-distance attacks while still protecting himself fully. What was left to see next were the unit shards, 25 in silver and 100 in bronze that were ready to be summoned. Within shining eyes, Noah utilized the 100 bronze light unit shards right away. Rumble. A brilliant golden flash of light, and he called forth his first unit of the light element. Pale golden color, transparent, and having the humanoid appearance, it was something called Light Elemental. Bronze, Light Elemental, a rare creature of the light element that loves to swallow mana. It possesses strong physical damage immunity as it is incorporeal. Its abilities include attack absorption and light blast. His eyes hungrily went up and down the light elemental as he nodded and turned towards the shattered elemental rifts. He wanted to go back and continue diving until he achieved a silver light elemental, and so he did. Let's go! With overflowing drive, he continued onto the second floor of the shattered light plane dimensional rift, newly armored and weaponized along with an extra light elemental by his side. The second floor was just as vast as the first, where in addition to the light eagle and griffins, he also came across Pegasi. Vibrantly white and flesh-eating Pegasi that could shatter a man's chest with their deadly hooves, ones that also release spears of light that without the tree pixie's constant deep slumber and resplendent heal skills, the battles would have been extremely tough for Noah. But he persevered as he spent the entire remaining half of the night going through the fantastical-looking shattered elemental rifts that were filled with dangers and even more abundant treasures. After 4 hours and going through deadly light eagles, griffins, and Pegasi, he was finally rewarded. With the loot drop potion he drank while diving in, the end rewards he received were even more numerous as after finishing the fourth floor, over 350 out of 100 bronze light unit shards and a full 120 out of 100 silver light unit shards were in his inventory. He saved them all for a wondrous unboxing as it was time for him to greatly enhance his strength. 3 bronze light dimensional beasts were first summoned from the 350 shards. Rumble. A light sparrow, another light elemental, and a great horned light owl appeared in Noah's inventory. The 100 silver shards were also used as after a bright eruption of light, something Noah had been battling this entire time came to him. Silver, light Pegasus, a terrifying beast of the light element. Capable of flight as well as powerful offensive attacks, it can act as the best mount while using its golden hooves to break the bones of your enemies. Its abilities include light spear, flight, and elemental reinforcement. Nay! The gorgeous sound of a horse entered Noah's ears as a Pegasus bowed its head towards him. It was gorgeously white all around as streaks of gold covered the feathers on its wings, Noah going forward to stroke its head with a smile. A fourth silver unit had entered his hands, and another 2 were about to do so as his eyes honed in on the 4 bronze rank units he could upgrade and fuse. It felt like it was worth the wait to save his upgrade crystals for so long. Chapter 56, Moving in the Shadows to Subjugate a City. From all the light shards, there were 4 bronze light units that came to light 2 light elementals, a light sparrow, and a great horned light owl. He had the required upgrade crystals, so he pumped all the 40,000 bronze crystals total into all of them as he accepted the prompt for the fusion, the names of 2 new silver beasts showing in his inventory as he summoned them outside. The 2 light elementals bore fruit to a 2-meter-tall light guardian, a humanoid outline of a being that was fully made of transparent light. It nearly seemed invisible as it blended into the surroundings. The 2 bird-type beasts gave way to a 4-meter-large fiery light falcon that had its feathers dancing with golden flames, its body shining beautifully as it released a loud cry. Light Guardian, a rare creature of the light element that boasts strong offensive and defensive capabilities to protect its master. Its abilities include invisibility, light ray, and golden bastion. Fiery light falcon, a creature born for the skies, its golden flames capable of scorching any normal being of the same rank. Its abilities include golden blast, meteoric descent, and burning light flames. 2 more silver units that each had their own utility, Noah looking over their details closely as he saw many ways of using them. But this current situation left behind the terrifying reality of him filling up all of his 6 unit slots with silver rank dimensional rift bosses in the span of half a night. 6 silver rank rift bosses. Rumble. He summoned them all together to look at them in their full glory. The flesh giant, horned serpent, tree pixie, light Pegasus, light guardian, and the fiery light falcon. Each of them stood subserviently in front of him as their terrifying-looking figures bowed their heads towards his direction, just waiting for instructions. With these being backing him up and while he himself was wearing a gorgeous set of silver armor with a shimmering golden bow in his hands, he turned towards the next level of the shattered light rift as he continued. As Noah was constantly advancing, so were others. After the forces of the Dark Continent had solidified their grasp of the subjugated cities, more forces entered as they planned to reinforce them with manpower and never lose them. From the imperial capital, an overabundance of forces had left and arrived onto multiple cities, the presence of the rulers of the ethereal realm being shown once more as powerful gold-blessed were dispatched on the front lines. It felt like a deadlock had appeared as the Dark Continent didn't advance further in while the Light Continent heavily fortified its borders. But was it really so? Was the preliminary attack of the Dark King simply stopped at the subjugation of a few cities? What about the Wild Continent? What exactly were the forces of this dangerous continent doing this whole time? Within City 8, it was deep in the night, but there was a buzz of activity as in the cover of darkness, many beings had unexpectedly arrived. Noah was finishing the 5th floor of the shattered light rift when he received a message from number 1. Master, groups of bronze and silver blessed have been entering the city, with the commands of the Golden Commander Stefan just coming down in the last few minutes telling us to welcome them and to work together. Zing! Noah had knocked a pulsating golden arrow while utilizing the light bow as he received the message, his mind moving fast as he replied while working with his units to damage the enormous silver griffin rift bosses they faced. They are not from the Dark Continent? No, Master. Noah took in these words with sharp eyes as he looked to the starry stars that could be seen from the shattered light plane dimensional rift. He gazed at the beautiful sight as his 6 units swarmed the rift bosses and utterly decimated them with flashy attacks as many thoughts crossed his mind. From the memories of the subjugated blessed, he didn't find out of any other forces aiding the Dark Continent, but it seemed like only the Golden Commanders were made aware. It was of the terrible truth that the Dark and Wild Continents were actually allowing together for their conquest, something that even the forces of the imperial capital might not know at this moment. With such shocking news of the Wild Continent joining the fray and bringing their forces to reinforce the Dark Continent, Noah had to work even faster. His task to put the enemy blessed within the city under his grasp as they were all subjugated had to be accelerated. Aside from going down the shattered elemental rift and the tower in the next few days, the task of covertly making the powerful experts of the city under him would commence fully. Boom! The last rift boss fell under the attacks of his pets as their figures were teleported away, an abundant amount of rewards flashing in front of his face as he recalled all the units but 2. It was the newly gained light unit that had the ability of invisibility, the Light Guardian, along with the Tree Pixie. A unit with terrifying offensive abilities that could also become hidden from the eyes of others, along with a unit that could restrict and put enemies to sleep. With such a matchup, Noah left the waiting area where the portals of the Tower of Champions and the shattered light plane dimensional rifts laid, appearing within the villa as he sent multiple messages to his subjugated blessed. Send me the coordinates of all isolated silver blessed around the city, even those in groups of 3 or 5. Paired up with shockingly powerful light elemental units with his own power increasing by a mile, Noah planned to traverse City 8 as he went hunting in the deep of the night. Chapter 57, Moving in the Shadows to Subjugate a City. 2. In the dark hours of the night where Noah began to move with his subjugated blessed, a shocking meeting was occurring at the heart of the city. In a skyscraper that was formerly the Golden Phoenix Auction House, Commander Stefan was standing at the top floors of it while overlooking the city, the expansive room he was in palpating with power as soon after, another aura similar to his entered. Brother Stefan, I didn't think we'd be stationed together so quickly. The gruff voice of a gold expert resounded out as Golden Commander Stefan looked over with a scowl. They actually sent the Red Berserker to reinforce me? Ha, you should be happy. It means no matter what response the Imperial capital sends, we will stand strong. Rumble. The 2 gold rank experts gave each other bear hugs as they sat down to talk. One would be shocked at their identities, as one was a golden commander from the Dark Continent and another from the Wild Continent. Yet they were talking and discussing as if they were brothers in arms, showing that there were many things in the dark that many didn't understand. We're currently reinforcing all the subjugated cities and preparing to move further inland. The dimensional rifts these guys have been so freely enjoying, we will have them all ourselves. Rumble. In time, brother. What I am most hesitant of is when the imperial capital chooses to send out its true experts. The diamond-ranked masters within their ranks. Stefan's face was thoughtful as he recalled the powerful blessed that should be under the imperial capital. We have our own. Ones that trained hard to get where they are. And the moment we take over the imperial city, we will able to produce even more experts like them. A shocking conversation continued as the tides of war advanced forward. Hello. I am number 1. Since a few days ago, the master was gracious enough to show me the way, and I have seen the path forward under his awakening. With my will solely following his, we were currently moving across City 8 to complete the mission to add even more brothers and sisters into our ranks. Hook! In an area where a silver blessed was patrolling in the dark of the night, he suddenly tumbled to the ground and fell asleep as I flashed in to silently pull him to the alleyway, the master breaking their bones and vocal cords as his eyes flashed a gorgeous blue the moment the blessed woke up. This was when a new brother would join our ranks as he was shown the way. Master would then use his wondrous unit to heal them as the brother newly joining our ranks would be given the command to wait through the city in search of more silver blessed. We had been moving across the city like this for the past few hours. It had been slow at first, but the pace gradually picked up when Master added number 20, our numbers having more than doubled to what they were previously. With a force of 20 blessed moving through the city, our speed exploded through the last part of the night, and this was all also due to another terrifying pet that the Master summoned. It was a transparent creature made of light, one that could turn invisible to get up close to blessed and puncture their lungs before dragging them to Master. Whether we were going through villas where blessed were sleeping or at the edges of the city where the blessed patrolled, we were seamlessly and silently able to move and add another 30 brothers and sisters as when the night ended, number 50 was with us. What a glorious number! What a glorious night! For us who were shown the way, we could only hope to bask in Master's glory as we faithfully carried out his commands, our hearts expectant on what the future held under the rule of the Master. The past night was extremely fruitful for Noah, moving with extreme efficiency as he only found his task to get easier with time passing. When one controlled the tens of powerful silver blessed, the things that could be done ballooned up greatly as the efficiency was kicked up another notch. The cycle of finding blessed that were either patrolling or resting to be added to his ranks turned easy as he moved with the units that could put others to sleep or the one that could turn invisible and ambush the blessed with powerful skills. It left him with the stupendous result of the rays of sunlight washing over him with a new day, 50 blessed coming under his command as his eyes shone with brilliance when he looked over the city. 50. One must recall that 100 blessed from the Dark Continent were dispatched to subjugate Academy City, and now over half of them had fallen under Noah silently. He would not target the bronze blessed yet as there were hundreds of them, knowing his mind would not be able to stand subjugating such a large number of people. But he didn't need to worry about those with lesser power when he controlled the silver blessed who could control those below them. The city had gained tens more silver blessed from the wild continent as Noah was able to subjugate a few from their ranks as well, the information he was receiving at this moment being something that even the imperial capital had no way of receiving. From combing through the memories of many blessed, a much clearer picture had painted itself in Noah's mind. He returned to the villa that was the base of operations early in the morning, giving commands to the many subjugated blessed on how they should move as he made plans for his own moves and what he would ultimately do when he had all the silver blessed within the city under his grasp. The ultimate goal was to bring down the gold commander Stefan that now actually joined by another gold expert to oversee the city, and Noah planned to do so the moment he was confident in raising his silver units to full power, or gaining enough silver upgrade crystals to fuse 2 units into the gold stage. For this, the Tower of Champions with its abundant rewards was required. The time will have to be divided into the tower or shattered rifts while moving in the outside world to finish subjugating the rest of the blessed. The thought of how to move for the next few days formed in his mind as he couldn't wait to get started. Chapter 58, Speedrun. The tower remained Noah's topmost focus as after he talked with Rose and Annalise, he left the 2 girls to train with a few silver blessed as he made his way to continue past the 35th floor. With the powerful addition of 3 light element units and his team being fully 6 silver rift bosses, he tore his way across the tower as he could see his speed of progression was about to be explosive. This time, he planned to do a speed run. The rewards for the 35th floor were just as stupendous as they should have been, Noah gaining 30,000 bronze upgrade crystals and 10,000 silver rank upgrade crystals on top of 5 silver skill books and a variety of potions. He took the passive skills for himself as the active offensive skills like Frost Barrage and others would be saved for Annalise and Rose. His main focus at this moment was the silver rank upgrade crystals, these being the things that could produce a gold unit for him. He needed 50,000 for each unit to do so, and he was barely halfway through collecting them for the first unit. With this on the line, he tore through the 36th through the 39th floor in a matter of 3 hours as he collected more loot, another 10,000 silver rank upgrade crystals falling into his hands as he was ever closer. The levels of the tower continued to be just as difficult, where the numbers of silver mobs increased and the silver rift bosses he had to take down were even more numerous. At the rate it was going, he expected to be facing a gold rift boss by the 50th floor. Such a reality was terrifying to think about, but it meant that he would also very soon gain a creature at that very same rank of power as he neared the 50th floor. Such a thought was the reason he would persevere on today's speedrun. The 40th floor was an expansive frozen area that had rough winds flying about, containing over 10 powerful rift bosses within that Noah had to take out before he advanced forward. With a light Pegasus and a fiery light Falcon raining down attacks from the air and 4 more powerful units on the ground, the rift bosses were taken down in half an hour as Noah advanced forward relentlessly. Abundant rewards more numerous than the normal floors flooded to him as usual, forging forward as he could almost taste the power of a gold unit. The 41st floor was then cleared. 42nd, 43rd, 44th. On the 44th floor that signified the 10th floor he had cleared on this single day, he finally went above the 50,000 silver rank upgrade crystals to enhance a single silver unit to the peak. Aside from the 20,000 he gained from the 35-39th floor, the 40th floor alone granted the increased rewards of every 5 floors as it gave him double what he received on the 30th and 35th floors. It granted him a stupendous 20,000 silver upgrade crystals for that single floor. The 41st through the 44th floors had granted him another 12,000 silver upgrade crystals as aside from these, he had an overabundance of skill books, silver equipment, cores. But his shining eyes focused on the now 72,000 silver upgrade crystals from today's floors and the ones he had collected so far, as with these, he was more halfway to making a gold unit. Of course, it has to be one of the power light element units. He rested his tired body while popping a mana and health potion into his mouth, enjoying the sugary taste while thinking of the possibilities. He had truly been speedrunning the past floors, rapidly getting the rewards he wanted as his goal was right in front of him. Most floors took over an hour or more, a lot of time having passed as Noah remained in the Tower of Champions. He glanced at the rewards of the 45th floor and above, his heart shaking as when he did the math, he truly just had to pass a few floors above it to get his hands on what he wanted. HAAA. He breathed out his exhaustion as he looked at his units, popping in more mana and health potions as he restored himself to his peak before he dove into the 45th floor. The environment was in a frozen mountain, with the level being filled with over a dozen silver rift bosses he had to find across the snowy areas. This single level alone was harder than any he had come across before, taking him an hour and a half to wade through before he and his units finished the last silver rift boss. Rumble. Their figures were returned to the waiting room as Noah's eyes were bloodshot, having not slept the past day as he had been constantly diving into the floors of the Tower of Champions for the past hours. Shockingly, a day had already passed as night had descended in the outside world, but as he saw the rewards of the 45th floor and how close it brought him to his goal, he had to force himself to continue. Rewards for the 45th floor, plus 20,000 silver rank upgrade crystals, plus 5 silver rank skill books. Similar to the 40th floor, 20,000 crystals greeted him as they brought his total number to 92,000. When he saw this number, his bloodshot eyes glanced at the floors above 45 and their rewards as he knew no matter what happened tonight, he had to keep going. This was because from the 46th to the 49th floors, the loot rewards each held plus 5,000 silver rank upgrade crystals within them. It meant that just clearing 2 more floors would put him over the 100,000 that he needed to fully bring 2 silver units to their peak before he could call forth a gold unit. For this, he had to continue. The environment of frozen wastelands continued for the 46th floor, the potions and the abilities of the tree pixie to rejuvenate and heal his body being the only thing that kept Noah going. At this point, all the enemies they faced were Silver Rift bosses by the dozens, the only lucky thing being how they were all spread out across the frozen wastelands so they couldn't group up around Noah and his units. The light element units showed their superiority even against the flesh giant and the horned serpent as within 1 hour and a half, the vast 46th floor was cleared. With bloodshot eyes that shone with a blue splendor, Noah delved into the 47th floor as it seemed to be the most grueling one so far, purely in terms of how tired he was at this point as he kept his focus by equipping the light bow and shooting deadly arrows towards their enemies. The floors of the Tower of Champions were becoming much vaster and significantly harder as he continued to rise, the difficulty being ramped up great as Noah would need to quickly upgrade his power if he wanted to keep clearing the levels safely. But all it took was a matter of time. After close to 2 hours, the 47th floor was also cleared. Fucking finally. Noah let out a tired breath as he saw the number of silver rank upgrade crystals hit 102,000. 50,000 into each silver units, and the fusion of them into the gold rank would take place. Just days after stepping into the rank of silver, Noah was about to call forth his first gold unit. Chapter 59, the first gold unit. The choice of which ones to fuse remained on the powerful light element units. Between the three, Noah didn't want to lose the invisibility skill from the Light Guardian as he was leaning towards fusing the Light Pegasus and the huge fiery Light Falcon. Both creatures were of the winged light element, with each of them carrying terrifying offensive abilities. When combined together, what would the gold unit be like? OOM. Noah waited no longer as he began to pump the upgrade crystals into the Light Pegasus and the fiery Light Falcon. Their bodies vibrated with more and more power as Noah watched each of their numbers rise towards 50,000/50,000. Wah! When it was achieved, they released a flash of light as a prompt Noah had been waiting to see for too long finally appeared. 2 units matched the requirements for fusion and evolution into the gold rank. Start the process? Start. Thrum. In the waiting room, an intense white light flashed out as the Light Pegasus and fiery Light Falcon were sucked towards each other, coagulating together as the silver aura they released mixed together brilliantly to very soon produce a wondrous golden color. The color gold seemed extremely enticing in Noah's eyes, wondering when he himself would be able to wrap such a wonderful color around his own body. His shining eyes observed the process fully as the silver energy entirely disappeared, leaving behind a flash of gold as a majestic creature 5 meters large unfurled its wings in front of Noah. The wings were bright gold as white flames danced over them. Its eyes. They shone brightly with an intense gold light as they landed on Noah, releasing an oppressive power that Noah had not even felt when he recalled the gold enemy blessed that was in the skies staring at him like a bug. It was the true and genuine aura of a gold rift boss, a creature that was normally only found at the end of dreadful gold-rank dimensional rifts that needed a team of gold blessed to clear. Such a creature stood in front of Noah now, as something he could command. Gold, Conflagrant Pegasus, a mutated Pegasus that is proficient in light and fire-based attacks. Among the creatures in the gold rank, it can be placed near the top in terms of pure attack power and speed. Its abilities include Scorching Light Spear, Elemental Reinforcement, Rays of Burning Light, and Instant Acceleration. Noah glanced at the details of this powerful beast as even with every single muscle and bone on his body screaming from tiredness after he spent nearly a full day going through the Tower of Champions, everything felt worth it at this point. He went forward as he placed his hand on its body that pulsed with power, closing his eyes as he felt this terrifying strength while thinking of the future. With this, what can the gold-blessed overseeing the city do? Rumble. His thoughts were deadly as they focused on the golden commander Stefan that had been at the forefront of the city's subjugation, as well as the new gold commander to arrive from the wild continent. There is much to do. Noah's eyes opened with a flash as he waved his hands, the silver and single gold unit disappearing in front of him as his body also began to warp with the light of teleportation. He had been in the tower for too long. He entered during the day as night came and passed, or it was now day again. But he could finally get some decent sleep after his heart settled with the knowledge that he could now summon a terrifying Gold Rift boss. A creature that normally 10 blessed of the same rank would be required to take care of. This thought repeated in Noah's mind as he appeared back in the training grounds of the villa. "Brother?" Annalise's voice called out the moment he returned, the girl coming forward and looking at Noah's tired body up and down as she didn't say anything else, only bringing Noah into her arms as she hugged him tightly. "You're working hard by yourself, being going for more than a day." The little sister hugged her older brother tightly as even though she was growing to become a strong combatant, she was still soft towards the only remaining family she had. Noah had a light smile as he raised his face to look at Annalise. "Don't worry about me. I just had to stay a bit longer to get the power we need to safely stand against those at the gold rank." Shocking words were heard from him as Annalise looked towards him in shock, Rose's voice ringing out from the side of the training hall as the two girls were just sparring with each other before Noah returned. "Already? Even with their reinforcements from the wild continent?" The eyes of the girls were shining dangerously as they looked towards Noah, who merely waved his hands to call forth the conflagrant Pegasus. Thrum! The 5-meter majestic beast of light element appeared grandly as even though it didn't release its outrageous aura at the gold rank, the glint of gold waving from its body making the girls look forward in a stupor. "Gold!" Rose went near the beast as she then looked towards Noah in shock, Annalise being the only one to come out of the stupor as her eyes shone brilliantly. Noah spoke out as he waved his hands to make the beast disappear once more. "We have much to do before we make our move. I first need to subjugate all the remaining silver blessed roaming across the city." Noah laid out the outline of his plans as for now, he had to plan carefully what his next moves would be. "After experiencing the memories of so many powerful blessed, I've come to realize how important information is. Our task will be to make sure that for the coming battle against the gold blessed, not a single piece of information about it travels outside this city." Rumble. Many thoughts and plans were made as for the days to come. Noah wanted to utilize his subjugated blessed at full capacity to create a blockage of any information or people leaving the city. He wanted to take over it without the knowledge of either of the warring continents as from this city. He would have a springboard to launch himself to greater heights. Chapter 60, Control the Flow of Information. After giving out multiple commands to the already subjugated blessed, Noah's exhaustion after moving across the Tower of Champions for over a day and getting by through chugging potions finally got the better of him. He had actually returned in the afternoon as even with the sun brightly illuminating the villa he was in and its surroundings, his exhausted mind gradually greeted the darkness. As he went into the folds of sleep, the images of him standing above the beings calling themselves Golden Commanders flashed through his mind. While Noah rested, the over 50 subjugated blessed moved around as normal under the directions they received from the Golden Commander Stefan, none of their colleagues or the commander above them finding out anything wrong with them. They moved to collect more information on where the remaining blessed from the Dark Continent would be tonight, as well as keeping track of the movements of the newly arriving blessed from the Wild Continent. The mission that the Mind Dominator had given them was to locate all the ways that information left the city, especially the blessed that were assigned to sending messages back and forth due to their unique inherent skills or abilities. These would be the beings Noah wanted to target first. The day passed silently as night dawned, Noah waking up refreshed as he affirmed with his blessed that everything was followed accordingly. The coordinates of important targets were given to him as he would begin the mission of subjugating blessed early this night, with the goal of getting the rest of the 50 silver blessed from the Dark Continent and seeing how his progress would be for the new blessed from the Wild Continent. The results were shockingly easy as he came to find when one held a lot of information, they could easily maneuver around undetected. From the subjugated blessed, he learned of the habits of the Golden Commander Stefan and how he spent his time, as well as the habits of all the remaining targeted blessed. As with such information, he very easily moved across the city to subjugate more silver-ranked beings. To make sure he didn't alert the two gold experts within the city, he didn't utilize his gold unit yet, as he stuck to the resourceful tree pixie and the light guardian that had the skill of invisibility. Groups of 3 to 5 blessed that were either just drinking their night away or about to rest very quickly found themselves in Noah's clutches, as his blue eyes were the last things they saw before they became utterly dominated. Noah's mind was extremely active, as even after subjugating the minds of many beings, he had yet to feel a strain as he continued with great vigor. The more beings he had under him, the easier it was for him to move, as groups of enemy blessed would find themselves surrounded by 10 beings of the same rank as them under his commands, very quickly becoming mutilated and disoriented before Noah swooped in to subjugate them. In this manner, it actually didn't take even half the night for the remaining 50 blessed from the Dark Continent to be located in the city and subjugated under Noah. That was 100 blessed. In the middle of the night, Noah stood atop one of the skyscrapers as the tree pixie floated behind him and the light guardian was invisible, as it couldn't even be seen. He came to a stop as he took a deep breath, closing his eyes to focus on his inherent skill as he saw the tens of connections he had formed with multiple beings in the city below him. It's possible. As he saw his shocking progress, where he actually took over the minds of over 100 beings in the same rank as him, he questioned the inherent ability he had and how powerful it was. Others awakened theirs, and such abilities were only as powerful as they themselves made them to be. But his was just monstrous, as what it allowed him to do was just. Maybe because it was a special loot from the tower, maybe there were other reasons. All he cared about now was the fact that with 100 of some of the most powerful beings with the city under his grasp, he knew the fate of the two gold blessed within the city was almost sealed. Find and target the remaining silver blessed from the wild continent. Let's see if we can wrap up this night by adding even more into our ranks. He released multiple commands as he moved in the shadows of the night. Not a single being within the city knew of the shocking events occurring, nor could they guess that a terrifying being was taking over a majority of the forces silently within the city. When dawn broke, Noah was only left to wipe the sweat off his brow, as with the capability to utilize over 100 silver blessed to move under his orders. The blessed from the wild continent never had a chance. There were some accidents where some of the injured ones died before Noah could utilize subjugate on them, but the results were exemplary, as the latter half of the night, he was able to add another 93 silver blessed to his roster. This meant that at this moment, 193 silver blessed moved from following his orders, a shocking level of power when one truly thought about it. All from the loot of the idle gaming system. From the stupendous Tower of Champions and the shattered light plane dimensional rift. Noah reminisced how different things were just a few days ago as he overlooked the city, many thoughts crossing his mind as the following hours during the day that just broke. He planned to use them to finish planning and locking the city down with the subordinates he had amassed. He would not attack with brute force, even though he had a gold unit that he knew could dominate any human of the same rank. After he connected to the minds of so many beings and lived through their memories, he knew the most important thing for the siege he was about to lay out would be whether he would be successful in not letting any news about it spread out. It was the spread of information. When night comes, lock down all the gates. Not a single being enters or leaves the city. Anyone that tries to do so, kill them on the spot. Rumble. His eyes were filled with a shining blue light as he sent the command to the network of blessed. He was ready. Tonight, he was ready to face off with two gold rank experts. Chapter 61, Siege the Gold Experts. Within City 8, the day passed normally. The two powerful gold experts had no reason to believe their subordinates were compromised, giving out a few commands that dealt with overseeing the city and coordinating teams to keep the order. During this time, Noah maintained the command center within the villa he took over, where he was now talking with Annalise and Rose on what he had planned. In the night, we will have teams make a perimeter around the city to make sure nobody comes in or out, and the rest will be with us in besieging the gold experts. The two girls had solemn expressions as they listened, knowing things were finally getting serious, as after today, many things would change. Noah went through an excruciating amount of details as he coordinated with the subjugated blessed to make sure nothing went wrong, that he didn't even have time to dive into the tower, the hours passing by as the darkness of the night would very soon envelop City 8. When this darkness lifted, everything would be different. The glorious Light Continent. A certain golden commander from the wild continent spat out the words while thinking about the lands that kept all the resources of the ethereal realm to themselves while leaving nothing for those in other continents. Was the ethereal emperor truly fair? For him to establish a rule that forces us to remain isolated in our continents without coming in contact with the dimensional rifts that belong to all of us? With your death, we'll be sure to take everything that you left behind. The heart of the blessed burned with the flames of anger as he thought of the living conditions of many of the people back at home, his gaze that of yearning. Sir, Commander Stefan sent a message asking for you, apparently it's important. A silver blessed spoke towards him with respect as the golden commander nodded while gazing over the darkening city. What's happened now? His expression gradually calmed down as he set off towards the structure of the Golden Phoenix auction house that Golden Commander Stefan had taken over. At this point, he didn't have even a clue that the silver blessed he considered a subordinate was actually scheming against him. His figure streaked across the sky as he utilized an ability unique to Gold Blessed, their usage of using their robust mana to take to the skies. Granted, average Gold Blessed could only do it for tens of minutes before they were exhausted, but it was still a terrifying ability that showed their power. SHIA. The feet of the commander touched the roof of the huge skyscraper as he went towards Stefan on the floor right below, this commander from the dark continent raising his head quizzically as he sensed the aura of the only other gold expert within the city. Brother Berserker, what's happened to bring you to my abode in the dark of the night? Stefan was finishing looking at a few papers that collected information about the loot they had gained over the last few days, massaging his temples as he asked the incoming blessed from the wild continent. What are you on about, Stefan? Didn't you call me here? Ha! The two gold blessed looked towards each other with confusion as at this exact moment, something shocking happened. The moment the two men stepped on the same floor together as they were brought to the same location before any alarm bells could be raised in their minds, the dark sky lit up brightly with glimmering golden light. An ability under a certain gold rift boss that had appeared out of nowhere, smashed onto the floor the two gold blessed were on as a devastating scene played out. Boom! Scorching golden rays of light descended from the skies as they illuminated the dark streets briefly, these rays raining down with terrifying power as the entire upper floors of the Golden Phoenix auction house were decimated. It was the ability, Rays of Burning Light, from the gold-ranked Conflagrant Pegasus. Wah! Two brilliant golden lights could be seen on the rubble of the upper floors of the skyscraper, Stefan and the Red Berserker looking up in shock as both of them were actually greatly injured from this sneak attack. Who? Golden Commander Stefan had a wild look as he blurted out, his words coming to a stop as his eyes landed on a majestic beast flapping its wings in the skies. The fantastical creature let out a piercing cry as before the two experts could even gather themselves, its body turned into a flash of light as it rushed towards them. Instant acceleration was cast. SHIA. The faces of the two gold-blessed were ashen as they sensed the terrifying strength of the beast, the Red Berserker calling out in shock as his body lit up with many skills to defend himself. He recalled the aura of a terrifying beast like this. He had met it a few times during his dives across the few gold-ranked dimensional rifts outside of the Light Continent, but even the ones he came across before didn't have a terrifying aura as dense as the one he faced now. A rift boss. Rumble. He called out in shock as the Conflagrant Pegasus arrived in front of them, its sharp wings that had edges sharper than the deadliest blades smashing into both of their bodies as they were shot back like cannonballs. Boom! Their two figures were knocked from the decimated floors of the skyscraper as they looked like two blinking lights that streaked across the skies and into the dark streets of the city, causing craters to form where they landed. Hook! Flashes of gold light mixed with blood could be seen. With their bodies powerfully in the gold realm, they quickly stood up even though they were heavily injured from the last two attacks. Stefan had huge gashes on his chest from the sharp wings that just hit both of them, while the Red Berserker's shoulder was nearly torn off. Commanders! While rising from the craters and getting ready to fight against the suddenly appearing enemy, they heard the cries of their subordinates as they saw multiple silver blessed flooding from the streets and coming towards them. The red berserker spat out blood while looking towards the skies to find the terrifying enemy, his voice blazing out around them. Gather together. It's a gold rank rift boss. Rumble. What? The incoming blessed replied with shocked faces as they grouped up around the two experts, getting their wondrously sharp weapons out as their bodies glimmered with light, ready to cast against their enemy. Stefan and the red berserker let out sighs of relief as they saw multiple silver blessed rush towards them, their injured bodies glancing towards the skies as they kept a lookout for their enemy. Meanwhile, around them, beings they considered their allies began to cluster around the both of them for protection. Silver blessed they knew to be their subordinates, surrounded them to aid them against the terrifying enemy. Oh, what allies these silver blessed would turn out to be. Behind their veils of concern and shock as they circled around the two gold blessed, a blue light that subjugated their minds flashed and remained hidden in their eyes. Chapter 62, Siege the Gold Experts. 2. In the darkness of the night, a commotion had begun in the center of City 8. Damn it, where the hell did it come from? Stefan roared out as two blessed helped him from the crater he was smashed into, his body bleeding from many angles as he also gave commands to the appearing silver blessed around them. Circle around us, we need you guys to buy some time while we heal and get ready to match it. We'll also need to send for reinforced dash. Wah! Before his words could finish, the figure of the conflagrant Pegasus appeared in the skies above them grandly once more, its gold eyes extremely cold as it seemed ready for another attack. Get ready! Throw everything you have against it, just buy some time. The bodies of the gold blessed glimmered with light as they cast healing skills on themselves, trying to buy as much time as possible to get back into top shape before they faced the terrifying enemy. But in this hectic moment, they failed to clearly see a few details. Like the fact that the silver blessed coming to back them had appeared very quickly. The fact that there were tens of them supposedly surrounding them for protection, with each gold blessed having over 20 silver experts quickly appearing around the area on the ground they smashed into. To them, it was lucky and actually a good thing that their subordinates managed to gather so quickly, their thoughts at this moment only on survival. It was at this moment when the fate of the two gold blessed was decided. Defend! At this moment, it felt like time was moving in slow motion as the shouts of the gold blessed reverberated out. The conflagrant Pegasus shone lustrously in the skies as its body lit up to seemingly release another skill, two blinking gold lights beneath it looking up with solemn expressions as multiple silver lights surrounded them. From the distance, Noah was watching this shocking scene as he overlooked the whole battle, watching it play out slowly as the silver blessed that were ready to release their attacks towards the gold rift boss in the sky, shockingly turned and aimed their blades and skills towards the golden commanders they should have been protecting and giving time to heal. Squelch! Surrounded by beings they thought to be their closest allies, the two gold experts did not have their defenses up against them and instead focused their power above them against the rift boss. But soon after, they shockingly felt silver-ranked weapons dig into their bodies, numerous skills from tens of silver blessed also smashing into them. Boom! A horrendous explosion exploded out from the power of skills from tens of silver blessed, the commanders at the gold rank actually being dealt the heaviest injuries at this time as their bodies were smashed further into the initial craters, muscles torn and bleeding. Stefan's body was tattered as he barely kept his life by releasing a burst of golden light that drained nearly all of his remaining mana. This. UGAH? He looked around him in shock as he spat out blood, barely standing up on his two legs as his eyes saw the cold and expressionless faces of blessed he knew all his life. Thrum! Above them in the skies, the conflagrant Pegasus made its true move as, rays of burning light, was cast again, illuminating the dark skies of the city for the last time. Boom! A sudden sound of horrendous explosions shook the city. Less than a minute later, it stopped. Very few people would find out exactly what happened on this day, but some watched the show from beginning to the end. Rose, the former fifth ethereal princess, was looking at the shocking scene of two gold-blessed face betrayal from their own forces, their bodies becoming riddled with injuries from the force of tens of blessed. She then watched as the hot rays of light, she could feel the temperatures of even where she, Annalise, and Noah stood. She watched as they went on to pierce their injured bodies and nail them to the ground. These were gold rank experts, mind you. Powerful beings could take to the skies, being that stood above them and looked at them like bugs just a few days ago. Yet they were now ambushed by a force of nearly 100 blessed that Noah called to participate, the rest of the subjugated beings tasked with keeping this area clear of people and overseeing the walls of the city to make sure not a single soul left the city. On top of Light Element Gold Rift Boss, the two experts in this same rank never stood a chance. It was a heart-rending scene that was inscribed in the hearts of all that saw it, the scene of two gold blessed skewered to the ground with pulsing light rays being something Rose would never forget in her life. Wait here. She was taken out of her stupor as the voice of the man responsible rang out, watching as he walked forward calmly, the ranks of silver blessed splitting apart like a tide as he walked to the crater where the two gold blessed lay. His eyes shone bright blue as a myriad of thoughts seemed to flow through them, squatting down next to the two beings whose bodies were twitching and bleeding heavily as a tree pixie appeared beside him. The creature shone with a glint of green as vines sprouted out to restrict the movements of the beings that could most likely not even be able to lift a muscle, their eyes barely being able to focus as they looked at the being that appeared before them. Boom! The figure of the conflagrant Pegasus also landed beside Noah as more scorching rays of light descended with it to skewer the limbs of the two commanders into the ground, utterly breaking the wills of these experts as they nearly lost consciousness. Wow! Rose could not help but feel her heart speed up as she looked at this scene. A scene of Noah's cold eyes glancing at beings a rank higher than him as they were mutilated from his commands, a scene of him standing above them domineeringly like a king that had planned for and thought of everything. It should be possible for someone like him. Her mind worked quickly as she etched the scene into her soul, looking at the domineering and cold figure of Noah as she truly thought it was possible for this being to stand on top of many. For him to wipe out the scourge plaguing the lands of the ethereal realm, for him to stand atop even her older brother in the imperial capital. Strength, he has enough of. I need to be of use when it comes to utilizing his people and managing the lands he will take over in the future.